Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Let's step it up, guys. Duat, Crocodile, Hydro Pump once again. Snorlax, Tyranitar, keep on running, just 2 more laps to go. Kingler, try to hit Noctowl. Noctowl, use different psychic type moves to counter Kingler. Pikachu, continue trying to hit the 3 boulders. A young, definitely male, voice range out in one of the many leveled out areas in the Johto Mountain wilderness. A loud, unified roar, and a whine, came in response. Ash himself kept on doing his own exercises. Having recognized his faults, Ash had decided to work upon one of the many trainer workout manuals integrated in Dexter. I huff can't do any more. Naturally, he found it quite hard to follow. One more, sir. Just one more and your 50 push-ups will be complete. Dexter was kept in an upright position on a nearby boulder, as its camera faced Ash. While Dexter couldn't see, in the traditional sense of the word, he could sure count the number of push-ups Ash had completed. Grunting with effort, Ash pulled himself up one last time, promptly falling down into a tired heap afterwards. Ash's Pokemon League hat, the one he wore on his first journey, was duly kept beside Dexter. His normal jacket was off, leaving Ash in his black-colored undershirt. His everyday denim jeans were also replaced by the track pants he had packed for his journey. This is much harder than I thought. As Ash lied on the ground in a pathetic state, he wondered just why the heck did he not take the time to properly exercise. While it was true that he always journeys on foot, it was also true that they used to take a lot of breaks in between. The fake cheering audio coming from Dexter didn't help matters. While the smart machine followed orders dutifully, and was mostly productive, that didn't stop it from having its fun once in a while. Namely, by being a complete prick. Ash pulled himself up against the rock, and despite it not being a thing suggested by fitness experts, took huge gulps of water. The water produced by the water-type Pokemon was as safe to drink as any bottled water. Also, it contained the necessary nutrients which prevented it from being classified as distilled. As he looked over the sparse clearing before him, he was much impressed by what he could observe from his Pokemon. Pokemon had a metabolic and healing rate that far defied any level of rational thinking. Being gifted with superpowers made it a must-have for every Pokemon to have a higher than ordinary healing rate. Non-sentient beings such as cows, buffaloes, and chickens didn't have any such advantages. A single weak blow might have been enough to kill them. As if showcasing these advantages, both Duat and Crocodile flexed their recently built-up muscle. Despite having evolved recently, and even less time being through the hard training, both of them had built up quite a lot of strength in their arms, for Duat, and jaws, for Crocodile. Duat's main method of attack were through his prized Scalchops. So it was extremely necessary for Duat to build up a lot of strength in his arms to properly use them with deadliness. It would result in even better results once Duat evolved into a Samurott. The raven-haired trainer had also included weight training in his regime. Things like heavy lifting and strength training helped the Pokemon to build up their raw strength. While Ash knew that his Pokemon could easily complete such feats while using their abilities, he wanted them to be capable of doing such things with raw power alone. If there was one thing that he learned from watching the battle between Cynthia's Garchomp and Flint's Infernape, it was that not only were they abnormally powerful, they were so even without using their attacks. Ash hadn't been able to fathom just how had Flint's Infernape been able to reach such a high level, while his own didn't even graze the surface of it. Chimchar was also the Sinnoh starter, but that didn't mean that every trainer's Infernape reached that level. Now, after seeing the impressive improvement in his Pokemon, their secret wasn't that foggy anymore. Despite how it looked, Cynthia wasn't a teen. She was 27 years old, and had her Garchomp since she was 10, as a Gibble. So add all those years of super intensified training, a dragon-type Pokemon, a family full of Pokemon trainers, and you've got a monster on your hand. Adding to this was the fact that Garchomp was a pseudo-legendary. Pseudo-legendary wasn't just a fancy term for rare and powerful Pokemon. No, these Pokemon had the extreme possibility of reaching the beyond. The level of legendaries themselves. Pseudo-legendaries had bodies that were more than capable of taking the punishment required to reach such high levels. The past was full of horror stories featuring these Pokémon in the lead role. Salamence were the most feared Pokémon by the kings, their castle-destroying abilities were nigh near legendary. Add to that the nature of Salamence to breathe fire in their celebrations burned down many a wooden village. Garchomps were notorious for being overly protective of their territories, so man's encroachment into their lands wasn't taken too well. Hydreigon and Tyranitar were dark types, making them more inclined from causing wide-scale destructions. Only Dragonites were a kind of saving grace for the pseudo-legend's reputation. The kindly dragon type maintained a calm and clear demeanor. Also, it helped to rescue as many beings from the seas as it can. With the fishermen and Vikings having mostly a single loyal Pokémon for their safety, an attack by a Pokémon like Tentacruel and Gyarados meant almost certain death, either by a powerful attack, or by starvation in the sea. Lucky sailors often recited tales of their saviors, large yellow-colored dragons, with wings tiny enough to fit into the palm of their hands. Naturally, such people were almost always termed as delirious. Dragonites hadn't even been considered a true Pokémon for much time, unlike their land counterparts like Haxorus, or even fellow flyers like Garchomp, Hydreigon and Salamence. They rarely ventured out of the seas they so loved. It was Professor Oak who had trained a Dragonite and showcased his extensive studies to the world. But just as Haxorus, Salamence, Garchomp and Hydreigon, there was no god that could save one from a thoroughly set-off Dragonite. Ash had already experienced a fraction of that untamed power when he, Iris and Syllan had first met Iris's Dragonite. In an age where Pokémon trainers were rare and Pokeballs a mere figment of imagination, humanity had had a hugely difficult task in surviving against the monstrous beings now fondly known as Pokémon. But that didn't mean that normal Pokémon couldn't reach that level. The Pokémon belonging to the Elite Four and Champions were examples of this, keeping the major criminal organizations under control from causing major terrorist attacks. Ash knew that he had been lucky when Tyranitar accepted him as his trainer. Most pseudo-legends wouldn't have been so easy to tame. Tyranitar was one of the more feared ones. But Tyranitar loved Ash so much, it was nigh near impossible for him to turn on him. Coming back to the matter at hand, Ash had deduced a lot of things. For example, by building up a Pokémon's raw punching power, attacks like Mach Punch and Dragon Claw Unleashed would be much more powerful. It was the same as the theory behind weights: if the Pokémon get used to doing things with restraints, they would be unstoppable without them. That being said, Ash wasn't going to be unrealistic. He knew that despite how much time he spent on it, Torterra would never move like a Rapidash. Things like size and build did matter. Also, as Ash spent more time with the group of 7, he realized just how smart had he been while keeping the 6 Pokémon on hand rule. Despite popular belief, it was indeed possible for many trainers to carry a lot of Pokémon with them. While keeping all of his Pokémon would have been a very exciting thing, by following the 6 Pokémon rule he was able to scrutinize his Pokémon much better. Kingler. The huge crab had much guts and enthusiasm, but sadly the years of battle rust had got to him. From what Ash had been able to observe, Kingler knew a lot of powerful moves, and knew how to use them with devastating effectiveness as well. But that's where his merits stopped. Kingler employed a stationary battle style, which was something Ash knew he had to modify. While Kingler could back up all of the power, Ash wasn't stupid enough to think that all of his opponents will be as weak as the amazing Mandy. Duat. The Scalchop wielder was young, but DMN if he wasn't motivated. Duat proudly showed off the better qualities associated with evolutions that made them so much popular. Better speed, more endurance, increased muscle mass, increased capability to take hits. But Duat did have his faults. His klutzy nature hadn't changed much upon evolving, so he used to screw up once in a while. Ash knew that he had to get Duat more consistent. Not to mention his habit of springing out of his Pokeball could prove detrimental at times. Croconaw. The fastest growing Pokemon of his entire crew, Croconaw exhibited a raw strength and power comparable to Blastoise. If Ash had to guess, he would deduce that it was because of the years of laid-off evolution that he bloomed so much, so quick. Croconaw used his jaws with devastating effect, easily crunching up the hardest of rocks with ease. Nevertheless, he knew that Croconaw was soon going to reach the third stage of its evolution line, which would create a whole new headache for the poor old Professor Oak. Garchomp and Feraligatr combined. Ash repressed a shiver at the damage they would cause at the ranch. Garchomp already had gotten into multiple scuffles with the insanely powerful Arcanine of Professor Oak's due to his environment UN-friendly ways. Noctowl. The smartest Pokémon of his crew, Noctowl had an unusually quick thinking. Professor Oak had confessed to him that while studying Noctowl, he had described him as an anomaly. Noctowl, despite being a flying type, could use psychic moves with an effectiveness associated with only psychic types. Noctowl didn't have many flying-type moves in his arsenal, which could prove detrimental in the tournament. While a pure psychic using Noctowl could take a lot of people off guard, his strategy would be in ruins after the first few stages. His opponents could easily deduce how to counter Noctowl. The shiny Pokémon had never been particularly strong in the areas of speed and strength, those were the things he needed to improve. Snorlax. Well, what could Ash do about him? Snorlax had excellent endurance, as well as having some pretty powerful moves in his bag of tricks. Snorlax knew multiple damage-dealing attacks of different types, an advantage of being a normal type. Despite being big, Snorlax had a pretty quick reaction time and good running speed too. He had already demonstrated his above-average swimming capabilities in his battle with Claire. So all in all, Snorlax was Ash's jack of all trades. A Pokémon who could prove advantageous against almost every opponent. The only thing Ash needed to worry about was Snorlax's sleeping habits. Tyranitar, the newest entree. Tyranitar had some insanely powerful moves in his arsenal. Brick Break, Hyper Beam, Thrash, Giga Impact. Ash had full belief that Tyranitar could total anyone's team in the earlier stages, even if it were a full 6v6 battle. Charizard, Garchomp and Sceptile were the other three of his Pokémon capable of similar feats. Tyranitar also had a beast of a defense, even better than Torterra. For some reason, Tyranitar knew the move Iron Defense, a defense-boosting move not associated with its species. It was the improved version of the Protect he used when he was a Larvitar, when anyone got too close to him, not named Pikachu or Ash. But despite all this, Tyranitar had an absolutely abysmal speed. Seriously, Tyranitar couldn't even chase after Duat after the water type played a prank on it. Instead, Tyranitar chose to deal with things with brute force. In this case, a low-powered Hyper Beam on the unsuspecting otter. But even then, the speed of Tyranitar was something horrible. Even Torterra could run faster than him. That was something Ash knew that he had to absolutely improve. Speedy Pokémon like Sceptile, Garchomp and Latios could effectively destroy Tyranitar in a serious battle. Not to mention Tyranitar had developed quite an attitude, an ego, in his time away from Ash. He had also taken quite a liking to his nickname of Beast. It fit like the pants of a man with 5 Ps, like a glove. All in all, Ash had his work cut out. His Pokémon had full faith in him, and thus put their bodies on the line. True, they liked to battle, it was their instinct. But it was for him that they put so much effort. And he wasn't going to betray them by going half-butted in their training. Breaking from his internal thoughts, Ash got up and jogged towards the area where his Pokémon were training. Croconaw and Duat showed exceptional strength with their hydro pumps. The jets of water were much thicker than before. This allowed for a greater chance of a critical hit. A well-trained Onix could take a normal hydro pump and continue fighting. But the version which the duo was using could easily knock it out. Also, Pokémon like Magmortar, whose bodily flames were enough for them to shrug off such moves. So it was all the more necessary for water types to have exceptional strength. Also, water types were the single most effective type of them all. Able to score critical hits on most Pokémon, all the while taking less damage from their foes. It was no wonder Ash wanted his water types to be as powerful as they could be. Taking the Champions League as his cue to finally foray into the detailed and convoluted world of type advantages and disadvantages was a certain experience for Ash. A few ways apart, Kingler had just finished up a crab hammer attack, but Noctowl had been able to successfully defend using some psychic moves. It was difficult to recognize the attack. Nevertheless, Crab Hammer did cause some damage to the environment, creating a moderately large crater on the ground. Both of the Pokémon had dirt and cuts on them, showing that both had been able to score hits on the other. In another corner, Pikachu let out a cry as it launched a Thundershock. Only this time, he attempted to engulf the 3 boulders surrounding him in different spheres of energy. Thundershock was an attack that sent streams of energy all around the attacking Pokémon. What Pikachu was trying to do was centralize the attacks around specific targets, causing a more intense damage. It was similar to a Thunderbolt, but only it affected multiple targets. Ash's main idea behind this was for double battles. Pikachu could use a concentrated Thundershock to paralyze and keep their opponents in place, while his partner could destroy the other Pokémon with some super effective move. Pokémon like Donphan could work very well in such strategy. In a far-off corner, Tyranitar was running diligently. If there was one thing that Ash had immediately come to admire about Tyranitar, it was his will to prove himself. Tyranitar never defied Ash's orders, and had taken criticism very well. He recognized that his speed was not up to par and thus followed Ash's directions over how to improve it. Charizard had wings, Garchomp had thrusters, but Tyranitar had a bulky armor. Ash knew that it was not possible for his beast to run or move as fast as his contemporaries, but Tyranitar could get much better. Another advantage that Tyranitar had was that he was an adept swimmer. While Charizard's life could be threatened in water, and Garchomp didn't tolerate it much, Tyranitar despite his type didn't feel much discomfort in water. That was an advantage in battles where the field could change. Snorlax. Ash couldn't help but sweat drop at seeing the giant Pokémon. Snorlax had tears, real tears, going down his face as he ran up a slope half-heartedly. He paused momentarily to choke back a sob, all the while looking towards Ash. He sighed. The puppy dog eyes were too much. Snorlax, if you complete your run, I will give you 3 superfood pills. Snorlax immediately perked up at that and started running with much more enthusiasm. The ground around him shook as a multitude of small Pokémon escaped. Nidoran, Graveler, Oddish, Pidgey, Starly and Tylo among them. The superfood pills were a new invention designed especially for Snorlaxes, by the Sylph Corporation. Seeing as Snorlax trainers couldn't well carry the huge quantities of food required to feed their precious Pokémon, the scientists at Sylph had designed the micro-compressing food pills which satiated the hunger of the Pokémon. 2 pills each were to be given to Snorlax as the 3 meals of the day. The superfood pills had beaten the food shrinking containers designed by Devon, their rival company. All of the 7 Pokémon were training very well. Both Duat and Croconaw could now maintain their hydro pumps for longer amounts of time, showing that their stamina had increased. Croconaw's other moves were also coming along well, particularly Aqua Tail. Things were coming along well for Ash Ketchum and his Pokémon. XXX. Hoenn. It's good to be back. The Princess of Hoenn exclaimed as she entered her house for the first time since over a year ago. Having journeyed in Johto for a second consecutive year, and then visiting Ash's house took quite a toll on the young brunette, and she was completely ready to laze it out till the Champions Cup. Well, not completely. She did intend to train a lot for the cup. Welcome back, May. Her father was sitting on the couch, reading a newspaper. Norman Maple was enjoying the holiday he had got from the league. Due to the Champions League being open to even gym leaders, the league had decided to close the gyms, so that even the gym leaders get ample time to train and create strategies for their teams. Caroline engulfed her daughter in a bone-crushing hug, happy to see her in the person after so much time. It's so good to see you, May. After your brother left on his journey, it's been really quiet around the house. Caroline commented as she looked over her daughter. May had grown a lot during the 1 year she spent in Johto, and was now finally maturing into a young woman. Thanks Mom. And how's Max? Has he called? May asked as she took her seat. Norman grumbled from his place, causing May to look quizzically at him. It's nothing May. Your father is just sulking because Max has gone farther in his journey than he himself did. Caroline explained. I'm not sulking. Normal grouched from his place. Seriously, the amount of distance Max had covered, as well as the different types of Pokémon he had seen and caught, were far better than what Norman had done in his day. Naturally, this had hurt Norman's man pride. May giggled at her father's expression, although she was quite impressed by the things Max had achieved during his 2-month-long journey. Max was bereft of the rookie mistakes made by Ash during the start of his own journey, as well as May's own. Traveling with Ash and Co. had already made Max experience and learn just how to travel efficiently. So how many Pokémon has Max captured? May asked rather nonchalantly. There was no way Max could have caught more than 2 poke. 4. May sprang up from her seat. What? Norman nodded. Yup, that was what my reaction had been. What Pokémon has Max captured? May asked in extreme curiosity, although she knew that it must be some starter weaklings like Tylo, Rattata, or even an Oddies. Mytiana, Kirlia, Abra. Came the deadpan reply from Caroline. All of them were Pokémon that Max had encountered during their travels. May didn't really know what to do. Should she be happy for her brother being so adept at being a Pokémon trainer? Or should she weep at being so outclassed by her brother at the initial stage? XXX. Pokémon Center, Veilstone City, Sinnoh. Your Pokémon will be alright in a few hours, you can stay here if you like. Nurse Joy said as she took the batch of 6 Pokeballs from the purple-haired trainer in front of her. Thank you Nurse Joy. And by the way, can I use the computer present here? Paul asked the nurse with a calm demeanor. The natural steel in his voice was absent as he conversed with Nurse Joy, the reason being their acquaintance from many years past. Joy smiled. Of course Paul, you are free to use it. And if you don't mind my asking, why didn't you take your Pokémon to Reggie? Not that she had a problem with him coming here, it was just that Paul preferred to have his Pokémon treated at home. She was curious about why Paul expressed an interest in using the computer, although knowing the type of person he was, she didn't pry. Our training was a bit harsh. I'd rather not trouble Reggie. Paul explained, while Joy nodded at the answer. Along with the Chansey present next to her, both entered into the ward room present next to the operation theater. The faint smell of antiseptics hit Paul as he made his way to the generic computer present in the Pokémon Center. Paul wasn't a tech-savvy person. He didn't even give much care for such things other than for what purpose it served his Pokémon. Logging on to the website that Dawn had shown him, albeit with much trial and error, Paul opened up multiple profiles of the various rivals he had encountered throughout his journey. Ash, Barry, Tobias, Remy, Hernandez. The last couple were his Hoenn and Kanto rivals. From what he could see about them, both had remained as he had predicted them to be, average. Hernandez believed in having his Pokémon evolve as soon as they can, leading him to spend too much money on evolutionary stones, and catching only the Pokémon who react to them. This naturally caused a huge gap in his team. He only had Pokémon of a few types, and unlike the elites, they weren't invulnerable to the types they had the advantage against. Hernandez had reached the top 8 in Johto this year, which was a fine position in Paul's eyes, but nothing compared to him. Remy. That guy had been one who had given him the most problem while he was in Kanto, the 2nd year of his journey. Dude had a knack of making excellent strategies, kind of like Conway, but didn't really have the power to back it up. Remy had also reached the top 16 in Hoenn, as well as top 8 in Sinnoh, which was again the mark of an average trainer. Or maybe it was him who was raising the bar too high. After all, we are all 16 years old. We aren't supposed to win the league. We are the newbies, the trainers who are eliminated in the initial stages. But then again, Ash did win Unova, and I did reach the Sinnoh League finals this year. That had been a bitter loss. Reaching the Sinnoh finals had made Paul overconfident, leading to his loss against some 28-year-old guy. Not to mention his two powerhouses, Magmortar and Electivire, had been ineligible due to suffering debilitating injuries in the semi-finals. His Torterra did take out two of the other guy's Pokémon, but lost nonetheless. Going to Ash's profile, Paul calmly read through the page, taking his time, before wondering whether he should curse out loud in the Pokémon Center or not. Coming to a conclusion, he took a deep breath and prepared to let loose. "You're such a cutie pie." Paul looked towards the nearby window, where little kids were playing with newly born Pokémon. Pokémon centers allowed for children to visit the newly hatched Pokémon in their care. Or rather not. Still, the information found of Ash's page simply stunned him beyond comprehension. From what he could see, Ash's Pikachu had been able to defeat a Regice. Or, to be precise, Brandon's Regice. How the flying F is it possible that Pikachu can defeat a Regis, yet still lose against my Elekid? He even knocked out Tobias's Latios. It is totally F'd up. Paul ranted in his mind. He thought that was the end of surprises for him, but no, that was not to be. Apparently, Ash's Charizard had been able to defeat an Articuno of all things. Why the heck didn't Ash use it against Tobias? Oh wait. There was more. Apparently, Ash had a Snorlax stashed up, who also didn't make the cut against Tobias. Rather, Ash chose to use Torkoal. No offense to the squinty-eyed Pokémon, but he simply didn't match up to Snorlax. Ash had won the Kanto Battle Frontier, he had won the Orange League, whatever it was, and then, he had always scored in the top 8 in the regional leagues, bar his prodigious performance in his debut in the Indigo League, where he got top. Wishing to see the interesting strategies which caused his rival to lose, he clicked on the video showing the battle between Ash and someone named Richie. 20 minutes later. On second thought, that wasn't really prodigious. God damn it. Ash reached the top 16 in Kanto by pure luck. And the only reason he lost was due to his a-hole Charizard. Paul almost had anime tears going down his face at the luck of his rival. He himself had only managed a top 64 in the Sinnoh Championship in his debut. A record number of participants had taken part that year, so Paul had defeated 3 competitors to reach that level. Which wasn't a bad accomplishment in itself. But Ash had performed to an extremely high degree by pure luck alone. And that was something that majorly irked Paul. Then came the thing which, in all honesty, was a burn beach moment for Paul. Apparently, Ash had won the Kanto Battle Frontier. And that means he defeated Brandon. Paul also took note of varying Pokémon Ash had in his arsenal. He had to admit, now that he got enough time to observe, Ash's Pokémon really had much potential. While he himself wasn't too far out, his number of Pokémon were a bit less. But then again, most of Ash's Pokémon were poorly trained, so that did provide him an advantage. Another thing that caught his notice was the ridiculous number of starter Pokémon present with Ash. The Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh and Unova starter trio were an extremely rare group of Pokémon, which only a few of the lucky trainers got to have. And that was if they were lucky enough to be in contact with their regional professors. Oddly enough, there was no mention of Ash's Unova League victory on his personal profile. Rather, there was a large Unova Flash news sticker above his profile picture, which Paul presumed took the viewers to a page containing his victory. They really need to update better. Getting rid of the thoughts, he clicked onto the profile of Tobias, and was rather shocked, or should he say suspicious, by the information, or lack thereof, on the legendary trainer's profile. Tobias's profile was empty. Literally empty other than his most recent accomplishments. His win against Ash and the 2 legendaries he used were proudly displayed on the screen. Tobias's hometown was empty, his Pokémon caretaker name was empty, no family. The only noteworthy information was that Tobias's home region was Sinnoh. Another thing of interest was that 4 other Pokémon of Tobias were indeed indicated, but their names had been censored by the website. What could possibly be the reason for something like that? Tobias had not yet faced the Elite Four, the challenge was to come sometime this year. Ash did take out 2 of his Pokémon, and he wasn't even using his full squad. So maybe Tobias could actually be defeated by someone of the Elite Four. It's not unbelievable that Tobias has many powerful Pokémon. But the thing is, does he have even more legendaries? Paul was about to sign off on that note, but it was then that a sudden news flash caught his eyes. It had stickers of new around. Taking a closer look, Paul clicked on the link. He was even more surprised to see that it was news related to the Hoenn League. Or, to be more specific, showing who was the new Hoenn League winner. Seeing as he had time to kill, he clicked onto the link. Not to mention, whoever the guy who had won the league was definitely going to be a major contender in next year's Champions League. Nothing could have prepared him for what he would see next. What the utter frig? Triple X. Johto. God damn it, come back. Multiple Tylo and Starly sitting in the canopy of the trees tilted their heads in confusion over seeing an orange-haired boy running after something which showed no immediate sign of stopping anytime soon. Slow down. The orange head yelled once more as the sandwich expertly jumped over a couple of bushes. It was almost as if it had a mind of its own. As the kimono-wearing boy chased after the rolling sandwich, he ignored all of the loud booms and bangs coming from the direction he was heading into. Jumping out of a particularly bushy shrub, the orange head grinned at seeing his sandwich finally stop. The bread was miraculously unharmed by any amount of dirt and grime and looked totally fit to eat. Carrot Top quickly ran towards the sandwich, almost in slow motion. But it was not to be. A few feet away, Snorlax grumbled to himself as he jogged forward. While he was all for getting stronger, did Ash really have to make him do the thing he hated the most? He wasn't supposed to run, damn it. But then again, 3 super food pills were almost like God's gift for Snorlax, so he had to swallow his pride and laziness, and get down to work. Thankfully, he could laze it out once he gets back to the ranch. Suddenly, a small object entered into Snorlax's peripheral vision. Normally, he would have cared much for it, only running around it in case it was a little one, but it was the sudden scent which stopped Snorlax cold. Turning towards the direction, he finally saw it. The object of his salvation, the Holy Grail, the kryptonite to his training. An innocent sandwich, sitting quietly in its place, almost taunting him. Foul temptress. I won't fall to your stupid machinations. Snorlax thought to himself, resolutely stopping himself from going towards the food, a feat comparable to stopping a locomotive train. But it was then that Snorlax saw the second thing. A boy, no older than his master, running gleefully towards the sandwich. The sight was too much for the hungry Snorlax. With rage, and foodlust-filled eyes, Snorlax took off towards the sandwich at an otherworldly speed. Morrison's slow-motion run towards his dear sandwich had continued, but it was then that the huge obstacle came to his vision. His eyes widened with fear as he saw a Snorlax running in the same direction, towards his sandwich. Clenching his fists, he narrowed his eyes at the Snorlax, sparks flowing out as he increased his pace. Snorlax recognized the increase in speed, since he too kicked it up a notch. The background turned pure white between the two as only the sandwich was visible to their one-track minds. Snorri. Snorlax's voice came out in a slow-motioned, low-pitched version, as he skidded over one of the boulders like a punk over the hood of a car. No. Morrison's voice had turned into a demonic one, slow-paced, as did a cartwheel over a fallen piece of log. With athleticism belying his body, Morrison somehow evaded the things he never could have, only for his beloved sandwich. Both of them reached the sandwich almost at the same time, only a split second between them. But it was Snorlax who held the advantage, as he quickly moved his hands towards the sandwich. Morrison extended his hands in a feeble attempt to win, but he was quickly thrown backwards after bouncing off Snorlax's huge belly. Morrison watched in dismay as Snorlax happily ate up the sandwich, taking extra relish in miming and groaning in appreciation, taunting Morrison with all he could. No! Morrison screamed in absolute pain and agony as he fell to his knees, punching the ground in anguish. He would have sulked even more, if not for the voice coming from behind him. Morrison! An extremely surprised voice took hold of his attention. Morrison wondered just how was it possible that someone who he knew could meet him in the wilderness. Pika. Wait, but Pikachu. But it was when he finally recognized the person behind that his eyes widened, and a huge grin came to his face. Ash. Indeed, it was his longtime friend-rival, with his trusty Pikachu ever present on his shoulder. Ash too, grinned as he slapped his hands with Morrison's. Nice to see you, man. It's been a long time. Morrison nodded, the pain of losing his sandwich long forgotten. It sure has, Ash. How've you been? Ash smiled as he answered, it was good to meet one of his best friends after so many days, pretty good. Actually, I've been to 2 more regions, Sinnoh and Unova. Morrison raised an eyebrow in interest. Wow. Unova too. I've been till Sinnoh, but Unova's kind of too far for me. He drawled off. He didn't want to admit to Ash that the true reason he hadn't been to Unova was because of his phobia of heights. It seemed a PP thing to say to a fellow man. Ash nodded, although I was a tad bit confused about why Morrison hadn't been to Unova. You should go there, man, it's a really nice place, and the best of all, it's got a whole new range of Pokémon. Seriously, more than 100 new species of Pokémon. Count him in. Apparently, Morrison wasn't as enthusiastic as him, as he nervously chuckled while rubbing the back of his head. Haha. Thanks but no thanks, Ash. I think I'm pretty happy here. Seeing Ash continue to pry, he immediately changed the topic. So Ash, have you participated in any new leagues after Hoenn? The raven-haired trainer smirked. Sinnoh and Unova. Both were a blast to be in. Really? So, win any trophies? Or the league? Morrison, though he was sure that it must not be the case. After all, how could his eternal rival be so far in front of him? It just wasn't possible that Ash wins a league while he did not. Yeah. The Unova League. It was so awesome, man. The Virtus Conference trophy felt so good in my hands. Morrison's mind tuned out Ash. He was shocked. Utterly shocked and stunned and staggered and flabbergasted and bowled over and whatnot. Morrison felt himself being pulled into a never-ending darkness. An endless pit of sorrow and disgrace, an emptiness greater than a ghost Pokémon. He saw his Pokémon shaking their heads in shame at him, his sandwich being gobbled up an army of Snorlaxes, and Ash. He could see his buddy, his rival. Oompa Loompa mockingly danced around him, singing the shittiest songs ever made. The songs were so horrible that even 100 red dead monkeys shitting on a broken typewriter could not produce them. Ash was happily eating his sandwiches, all the while surrounded by hot mama jamas. No! Ash jumped in shock as Morrison started screaming all of a sudden. Morrison's eyes were glazed over as he seemed to be in a dream-like state. Seeing his friend turning insane, Ash quickly regained his bearings. Taking hold of Morrison's shoulders, he shook his friend wildly, but it had no effect. Even the 10 slaps Ash gave him were not enough to pull Morrison out of his daze. Finally, having become annoyed by the loud screaming, Ash took drastic measures. Pikachu, use a Thundershock on Morrison. Ash shouted to his partner, who jumped into the air with a Pika, and dutifully Thundershocked Morrison. On a side note, Pikachu looked awfully happy while doing so. Strange. The shock therapy indeed worked as a steaming Morrison looked all around as he lay on the ground. Wah! Where am I? Morrison mumbled as he looked around blearily. There were no Oompa Loompa, no crappy songs, no fruit-looking babes. Morrison. You alright, man? Ash asked his friend carefully. No one should drop their guard against a person who was screaming in an insane manner almost 10 seconds ago. Morrison looked around confusingly for a few seconds, before shaking his head thoroughly and standing up. Yeah. I'm fine, Ash, no need to worry. Although he really wasn't. The daydream really shook him up. Ash looked uncertain for a while, but accepted, if you say so, Morrison. Morrison nodded. Taking a deep breath, he finally smiled, a true smile, at Ash. So. Finally won the league, huh, guess you're ahead of me now. Keeping scary dreams, and humor aside, Morrison really was happy for his friend. He hadn't performed badly against Ash in the Hoenn League for no reason. He genuinely felt Ash to be one of his best friends and didn't want to fight against him. Their ideals about battling and Pokémon training matched up a lot. Both also shared the dream of being a Pokémon master. Ash felt his cheeks redden a little in embarrassment as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah. Ash was just about to launch into a speech learned by every successful person, to be recited to their not-so-successful friends, but it seemed Morrison wasn't quite done yet. Well, sh. It seems you have finally attained your flames of youth, Ash. Your position as my eternal rival is indeed justified. Morrison screamed in happiness as waterfall tears fell down his eyes. He gave Ash a huge thumbs up and a blinding smile. What the heck is the flames of youth, was what Ash could make out in his dazed state. He was still rubbing his burning eyes from the effect caused by Morrison's Colgate-enhanced smile. XXX. Underground. Get out of my way, you moron. Meowth yelled angrily as he pushed his blue-haired comrade out of the way. Jeff out of my face, Jeffy. James muffled out as he attempted to push Jesse away from him. Damn it, Meowth. Why didn't you buy a bigger molar mecha digger? Jessie then promptly hissed in pain as her hit the ceiling. The Team Rocket trio were back to their perpetual business, i.e. locating the twerp, and stealing his Pikachu. Meowth had been commissioned to buy their machinery, which this time consisted of a Seviper-shaped mecha, capable of moving underground. But just as everything in their lives, Arceus found a way to screw them. It's not my fault we don't have the funds. If you hadn't bought all that jewelry, we could have gotten the super-duper Versoen. Meowth snapped back. He was having enough trouble controlling the machine as it is, he didn't need a female to beach at him, damn it. While Jessie and Meowth continued their bickering, James took the time to look out of the window, even though there wasn't much scenery to be found. Suddenly, the machine stopped with a clang, almost as if it had hit something hard. Jessie blinked at the sudden stop in vibrations around her. What's the matter, Meowth? She asked the talking cat, who was pressing all of the buttons methodically. Meowth took a thinking pose, as did Jessie and James. It could be a problem with the main engine. Or maybe it's the integrated chip of the GPS. Jessie thought out loud. Can it be a virus? The shop owner did say that installing Galaga could cause some problems. James pondered. Let's take it slowly, guys. We learned a lot of things in Unova, we could fix this machine up. Meowth said with a smile as he pushed many of the buttons, taking notes of the various readings coming out. Of course we can. Jessie and James also started checking up all of the internal manuals and controls. This went on for a good old 5 minutes, before Meowth finally snapped. Outerwit. That's IT. Let's do it the old-fashioned way, guys. Meowth said with a scowl, with Jessie and James nodded in support. What's the old-fashioned way? You might ask. Well, my friends, the old-fashioned way of course is beat the shit out of it until it starts working. Indeed, after a couple of minutes of brutal beatings, the machine finally whirled into a start, with the Seviper head in the front doing its job of drilling through. However, it was after they dug through what had stopped them, that they finally regretted the decision. The trio had sweat drops on their heads as they saw a whole colony of underground-dwelling Pokémon, Excadrill, Drillbur, Diglett, Dugtrio, heck, even a couple of Kabuto. Guys, is our life some kind of a sick joke? James asked blankly as he faced the set-off Pokémon. Maybe it is James. Meowth deadpanned. The Pokémon took great pleasure in escorting the uninvited visitors from their place of dwelling. XXX. Back to the surface. So, this is your team, huh, Ash? Morrison asked rhetorically as he faced the 7 Pokémon happily eating their well-deserved food. Ash relaxed his sore muscles as he sat down on the soft grass, Morrison joining him a few meters away shortly afterwards. Yeah, or rather one of my teams. Since I have a lot of Pokémon, I thought it would be for the best if I train them separately while making groups. He explained. Yeah, most of your Pokémon here are water types. You can trick someone into thinking that you are aiming to be a water Pokémon master. Seriously, Ash has some wicked water types over here. The competition isn't really getting easier. Well, it's not like I had planned it or anything. I just chose the Pokémon on random. I don't like focusing of any particular type, you know. And the strongest water type isn't even here. Ash thought with a small grin. But even then, he had no wish to give away such information to Morrison. Friends or not, with the upcoming Champions League, they were all rivals. Morrison nodded in praise. That's good, Ash. Even I have been following the same kind of regime. But even then, I always keep my old buddy with me. Ash raised an eyebrow in slight confusion. Old buddy. Is it Metong? It must be, seeing as how Metong was the preferred, and the strongest Pokémon Morrison had. He followed the same routine, Pikachu always stayed with him, no matter what. Morrison grinned as he stood up, you'd be surprised. Tracing his hand inside his kimono upperwear, Morrison brought out 6 Pokeballs, all of them in their shrinked-up state. Now that I have seen you current Pokémon, I think it's only fair that you see mine, yeah? Morrison asked, to which Ash nodded enthusiastically. He really wanted to see the type of Pokémon his rival had gotten in the years since the Hoenn League. The 6 Pokeballs enlarged as Morrison tossed them forward, come on out guys. Ash's Pokémon also watched with bated silence. Even they were intrigued about the identities of their possible foes. In a brilliant flash of light, 6 multi-sized figures materialized. In few seconds, their forms were truly out of their Pokeballs. Ash gasped as he saw the multitude of strong-looking, and varied, Pokémon that arrived. A bipedal Pokémon, with a large cobalt blue body and large 3-fingered hands. It had 2 orange gills that protruded from round patches on its cheeks. Its head has 2 large semicircular black fins that extend from the top of its orange eyes to the back of its head. Its tail fin is big, broad, and black. It has a white underside and orange ridged portions above its hands and 3-toed feet. A Swampert. Another bipedal, weasel-like Pokémon with a pale gray body and several feathery areas was the second. It had a bright red crown and collar made of wide feathers, and a single, thinner feather on each ear. It had 2 tail feathers and 3 claws on each paw. There was a yellow, oval marking in the center of its forehead. Its red eyes and protruding fangs gave for a menacing appearance. The third one was a large sauropod-like Pokémon. It had a brown-colored body, wrapped in green leaves on its chest and head. It possessed large, broad leaves on its back, used for flight. A Tropius. A reptilian Pokémon, green in color, was the fourth. On either sides of its head were yellow frills, which were connected by lines to its yellow lips and rings around its eyes. There were small ridges on its shoulders and a red zigzag stripe around its midsection. The hands and feet had 3 short digits each, and it had yellow soles. It also had a long skinny tail that was curled tightly in a spiral. A Kecleon. Next was a moth-like Pokémon that Ash knew all too well. It had a purple egg-shaped body and tattered, green wings with red circles and streaks. It had yellow antennae and yellow stylized compound eyes. Its legs are red and stubby, and it has a jagged fringe on its rear. A Dustox. The last one was what anyone could easily describe as the most impressive of the 6. A large robotic Pokémon with a turquoise, disc-shaped body and 4 legs. The main body appeared to serve as both head and body, and this Pokémon's overall construction gave it the appearance of a mechanized arachnid. A large, metallic cross was situated in the center of its face. On either side of the cross, a red eye peers out from a space in the metallic armor. While the upper portion of the legs were relatively thin, they were considerably thicker below the knee. Each leg had 3 short claws on the end and a flat, blunt protrusion extending over the knee. The legs could also be tucked in, helping the Pokémon to float in the air. Morrison's Metagross. Pretty good, huh? Morrison asked with a smirk as he proudly looked at his Pokémon. He was cheering internally for choosing a strong squad for the month. Ash was highly impressed. Wow! This is a really great team, Morrison, and I don't recognize any of the Pokémon other than Metagross. They sure weren't with you in the Hoenn League. Morrison nodded, yup. Tropius, Dustox, Weevil and Kecleon were caught by me during my second journey through Hoenn. Also, feel yourself lucky, you are looking at the team which helped me to reach the Hoenn League finals this year. Although the last part was said in a much more subdued manner than he had originally expected to. Seriously, Ash winning the Unova League. And before him to boot. Ash looked in surprise at Morrison. You reached the Hoenn League finals. Did you win? Ash asked excitedly, before cringing at the crestfallen look present on Morrison's face. No man. My opponent was a real badass. I couldn't even defeat half of his team. Morrison said sadly. Ash was extremely surprised by that. Seeing how strong Morrison's team was, he couldn't fathom just who could have been powerful enough to crush his team like that. Ash put his hands on Morrison's shoulders in support. Don't worry, Morrison. You can defeat that guy in the next year's Champions League, you just gotta train hard. I know how bad it was for me when I lost to Tobias in the Sinnoh semis. Ash was jerked violently as Morrison turned to look at him in shock and disbelief. Tobias. Did you say Tobias? Morrison's voice came out as a whisper. Yes. Ash drawled out, unsure of what he should say. Morrison looked at Ash with a serious gaze. Mysterious-looking guy. Has a cool-looking hat. Uses legendaries. Starts with Darkrai. Morrison asked Ash, who nodded. Yup, that's his MO. But how do you know that, Morrison? Ash asked. Did Morrison see Ash's battle with Tobias? Because he was the guy who beat me. Morrison said seriously. Ash would have spit out his coffee if he was drinking any. Tobias won the Hoenn League too. Ash was stunned by what Morrison would go on to tell him next. Apparently, Tobias didn't just win the league, he did it in the same fashion as he did in Sinnoh. He used Darkrai against every opponent of his. 6v6, 3v3, it didn't matter. Tobias's Darkrai was undefeated until he reached the final match against Morrison. But what caused Ash's jaw to drop, quite literally, was the second Pokémon which Morrison told Tobias took out. A Suicune. Ash asked in disbelief. Yeah, a Suicune. The guys destroyed half of my team with it. Metagross was able to do some damage, but the Sombitch was so fast that even he didn't fare too well against him. Metagross lowered his head in a little shame, although Pikachu tried to cheer him up. Ash decided to share with Morrison a news that would cause an equal amount of shock to his rival. Morrison, you might have been just the second person ever to defeat Tobias's Darkrai. I did so too in the Sinnoh semis. This statement caused Morrison to look at Ash in a whole new light. Darkrai was a crazy strong Pokémon with amazing endurance. He knew it all too well. But the second Pokémon he used against me wasn't Suicune, it was a Latios. Morrison's eyes widened at that. Yup, definitely the desired response. So, that could mean that Tobias has even more legendaries. Morrison gulped. Ash wasn't faring much better. He knew better than perhaps anyone else just how powerful legendary Pokémon could be. His previous confidence against Tobias had stemmed from the fact that he had believed Tobias to have just 2 legendary Pokémon, Darkrai and Latios. While he could think of 100 different strategies to defeat the 6 legendaries might just be too much for his team. On the sidelines, Pikachu watched with growing annoyance as his trainer and his friend went into depression over facing a trainer. That wasn't the attitude Pikachu expected from the two. Looking towards Metagross for permission, Pikachu jumped into the air, and gave a mighty cry. Pikachu. A huge thunder shock hit the 2 trainers, who were promptly singed as they twitched on the ground uncomfortably. What was that F for Pika Peepow? Morrison barely made out. Ash groaned in support of the statement. Pikachu promptly got on his back 2 legs as he faced the 2 trainers. Folding his arms in a scolding manner, he promptly gave a dressing down to the duo. Pika. Chu cha Pika Pi. Pika chu chu chika pi pi Pika chu cha Pikachu Cupika chupi chu Pika. Chu pi ka pi cha. Pi ka chu. Ka Pika. Chikapi, chu chu. Pikachu Pika pi ka cha chu. Pikachu Pika. Ka chuka, ka shaka, Pikachu Pikachu. Ka cha chu ka, Pikachu. Pikachu explained, as best as he could, the value of integrity, passion, bravery, and win or lose never give up attitude, to the 2. So, you mean to say that we could totally defeat Tobias if we train hard enough? Ash asked tentatively. And we could even win the Champions League, even though we are like a 1 billion odds for it. Morrison asked with a similar expression. Pikachu gave a thumbs up to the 2. Pika. Metagross also grunted his acknowledgement. Morrison and Ash stood up, new resolve filled within their youthful eyes. I feel so much better now. Ash, your Pikachu is the best motivational speaker I have ever met. Morrison praised honestly as he shook hands with Ash. Ash looked on to Pikachu proudly. Maybe the electric rodent did have a career out of battling. It certainly seems so. Morrison. The speech had rejuvenated Morrison's spirit, and it was just begging to burst out. Ash, now that we are back to our older selves, would you like to have a battle? Ash grinned, but before he could say yes, a loud boom caught their attention. Both the trainers, and Pikachu, whirled back towards the source of the noise, but were stunned by the absence of Morrison's Pokémon. My Pokémon? Morrison started looking for his Pokémon in a frenzied manner. Ash was about to send out his Pokémon for a search, before a voice, a familiar voice, hit his ears. Not so fast, twerp. A man's voice cut through gleefully, a voice Ash knew as well as he did of his best friends. He groaned, knowing what was about to follow. Not these guys again. I thought I had lost them. A ridiculous-looking mecha emerged from the ground. The mecha had the shape of a bipedal robot, with a spherical container used for seating the trio. The machine also had extendable arms, along with rubber-coated hands and feet. The structure itself stood up to 30 feet in height, and Ash had to admit that this was one of the better ones as of late. A large R was emblazoned on the front of the mecha. But what caught Ash and Morrison's attention was the cage in between. All of Morrison's Pokémon were present there. The cage was small enough to prevent any movement, thus negating any chance of an attack being used, due to fear of recoil damage. 3 familiar figures emerged from the top of the mecha. A man, a woman, and yours truly, Meowth. Prepare for trouble. Jesse said. Make it double. James held a rose in his hands. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. James. Team Rocket. Blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. Meowth. That's right. Team Rocket. Ash growled. Electricity sparkled from Pikachu's cheeks dangerously. Return my Pokémon Team Rocket. Morrison yelled in anger. The ridiculous motto and the accompanying poses finally reminded Morrison of Team Rocket from the time he had faced them years ago. The trio laughed in glee. Not so fast, twerp. These Pokémon belong to Team Rocket now. The three jumped back into the mecha, being rather safe than sorry. Oh no, you don't. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash said to his Pokémon, who nodded in the affirmative. Jumping with a loud cha, Pikachu let out an absolutely massive Thunderbolt onto Team Rocket's mecha. The accompanying beam of light was so large that the two trainers had to cover their eyes. It won't work on us this time, Tup. Meowth yelled in victory. The Super Duper Mola Mola 9000 is immune to electric attacks. Ash grit his teeth in anger. But nevertheless, he had more Pokémon on his disposal now. Sporting a mischievous grin, Ash's hand twitched towards one of the Pokeballs on his belt. But Team Rocket didn't know this. And we know that you don't bring any other Pokémon with you when you go on a new journey, so you can't stop us this time, twerp. Jessie exclaimed happily. Morrison looked even more worried as he turned to Ash. Please Ash, you've gotta do something. Ash smiled in a placating manner towards his friend. Don't worry Morrison, I will save your Pokémon. Tyranitar. I choose you. The trio's eyes widened in fear and disbelief as Tyranitar came out roaring in all his glory. The power of Tyranitar was such that the ground beneath his shook as he roared. Meowth looked in fear towards his comrades. Guys. When did the Tup catch such a powerful Pokémon? Jessie and James were still shell-shocked, and were unable to answer. Tyranitar growled in anger as he looked at Team Rocket. He had once been separated from his mother by the same type of people, he won't let it happen here. Jessie, James and Meowth had regained their bearing by this time, and knew full well that they didn't stand a chance before this beast, so they were attempting to run away. Faster Meowth! Faster! James yelled at Meowth, who was controlling the machine fervently. But Ash didn't have any of it. Tyranitar, stop them using Dark Pulse. R.A. Tyranitar focused all of his dark thoughts, and in a matter of seconds, manifested them into a dark-colored basketball-sized sphere in the palm of his hands. Giving a loud roar, Tyranitar launched the ball at blinding speeds towards the escaping Team Rocket mecha. The ball had a bright center, from which lightning appeared to be escaping. Although they were able to prevent a critical hit, the ball did hit one of the hands, creating a loud explosion and blasting it, and the structure, off the ground. The sheer power of the Dark Pulse was visible to Ash and Morrison as the explosion was larger than any they had ever seen before. Ah! Meowth, do something! James yelled frantically. Due to the closed structure of the mecha, they couldn't even use their own Pokémon, not that it would have been much help. By this time, Ash and Co had reached the area. Tyranitar, use a Hyper Beam to cut off the legs. Ash yelled to his beast. Tyranitar growled as he created a yellow-colored sphere in his mouth. The procedure only taking a split second, Tyranitar launched the sphere in the shape of a beam towards the legs. A massive advantage that Tyranitar possessed was that it could use its Hyper Beam continuously for a long time, as well in quick succession. The beam was launched with a blinding light and exploded near the bottom section of the mecha, taking out the legs and massive chunks of the armor. Ash now turned towards his electric rodent. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to break up the bars. Pikachu moved with a blinding speed to cut off the bars. The trio screamed in dismay as the captured Pokémon made their way out quickly. Morrison had gotten pretty set off by this point, and immediately took matters into his hands. Metagross. Pikachu. Tyranitar. Hyper Beam. Thunderbolt. Fire Blast. 3 cries came out as the Pokémon dutifully followed. Metagross, whose anger level in all of his 4 brains was pretty high, launched the Hyper Beam with a newfound vengeance as his 5 comrades cheered him on. Tropius, in particular, looked pretty happy. Pikachu launched the Thunderbolt as if it were a normal thing for him to fry 2 humans and a talking Pokémon, which it was, and Tyranitar created a mini fire blast, but still pretty big, and launched it. Tyranitar's fire blast was in the form of a fireball, so it created an explosive damage, rather than an arson form. The 3 attacks hit the sphere which protected the trio, effectively smashing it, and launching them off into the clear sky. We should have been more prepared. Jessie groaned. But we came so close for real. James said as anime tears ran down his face. But that doesn't matter cause. Meowth began. Team Rocket is blasting off again. Ash and Morrison watched with deadpan stares as Team Rocket blasted off into space, eventually disappearing with a ping. Morrison looked at Ash with beady eyes. They seriously do that even now? He asked in disbelief. Ash deadpanned, as if Morrison had asked a stupid question. Of course they do, it's their MO. Morrison grinned as he faced Ash. Hey Ash, as I was saying before, would you like to have a Pokemon battle? Morrison asked, as he reiterated his question from before. Ash smirked. You didn't really need to ask. As they made their way towards the clearing, Ash looked in slight worry towards the sky. Even though he didn't like the Team Rocket trio, he didn't hate them. They had become a sort of constant for him through every journey he had taken till now. He still remembered how the trio had almost sacrificed their own lives once to help him with Lugia. They seriously need to stop doing their blasting off thing. One day they are gonna get hurt. Ash murmured worriedly, earning a nod from Pikachu. Little did he know. XXX. A large distance away. 5 minutes later. James. Don't you leave that branch, or I swear I'ma kill you. Jessie roared from her position on James's leg, as Meowth held on to her own. I'm trying, okay? But the branch is too small. James yelled back as anime tears fell from his eyes. I'm too young to DWE. MEOWTH. Meowth wasn't doing so well himself. Feeling himself slipping off, his claws protruded. Reflexively, earning a pain-filled yelp from Jessie. Jessie's head appeared to have gotten 10 times its size as she yelled at Meowth. What the hell are you doing, Meowth? While Meowth flashed an apologetic grin at her, the cat Pokemon turned towards his blue-haired partner with a grin. James. You're Carnivine. He can save us, call him out. Meowth yelled, relief seeping from every word. James got a huge grin as he turned to Jessie. Jessie. Get Carnivine's Pokeball from my belt. He himself could not have gotten it, seeing as he was holding on to the branch. Jessie frantically reached for the Pokeballs, only to balk in shock when she didn't find any. But there aren't any Pokeballs here. She screamed in fear to the two. Meowth's eyes widened at that. Oh sure toit. I had placed all of our Pokeballs in the bag. It fell on the tree near the cliff. Indeed, the bag was easily visible from their place as a comfortable lie on the large tree. It was almost as if fate itself was mocking them. Oh no. The branch is slipping. James held on to the branch for dear life, but it was not to be since the branch eventually did give way. Aha! The three would have fallen to their deaths, if not for a very familiar screech filling the air. XXX. A few minutes earlier. A large yellow Pokemon happily jumped around as it feasted on the several flies and insects trapped in its pitcher. Having a large supply of fruits didn't dampen matters. Aha! The Pokemon looked up in interest as the scream reached its ear. While the Pokemon would have usually not paid much attention to such matters, it was when it finally saw just who was screaming that its eyes widened. The Pokemon didn't care for anything in its path as it made its way, as fast as it could, towards the direction the trio were flying into. Master. The Pokemon jumped over obstacles, used its vines in ways it never had imagined before, and moved with an agility belying its size and build. Oh no! The branch is slipping. The pitcher Pokemon's eyes widened in fear as it finally reached the cliff. Stopping the edge, it expertly used its vines to grab onto the trio. Even though the weight was far more than what he had ever carried before, the Pokémon didn't give up, and heroically pulled the trio back up. Jessie, James, and Meowth huddled with their backs to each other as they took a huge sigh of relief. DMN, that was a Chloe's one. Meowth was the first one to speak. James however looked at the two, confusion present in his eyes. But what saved us? Carnivine's Pokeball is still in the bag, as is Seviper. It was then that James looked at the stupefied expression on Jessie's face, as if she had seen a ghost. Huh? What's the matter, Jess? Meowth asked. Jessie pointed a shaky finger into the direction where their savior was present. "Oh look. It's VV Dash." James immediately recognized the Pokémon immediately. Tears sprang into his eyes as he looked at the Pokémon, who was looking at him with an equally nostalgic gaze. James jumped forward to hug the Pokémon, who returned it immediately. "V Victreebel. Johto. Alright Morrison, what Pokémon do you choose?" Ash faced Morrison, who was standing a great deal away from him on the field they had selected for their battle. Morrison appeared to be in a thinking pose. "While I want to use Metagross. I think it would be for the best if I save him till the Champions League. I don't want Ash to uncover our strategies too early." He obviously didn't know Ash as well as he thought he did. "I think I'll go with Tropius," Morrison exclaimed as he tossed the Pokeball towards the battlefield. The sauropod Pokémon arrived with a loud cry of its name, flapping his massive wings to take into the air. Tropius also didn't appear to be giving much effort in keeping himself in the air, despite its heavy weight. Ash already knew what Pokémon he was going to choose. Taking his usual pose of a baseball player, Ash tossed a Pokeball he had never used in battle before. "Tyranitar, I choose you." The ground shook violently as Tyranitar stomped out its entrance. With a huge body, impenetrable armor, and menacing look, Tyranitar looked the very definition of a war machine. Turning its gaze towards Tropius, Tyranitar raised an eyebrow in interest, but it immediately shifted into a cocky smirk. It was as if he didn't even consider Morrison and Tropius a worthy opponent. Morrison gulped. "Did you seriously have to use him, Ash?" He muttered to himself, although he wasn't about to back out. But if he knew beforehand that Ash was going to use Tyranitar, he would surely have used Metagross. "Tropius, start out with an energy ball." Tropius immediately created a basketball-sized sphere of pure energy. Unlike Dark Ball, Energy Ball had a glowing center to it, almost like a mini-sun. The green-colored sphere had enough power to end many a battles in a blink of an eye. Tropius flapped its massive wings once as he launched the attack at full power towards an unmoving Tyranitar, who didn't appear to be dodging any time soon. The energy ball screeched as it cut through the air at high speeds. Why isn't Ash calling for Tyranitar to dodge? Morrison thought as he narrowed his eyes. Use Iron Defense Tyranitar. So that's why. Morrison thought to himself grumpily. The glowing ball made of pure energy hit the dinosaur Pokémon with a loud boom, with Ash, Morrison and Pikachu watching on in bated interest. As the smoke cleared, Morrison's eyes widened, and for reason too, as there was Tyranitar, completely unharmed from the attack. As if to prove its point, Tyranitar idly yawned, incurring Tropius's rage. Ash smirked. "No need to get cocky, beast, Tropius has more than just that in its bag of tricks, but so do we. Attack with a rock slide." Morrison grit his teeth as Tyranitar waved his hands in the air, as if praying to a deity. Huge slabs of rocks appeared in the air above Tropius, with the sauropod looking in alarms towards its trainer. "Tropius, dodge them," Morrison said as the rocks were suddenly hurled towards the flying Pokémon. Tropius didn't need to be told twice as it showed impressive agility in dodging the barrage of massive slabs of rock which fell towards the ground. Massive craters were created in the ground as a result of the combined weight, making Morrison grin in appreciation. His rival had gotten good. Tyranitar growled as the grass type dodged its launched projectiles, but finally, one of the slabs hit Tropius on its back, making it flinch for a moment, but that one moment was all Ash and Tyranitar needed. Tyranitar, don't let it go to waste, keep on using Rock Slide. Ash yelled as he clenched his fists in anticipation of victory. Morrison, however, realized the amount of danger his Pokémon was in and immediately ordered Tropius, straight up, use multiple energy ball, followed up by Sunny Day. Seeing as the slabs were pretty durable, they wouldn't have been taken out by a single energy ball, and if Tropius could get high enough, Tyranitar won't even be able to hit him. Pious! Tropius exclaimed as it rushed upwards. Not even a least bit afraid of the tons of rocks, the grass type launched one energy ball after another, finally able to destroy Tyranitar's onslaught. Tropius immediately followed up by launching a golden glowing sphere into the sky, making the sun intensify. Sunny Day didn't actually affect the sun in the slightest, that was just unrealistic, rather it collected the sunlight and natural heat in the surrounding area to focus on one place. R.A. Tyranitar growled as it turned towards its trainer for advice. Ash just raised a hand to calm it down. There wasn't any attack that Tyranitar could use from this distance that could reach Tropius, and he was interested in seeing just what strategy his friend would come up with. The Sunny Day will allow Morrison to use Solar Beam, but he can't use it at that height, and if he does, Hyper Beam will be more than enough. But then again, all of Tropius's attacks will be intensified due to the Sunny Day. Alright Tropius, we've got them where we want them. Use Leaf Storm. Morrison said, a sudden gleam in his eyes. I'm sorry Ash, but you're about to witness one of our strategies from the Hoenn League. Tropius roared in agreement as it glowed with a green aura around it. One of the strongest leaf-type attacks, Leaf Storm was only second in power to Frenzy Plant. A large number of leaves were created out of nowhere, swirling around Tropius in the form of a mini hurricane. A glint came from the rapid spinning, mainly due to the razor-sharp part of the leaves. Tropius mightily flapped its large wings once, instantly launching the hurricane towards Tyranitar. Tyranitar, burn the leaves out with Fire Blast. Ash said to his Pokémon. This was one move which could provide Tyranitar an instant victory if Tropius was hit point blank. Tyranitar closed its eyes briefly as it rapidly gathered the heat generated in its armored body. Taking a deep breath, Tyranitar launched the Fire Blast attack at its full power. Nothing less would work against an attack of the magnitude of Leaf Storm. The large fireball collided with the Leaf Storm, the hurricane-like effects fanning the flames even more, creating a beautiful scene of destruction and lights. The leaves tried to mow through the attack, but were burned to crisp by the extreme heat created in the sky. The fireball completely degenerated into wild streams, causing Tropius to scale a few feet in height to be safe from the undesired effects. Small explosions were created in the sky due to the colliding effect of the fire due to the rapid winds. Whoa! The reaction of both Morrison and Ash was the same, the scene was indeed so beautiful. In a man's kind of way. The burning leaves fell towards the canopy of trees in the forest, disappearing from sight. As good as that was, Tropius, the path is clear for us now, use Aerial Drain to hit Tyranitar. Morrison yelled to his Pokémon, who barely made out the order from the height it was in the sky. Ash's eyes widened as Tropius disappeared from sight. What the heck is Aerial Drain? Tyranitar's eyes widened in a bit of fear as its opponent vanished from sight. Tyranitar shifted into a ready stance as it moved its eyes to and from. Suddenly, a flash of green appeared from the corner of its eyes. Tyranitar moved to block the attack, but wasn't fast enough as Tropius hit it with great force, immediately disappearing from sight afterwards. Are you alright Tyranitar? Ash asked in worry. Sheet. Tropius is fast. However, it was for nothing since Tyranitar hadn't suffered anything more than some minor bruises. R.A. Tyranitar growled in the affirmative as he looked around for its opponent. Ash smirked to himself. It's no use Morrison, Tyranitar's defense is way too strong for it to be breached by something like this. Pikachu. Pikachu was of a similar mindset as its trainer. Morrison grinned. Think what you want to Ash, our strategy is coming on. This made Ash pause for a bit. Strategy? But what could it be? Tyranitar was hit by multiple aerial aces, none managing to do anything more than make it cringe for a bit or move a few steps backwards. But then it occurred. The thing Morrison had been planning for a while. Rah! Tyranitar roared in pain as red-colored lightning covered its entire body. Large seeds arose from its body to cover it entirely in vines. Tyranitar collapsed to one of its knees, breathing harshly. Oh no! Tyranitar! Ash yelled in worry as Morrison's strategy final became clear to him. Tropius landed in front of a grinning Morrison. The sauropod was also breathing deeply, no doubt the energy-heavy attack taking its toll. While he could immediately regain his energy to his full power by Giga Drain, to do so would mean to get in contact with Tyranitar for a PRD more than a few seconds. And that was something neither Tropius nor Morrison wanted to risk, not yet. As you can see, Ash, Tropius left a mini Giga Drain seed on Tyranitar every time he hit him with an aerial ace, so now Tyranitar's energy is slowly being drained. Do you still want to continue the battle? Ash grit his teeth. So even Morrison wasn't above trash talking, huh? You already know the answer to that, Morrison. Tyranitar, no need to worry, use Sandstorm. So you are getting desperate, Ash. Morrison stood calmly as Tyranitar painfully moved its hands around, creating a huge sandstorm out of nowhere, no doubt the magical power of the magical creature known as Pokémon. The sandstorm, albeit large, was nowhere near the scale of what Tyranitar might have been able to produce at its full power. Tropius, you already know what to do, get up high in the air. Morrison wasn't about to underestimate his opponent, and Ash destroyed the people who underestimated him. Tropius, knowing the dangers of being caught in a sandstorm, immediately rushed up into the air. 30 feet above, and the sandstorm didn't even touch Tropius. What will you do now, Ash? Tyranitar's energy reserves won't last for much if you keep on using Sandstorm for much longer. Also, Tyranitar wouldn't even be able to pinpoint Tropius in such a dusty atmosphere. I think you lose this one, buddy. Morrison could literally feel the grasp of his victory. But then. Tyranitar, launch multiple Dark Pulse, make the sandstorm as dense as possible. Ash yelled with a determined look to his Pokémon, who grunted with effort as he stood back up, trembling all the while. Indeed, the sandstorm started getting thicker and thicker, to the point that Tyranitar became invisible to the naked eye. Morrison's eyes widened in alarm. Oh no. Tropius, fly HIG-. But before Morrison could even finish his sentence, a barrage of black-colored spheres hit the sauropod, causing it to screech out in pain. No, Tropius, fly high. However, due to the height Tropius was on, as well as the constant attacks of the dark pulses, Tropius became a literal ragdoll in the sky, being thrown off balance more than the times Morrison could be comfortable with. Multiple explosions occurred in the sky, each one more debilitating to Tropius than the last. But how could Tyranitar aim so well? Morrison yelled out in panic, almost clutching his hair in frustration. Ash smirked. 2 words, Morrison. Sand. Stream. Well, maybe a third, ability. Ash grinned, the momentary advantage playing to his ego. Tropius groaned as it fell headlong into the sand cloud. A loud thump was heard as the massive sauropod hit the ground. Morrison became even more panicked now since he couldn't even see his own Pokémon anymore, not to mention Tropius was working blind now. DMN. Ash has completely thrown us off balance here. We might even lose. Morrison raked his mind to think of some strategy to escape Sandstorm. The move, while pretty common, was extremely useful for a Pokémon containing either Sand Stream or Sand Veil as an ability. Most Pokémon turn themselves momentarily blind as well while using the move. Tyranitar was among the lucky few exceptions. Ash knew that this was the moment to attack Tyranitar, finish this with Giga Impact. His fist clenched in victory as Pikachu yelled in support. Tropius, try to dodge, buddy. Morrison yelled out with desperation, although he knew full well that the match was way out his hand now. Rah! A beastly roar was heard from the rapidly dispersing Sandstorm, allowing Ash and Morrison to look at their Pokémon. The result was surprising to both the parties. A highly injured Tropius, courtesy of multiple Dark Ball, and the direct impact into the ground, and a similarly laid out Tyranitar were a few feet from each other. Both of the Pokémon were breathing slowly, and didn't really appear to be awake. The match is a dash. Draw. Ash finished for Morrison. Tropius Tyranitar, return. Both the trainers returned their Pokémon to their Pokeballs, mumbling sweet nothings, for healing and resting, at least until the time they could get to a qualified Pokémon doctor. Both the trainers were silent as they made their way to each other. Without even the need for prompting, the trainers' hands met in a shake of respect and professionalism. So. The Giga Drain finally did its job, huh, Ash? Morrison grinned as he looked at a sheepish-looking Ash. I guess so. I think I should have gone for an elemental attack like Fire Blast. The Giga Impact must have put quite a strain on Tyranitar's body. Ash said with a bit of shame. He should know his Pokémon's limits. Pika Pi. Pikachu nodded his head in the affirmative, almost as if chastising his trainer. You've really improved, Ash. I think this my hardest battle since the Hoenn finals. Morrison said honestly. He was really much impressed by his friend's improvement. Ash chuckled, I guess so, man. I think we both have improved much from the time we met in Hoenn so many days ago. I bet we both would be able to abat Harrison if we battled today. Ash said with confidence. The older trainer had been one of Ash's toughest rivals of all time. And one neither Ash nor Morrison had been able to defeat. Harrison. I think you might want to do a rain check on that, Ash. Harrison beat all four of the Hoenn Elite Four after his victory in the Hoenn League, only losing to Steven Stone by a margin of 6-3. Morrison said. Ash was visibly surprised at that. Harrison was that good. Man, have we some catching up to do. If Harrison was that strong then, Ash couldn't even imagine just how far he would have had gotten in the years following. He hadn't even been able to beat Drake's Shelgon, much less be able to touch his mighty Salamence. I agree. Wait, what the heck is that burning smell? Morrison said as his nose twitched. Shoo. Pikachu murmured in support as it analyzed the air with his superior sense of smell. Burning. Wait, the burning leaves from the leaf storm fell into the forest. Ash yelled in panic. Indeed, as the two trainers reached the edge of the forest, a pretty large forest fire was in full force as the multiple ground and grass types made their way out of the fire as fast as they could. Many of them giving the stink eye to the two trainers for creating such a ruckus. Ah! Do something, Ash! Morrison yelled out in fear as he fumbled for Swampert's Pokeball. I'm trying. Try faster. XXX. Professor Oak's lab. The Pokechow appears to be well stocked. Dragonite's and Arcanine's medicines will be arriving next week. Ash's Arbok looks to be well settled. It was a normal day at the Oak Ranch for Professor Oak. Having earned a high amount of money from his own days as a trainer, as well as the multiple revolutionary devices he invented, Samuel Oak's laboratory was the single most well-maintained structure in the whole of Kanto. Hundreds of Pokémon resided here, both wild and caught. Ash was just one of the trainers under his watch. Taking care of them was a self-imposed oath Oak had taken upon himself. And as much as it saddened him, his own Pokémon were getting up in age, just like him. The medicines required were absolutely necessary for their survival. Oak had owned 60 Pokémon during his decade-long journey as a trainer. The reason that the number was less was solely because the routes between the regions hadn't been well developed by then, and not a question on his more than capable qualities as a trainer. So Oak had managed to catch 60 Pokémon belonging from the regions of Johto, Kanto and Hoenn. And he would be mad if he let that number dwindle anytime soon. A sudden ringing attracted Oak's attention. Who could it be? Maybe Ash needs to change his Pokémon. Or maybe it's one of the new trainers. Oak wondered as he made his way to the telephone. Gary and Tracy were out to get something he had asked from a local professor near Pewter City, so his workload was kind of heavier than usual. Professor Oak. A uniformed woman Oak knew very well appeared onto the screen. Yes, it is me. How may I help you, Officer Jenny? Oak smiled as he talked to the pretty law enforcer. It was rare that someone like her called his laboratory. Sorry to disturb you, Professor, but is it true that Jenny took out a paper from her pocket. A trainer named Ash Ketchum is under your watch? Yes, he is. Is something the matter, Officer Jenny? Oak said, his tone getting a bit nervous at the end. Ash was a teenager after all, getting into trouble with the law wouldn't be too unlikely. Oak's worries were immediately put to rest. Oh no. It's nothing like that. It's just that we had the information that Mr. Ketchum owns 30 toros. Jenny asked as she scanned the paper in her hand for confirmation. Why, yes, he does. But what does that have to do with anything, Officer? Owning multiple Pokémon of the same kind wasn't anything illegal, unless you weren't taking good care of them. You see, Professor, the League has asked us to diversify the kind of Pokémon we have under our services. So, we have been contacting all those Kanto trainers who have multiple Pokémon of the same species under their ownership. We are wondering whether Ash would be interested in a Pokémon trade. Jenny said with a smile. Oak nodded, and though for a while Ash doesn't really have a use for all 30 of his toros. It would be a very good experience for one of them to go and work under the law. I think Toros number 18 showed an interest in the mock battle Kalava and Servine had a while back. And with the Champions League coming up, I guess Ash needs all the advantage that he can get. The decision was pretty sure to Oak. Not to mention the amount of damage the DMN Toros caused while stampeding. He needed the money for his cruise ship vacation, damn it. I think he will be agreeing, Officer Jenny. But first, what Pokémon is it that you wish to exchange? Oak asked. There was no way in hell we would exchange one of Ash's toros with a Rattata or a Dunsparce. Jenny grinned. I'll show you right now, Professor. Jenny whistled loudly, causing a small, orange-colored Pokémon to appear beside her. The Pokémon had tufts of regal-looking fur on various parts of its body, and an overall happy demeanor. Oak smiled at seeing the Pokémon, a hint of nostalgia in it. I think it would do perfectly, Officer, just perfect. XXX. Johto. The theory behind using Frenzy Plant is your energy. He started, Torterra and Sceptile listening along with rapt attention, but instead of compressing it, you need to spread the energy out under the ground beneath you and form the vines of the attack with both your energy and willpower. The vines need to come as you want, not just in any direction. The speed has to be so that the attacking Pokémon gets entwined in it. Ash explained to the two large Pokémon standing in front of him. Torterra blinked. Sceptile deadpanned. Ash sighed. Look guys, even I don't know how it works, I'm just saying what Dexter showed me. Torterra and Sceptile, being his only current fully evolved grass types in his party, were the only ones capable of learning Frenzy Plant. Being the strongest grass-type move, it was an immense asset to have, and one which Ash was sure most of his rivals' grass types knew. Servine would have a much better learning experience once she evolved, since Torterra and Sceptile could teach her in a better manner. Sceptile looked at the pathetic, shriveled-up vines that appeared after his first try of the move. Terra. Things looked to be in similar state for Torterra, only his vines looked to be something that could be used in a play of Tarzan, rather than something used in league battles. Ash sweat dropped. Then again. Maybe not. Charizard already knew Blast Burn, so he could teach it to Infernape and Pignite once he evolved. Kalava could learn Blast Burn after evolving into Typhlosion, but Eruption was a much better move for him. Eruption was an extremely rare move not often learned by fire types. It had equal power to Blast Burn, and Quilava's and Typhlosion's body modifications allowed for an easier learning experience. But then again, Kalava didn't show any particular interest in evolving, so it was all hypothetical. One thing which Ash was sure of was that all of his water types wished to fully evolve. Blastoise, Feraligatr, Samurott, Floatzel, Seismitoad, Kingler, and Crawdaunt. That was a heck of a team that most water-type specialists would die to have. And he would, by the time he got the Champions League. The thought excited him. Blastoise already knew Hydro Cannon, the strongest water-type move, so Feraligatr and Samurott wouldn't have any problem learning it. Floatzel could probably do it too, but he wouldn't hold his breath on it. Keep on trying harder, guys. Ash weakly cheered his Pokémon. Torterra and Sceptile grumbled as yet another one of their efforts failed. Staraptor, Swellow, Pidgeot and Unpheasant were the other 4 Pokémon that he had called for this week. His flying types had always been helpful in whatever battles he had chosen them in, and their scouting abilities were also good for the times Team Rocket struck. Tyranitar didn't want to go away, but Ash managed to coerce him into doing so. While he would have liked to keep Tyranitar for another week, he knew that it was important for Tyranitar to meet his other squad mates. On a side note, Ash became probably the first man ever to have been attacked by a puppy dog eyes attack from a Tyranitar. Dexter, show me the moves my current Pokémon have on them. He muttered to Sentient Pokédex. He hadn't had the time to properly learn the moves his Pokémon possessed right now, instead choosing to instantly get into training. Aye, sir. Dexter blinked once as he processed the data. In a matter of seconds, 6 tabs were open in the browser, allowing Ash to get an overview of the capabilities of his Pokémon. National Pokédex entry number 254, Sceptile. Sceptile, the jungle Pokémon. Its arms are equipped with razor-sharp leaves, and it moves lightly through tree branches in order to attack its enemies. This Sceptile has the ability, Overgrow. This Sceptile knows the attacks, Pound, Agility, Bullet Seed, Leaf Blade, Solar Beam, Leaf Storm, X-Scissor, Night Slash, Double Team, and Giga Drain. Night Slash. That can come handy against Psychics. And Giga Drain. Can prove handy. Giga Drain's effectiveness didn't really need to be explained to Ash after his draw with Morrison. National Pokédex entry number 389, Torterra. Torterra, the continent Pokémon. Torterra is the final evolved form of Turtwig. Sometimes small Pokémon will gather to make their nests on Torterra's back. This Torterra has the ability, Shell Armor. This Torterra knows the attacks, Razor Leaf, Synthesis, Energy Ball, Rock Climb, Leaf Storm, Wood Hammer, Giga Drain, Earthquake, and Solar Beam. Torterra's pretty well balanced. He has both long range, as well as close range attacks. Mastering the Frenzy Plant would provide him a surefire winner. National Pokédex entry number 398, Staraptor. Staraptor, the predator Pokémon, and the evolved form of Staravia. Staraptor's ferocious nature means that it has no problem challenging much larger opponents. This Staraptor has the ability, Reckless. This Staraptor knows the attacks, Whirlwind, Quick Attack, Gust, Wing Attack, Steel Wing, Aerial Ace, Brave Bird, and Close Combat. Close Combat? Must have been Infernape. That will definitely come handy in some tight scenarios. Ash excitement just rose up by a few hundred degrees. National Pokédex entry number 277, Swellow. Swellow, the swallow Pokémon. Swellow uses its impressive dive bomber speed and its large talons to capture its prey. This Swellow has the ability, Scrappy. This Swellow knows the attacks, Wing Attack, Aerial Ace, Agility, Double Team, Air Slash, Focus Energy, Brave Bird and Steel Wing. Wow! The Scrappy ability will help Swellow against ghost types. And I can see that Staraptor has taught Brave Bird to him. National Pokédex entry number 521, Unpheasant. Unpheasant, the proud Pokémon and the evolved form of Tranquil. Female Unpheasant's flying skills surpass that of male Unpheasant. This Unpheasant has the ability, Rivalry. This Unpheasant knows the attacks, Gust, Quick Attack, Air Cutter, Wing Attack, Aerial Ace, Razor Wind, and Sky Attack. Unpheasant is pretty well balanced. Her speed and strength are nothing to scoff at, and the Sky attack just provides her the killer attack she needed. National Pokédex entry number 18, Pidgeot. Pidgeot, the bird Pokémon. The evolved form of Pidgeotto, this Pokémon flies at Mach 2 speed, seeking prey. Its wicked talons are feared as tearing weapons. This Pidgeot has the ability, Keen Eye. This Pidgeot knows the attacks, Gust, Hurricane, Agility, Sandstorm, Whirlwind, Steel Wing, Feather Dance, Mirror Move, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, and Aerial Ace. Pidgeot is definitely my strongest flying type. Hyper Beam will provide Pidgeot the advantage in fights where it can't get into close range. Also Giga Impact, Steel Wing, Hurricane. DMN. Ash had an ear-splitting grin on his face as he read off the moves that Pidgeot knew. Not only did it allow him to put less focus on teaching new moves, now Pidgeot could even teach Staraptor and the others. And not to forget, Unpheasant's Sky attack was the strongest flying type attack, so she could help the others understand it. Staraptor, Swellow, Pidgeot, Unpheasant, come on down. Ash yelled towards the sky. Meanwhile a loud boom was heard from a distant corner, must be Pikachu. Pikachu had had much success in improvising his Thunder Shock to hit and encase multiple targets. Another thing that Ash had begun teaching to Pikachu was using his electricity with effectiveness other than the hi-fi moves. Static Jolt and Thunder Spark were the funny names he had decided on when Pikachu battled a Paras and Parasect back during his first journey. The Paras was pathetically weak, so Ash and Pikachu couldn't well go full power on them. So, he had told Pikachu to use low-powered versions of his attacks. While he hadn't seen the advantage of using those moves back then, now he could see the immense potential they had. Electricity was notoriously hard to control. Piku hurt themselves while attacking, and that was a prime example. Pikachu gained much control of the electricity present in their bodies after evolving. Never did his electric attacks hurt him when he performed them. But one thing which Ash had noticed about Pikachu was that whenever he used Thunder, which was an extremely precise move, Pikachu used to close his eyes. Not in pain, but to focus. Such a thing could allow the opponent to break Pikachu's defenses and get into attacking range. Through gaining control over Static Jolt and Thunder Spark, Pikachu would gain much better control of the attacks he could do. And it was then that Ash could truly teach Pikachu one attack that would increase his level beyond anything any Pikachu had ever reached before. A loud screech alerted Ash to the arrival of his Pidgeot, with Unpheasant, Swellow and Staraptor following close behind. Being the most experienced, as well as oldest of the group, Pidgeot had become a sort of pseudo-leader for the group of flying Pokémon Ash had. All of the 4 Pokémon landed in front of Ash. Pidgeot was the most massive one among them. Standing at an impressive 6 feet 1 inch, Pidgeot far surpassed the average height for its species. The normal Pidgeot reached a maximum height of 5 inch, so Pidgeot's size was indeed something to be proud about. That didn't mean that it was slow though, far from that. Pidgeot was the fastest Pokémon he had in his party. Even Sceptile couldn't match the pure speed that Pidgeot possessed in the skies. Ash wondered whether these 2 of his Pokémon had learned to use extreme speed in the same way as Arcanines. It wasn't as if he was going to get an Arcanine anytime soon. They were extremely rare in the wild, and Growlithe were also mostly under the control of the police. Staraptor was the second largest one. Its height was also an impressive 5 feet 11 inches and was certainly not what most Staraptors reached. Staraptor had multiple strong attacks in his repertoire, so his size wasn't an impediment, just like Pidgeot. Both of his 2 flying types were big enough to carry him over long distances. Although he still preferred Pidgeot due to his experience, and Charizard for his size. Unpheasant, being a female, had the normal height that the Pokémon of her species reached. She flew with a grace that Ash didn't notice in any of his other flying types. Unpheasant was strong physically, but her speed wasn't as good as Pidgeot or Staraptor. But then again, the Sky attack move just took her dangerousness to a whole new level. Swellow was the smallest one among his comrades. But that didn't mean he didn't pack enough of a punch though. He had proven it enough against the shiny Swellow back during his Hoenn journey. Swellow had a very big, almost unnatural, advantage over most flying types. Electric attacks had very little effect on him. Thunder Armor was a move that could destroy most competition in double battles. Swellow had shown an extreme pain tolerance in controlling the move, which increased even more once he used Steel Wing. Also, training with Staraptor had expanded Swellow's moveset, so he was more well-rounded than before. Alright guys, we have got to get to our highest levels if we have to even dream of winning the Champions League. Ash started. Beginning with a motivational speech always helped in intensifying the training. Now as for your training. The flying types were ran through multiple courses that Ash had designed with the help of Torterra and Sceptile around the area. Staraptor and Pidgeot had scoffed at the idea, but Unpheasant managed to reel them into line. The idea in itself was pretty indigenous. Ash tied multiple weighted rocks around the flying Pokémon, and then they had to go through the multiple wooden rings and flaps created by Sceptile. While the wooden rings seemed to be a kind of cliché idea, it was actually pretty helpful. While Pidgeot could fly at high speeds no problem, it was at the turns that he had the real problem. Making sharp turns, all the while maintaining his supersonic speed would make Pidgeot nigh near unstoppable in the sky, that is of course, if mastered properly. Ash wasn't a fool, and knew full well that such a thing was not possible, but it was a great method to improve his turning speed. Staraptor's prized move was Brave Bird. While he could do it pretty accurately, the rings and flaps, as well as the numerous hindrances helped Staraptor to properly master the move, and that was only when he could do it with 0% recoil damage. Not to mention, all of the Pokémon's aerial aces had the potential to improve. Swellow had a lot of advantages in the course, most of which were due to his small size. To compensate, Ash had increased the weight tied on Swellow. All in all, the third week of training had been going on well for Ash, Ketchum and company. XXX. Oak Ranch. That however, wasn't exactly the case at Professor Oak's laboratory. Hey dude, my claws can totally match the Metal Gear Solid tune now. Kingler happily said to Crowfish, all the while clicking his claws, and indeed it was the Metal Gear Solid tune. The Pokémon were just lazing around at one place. Or, to be more specific, Ash's Pokémon were enjoying a day off from their training. Charizard and Garchomp were curled up under two trees, not sleeping, but resting. Scraggy was running around, challenging multiple Pokémon including Infernape, Pignite, Blastoise and Crocodile, to a fight. Donphan, Palpitoad, Mook and Bizel were playing a game of rock paper and scissors. Servine was lazily talking to Duat, privately. Wonder what that means. Tyranitar, the new guy, was off brooding somewhere else, not wanting to be around Garchomp and Tyranitar after their less than pleasant meeting. Holy crab! How did you dash? Corfish was just about to respond where a sudden voice filled every Pokémon's ears. Attention all! Attention all! This is code Delta 5-1-2 fat ass. The glutton has gotten free, I repeat, the glutton has gotten free. Every Pokémon is to make way to the no man's land between the mother base and the pallet house. This is not a drill, I repeat, this is not a drill. The distinct voice of Noctowl ringed in everyone's ears. The clearing busted into a flurry of movement at that time. Servine quickly handed Scraggy to the trio of Mook, Kingler and Crowfish, who made up the Homeland Security. Take care of the kid. Servine commanded in an authoritative voice as Mook, Kingler and Corfish nodded resolutely. She took off after Duat and Pignite, quickly gaining up to the duo. Charizard's eyes steeled as he rose up with a ferocious roar. Garchomp following close behind, the monstrous duo took off towards the direction where the no man's land was situated. Both Pokémon had been tested and tried for situations like this, they were the veterans. Taking off at super high speeds, the trees shook as the two dragons made their high-paced way towards their location. Sheet. This is the first time this month. How could have we got so reckless? Charizard growled angrily as he dodged a few annoying Pidgeys. I know. It was Crocodile's job to watch after him this week, wasn't it? Garchomp asked, a bit of anger seeping into his voice. Gur. I'ma have some words with him sometime. Soon. Glisker immediately followed his flying counterparts, using quick attack to increase his pace. Bizel nodded to Glisker, who bobbed in the affirmative. You know what to do, Skull Candy. Buziel yelled towards Glalie, a layer of water already covering his lower half. Glalie had a tick mark on his body, as he spoke. I know. And stop calling me Skull Candy. It's not even funny, it's freaking lame dash. Bizel cut off the ice monster. Yeah, whatever. You create superfruit ice cream, and you are basically ahead, so it's alright. But don't forget that we have far more important things to do now. Glalie nodded, although he was a bit let down. It didn't seem that Bizel would stop using the nickname anytime soon. Ice Beam. Glalie exclaimed as he launched a much more refined version of the powerful attack on the ground. Immediately, Bizel jumped on the platform, taking hold of Glalie's body at that moment, and used his Aqua Jet to propel himself at high speeds towards the direction where all of the others were headed. Donphan had already rolled out at high speeds, with Tauros following soon after. Crocodile was digging furiously underground, with Bulbasaur following him close behind. Blastoise had already reached the site, having been close to it in the beginning. At the site, he ran. He ran like never before. They were coming. He could feel them, coming at him like falcons after their prey. It was just him against a highly trained team of elite defenders. A lone Pokémon, betrayed by the people he loved. But the mission. He had a mission. A mission Snorlax wouldn't fail, no matter what. After so many days of torture. No, he wouldn't give up, no matter what. Lax. Snorlax gave a resolute roar as he jumped over a car, and subsequently dodging a razor leaf attack from out of nowhere. DMN. They caught up to me. Still, Snorlax had much fight left in him. He wasn't about to go out like a PP, not after what he had been through. Stop. Servine, you know this area is a DMZ, demilitarized zone. We can't use our attacks here, wait till we cross the 100 meters. An authoritative voice, sounding much similar to Bulbasaur's, came out. Servine cursed as she stopped her attack, allowing Snorlax to continue his pace towards his destination. Damn it, Bulbasaur. Where are the others? Duat asked frantically as he and Pignite flanked Snorlax on either of his sides. Crocodile's snout was visible, but the Pokémon was still underground as he digged at a high pace a little bit behind Snorlax. The air support will be coming in a couple of minutes. Commander Noctowl has already given us the mental commands. We are to stop the glutton from reaching his top speed. Bulbasaur's high speed was visible to all as he kept up with the plethora of evolved Pokémon. By this time, the small group had already reached the no man's land, separating the main area of Pallet Town from the Pallet House restaurant, owned by none other than their master's mother. Roar! A loud roar was heard as Charizard and Garchomp landed in front of Snorlax, halting him in his way. Snorlax's eyes steeled as he surveyed the scenario. He flanked on the left and right by Pignite and Duat. Servine and Bulbasaur covered his back, and the two monsters smirked at him from the front, with Crocodile joining them after a few seconds. He grimaced. This wasn't looking good for him, not at all. Give it up, Snorlax. You're surrounded and outnumbered. Give up peacefully, and your punishment might be reduced. Charizard said with a smirk as he faced Snorlax, who had shifted into a ready stance by now. Yeah. We DMN sure have the advantage over here, don't make us take any unnecessary steps. Crocodile warned as his glasses shone menacingly. Garchomp didn't say anything, choosing to just smirk with a haughty look at the sleepy Pokémon. We can do it either the easy way, or the bad way, buddy. Despite your recent infraction, you are still one of us, give it up. Bulbasaur, ever being the peacemaker, interjected, with Servine nodding in support of the better approach taken by Bulbasaur. Give up. The words echoed in Snorlax's mind. The words spoken to him by all of the Pokémon standing in front of him. The ones who looked at him as if they were his betters. Give up. Snorlax gave a chuckle as he said that, surprising all of the Pokémon looking at him. Snorlax's head was hanging low, not letting the Pokémon see his expression. However, when Snorlax's head snapped back, the Pokémon nearly drew back at the sheer willpower coming from the hungry Pokémon. I will never give up. Win or lose, I will fight till the last moment. It's the way of my master, and the way I will follow, none of you chumps can take me, believe it. Charizard crossed his arms in dejection as he muttered, very well. Attack. Noctowl's sudden command screeched through the air as a flurry of movement overtook the calm area. Arbok exploded from the ground to try to coil around Snorlax, Glalie ice beam froze up a few rocks, a mist hypnosis caused Boldore and Bayleaf to attack each other, Blastoise was less than pleased with the flamethrower which hit him on the back, Garchomp's tail destroyed a few boulders. It was pure pandemonium. A little ways back. A large crowd had gathered on the edge of the small town by this time. Due to the amount of noise and commotion caused by the large group, the residents had curiously come out of their houses. Is it the Ketchum's Pokémon? A lazy voice came from one of the many men standing there. Yeah. A woman replied back. So how do you think it will go this time? I don't know, man. Snorlax was able to outwit them a few times, but this time they are all united. Damn it. Isn't it the 5th time this year? Only Ash's Pokémon, guys. Only his Pokémon can create such a big deal of Snorlax raiding his mother's restaurant. XXX. Johto, night time. Ash groaned as fell into his sleeping bag with a level near to reverence. The day of training had been especially hard, even for their new standards. And not to mention a little bit less productive for his liking. Staraptor had a broken wing from teaching Brave Bird one too many times. Unpheasant was drained out from the multiple uses of Sky Attack. Pidgeot's Giga Impact had left many a craters into the ground. The only positive was the learning of Frenzy Plant by Sceptile and Torterra, at least to a partial level. IT was still nothing compared to what Paul's Torterra could have done with ease, but it was more than enough for just a day of training. I think I'm gonna keep the alarm a bit late tomorrow. Ash grumbled as he pushed a few buttons on the Extreme Dex, who was seemingly in a sleep mode, or rather its AI, Dexter. Ah. After a visit to the Pokémon Center tomorrow, we will once again be ready to train, Dash. Where are you, Master? Ash sat straight up in his bag, eyes wide. Pikachu looked at his trainer confusedly. What? What the heck was that? Just whose voice was the one echoing in his mind? Empty Silver, Payphone House. You did what? A furious voice bellowed out from the tiny telephone booth, causing many people to lean away nervously. It wasn't something I did for my profit, Ash. I swear Toro's number 18 was very pleased to join the police. A nervous old voice came back frantically, causing the person sitting in front of the screen to fume. Oh, he was happy. Well, how would I know? Good old Professor shipped him out without even telling me. Ash said as he glared at the old guy present on his screen. See, calm down, my boy Dash. Calm down. Calm down. You have just traded one of my Pokémon without even telling me beforehand, please forgive me for not calming down. Ash was angry. No, screw that, he was beyond angry. What had the old fart been thinking? Trading one of his Toros for God knows what. And he didn't even inform him about the exchange. Oak sighed, I understand your anger, Ash, but please see my position too. You were somewhere around in Silver, your Extreme Dex didn't have a signal there, so I couldn't message you, and Officer Jenny said that the offer was only for a week. I had no choice, Ash, I knew that the trade would prove beneficial to you, Ash, and that's why I took the decision. Professor Oak said as Elle looked at Ash with pleading eyes. Ash's eyes lost some of the anger, but he was far from happy even now. I understand all that, Professor, but you did have a choice. You could have chosen to let Tauros 18 be, he could have remained happily with his family. Ash argued. After all, the Tauros herd was very close-knit. Not to mention Ash didn't really have pleasant memories with transfers. The day he exchanged Butterfree for the pathetic Raticate still haunted him. And Bizel didn't count, he already knew the cool guy, and he could rest assured that Aipom would be fine with Dawn. Oak gained some confidence from Ash's reasoning, seeing as he had all the countermeasures. Ah, that's where you are wrong, my boy. Tauros 18 was in fact very willing to go, and his herd was very supportive in the matter. I agree that I should have asked you first, and I apologize for that mistake. Ash was still not fully satisfied with the answer, but nodded nevertheless. If Tauros and his herd agreed to the decision, who was he to argue? Also, if Tauros 18 really wanted to live an adventurous life, it was the correct path for him to take. All right, I accept your decision, Professor. Ash said as Oak gained a bright smile, but it immediately faltered as Ash continued, but if you ever do something like this again, remember that Mook's hugs can always occur, frequently. Ash said with a sinister look in his eyes. Professor Oak gulped. No need to be hasty, my boy. Ash looked at the clock present above his cubicle. I will have to cut the conversation, Professor, daylight is burning and I and my Pokémon have to train. He said with a serious look in his eyes. Oak nodded. Of course, Ash. But first, don't you want to meet the newest member of your team? He is quite the energetic guy, and I have full belief that you both will become the best of friends. Ash's eyes widened, he had almost forgot about exchanging his Pokémon. Yeah, that would be good, Professor. I will be sending you Unpheasant's Pokeball for the new guy. Unpheasant? Sure. Snivy and Bayleaf would like that. Oak murmured to himself as he put the new Pokémon's Pokeball on the exchange machine. Ash clipped off the Pokeball belonging to Unpheasant and put it on the identical exchange machine. Being one of his newest Pokémon, Unpheasant's Pokeball was still shiny, unlike the Pokeballs of the Pokémon he had caught in Kanto, Orange Islands and Johto. The Pokeball was engulfed in a brilliant flash of light for a few seconds, before vanishing. A split second later, a similar-looking Pokeball appeared immediately. Most wouldn't have been able to tell a difference between them. Thanks, Professor, I call you in a few days to exchange 5 of the guys. I think I'll keep the new guy a bit longer. Having close bonds with his Pokémon was something that Ash cherished above anything else, the new Pokémon would be no exception. Oak nodded. Righto. The line cut, causing the screen to go blank for a few seconds, before showing the bill, which was pretty high considering it was an interregional call, involved exchange of Pokeballs, and had lasted a pretty long time. Nevertheless, it wasn't something Ash couldn't pay. Having paid the bill, Ash held the Pokeball in his hand as he trekked up the hillside to reach the spot where the only released member of his team was training. And what an odd sight it was. Unlike most of the areas where Ash and his team trained, this place was not filled with charred rocks, cut-up trees, large craters, and full metal mayhem. Rather, a small yellow Pokémon was levitating a few feet above the ground, an intense expression on his face as he struggled to maintain his position. A light yellow-colored shroud covered Pikachu, who hovered at a little height. The little guy's body was shuddering every few seconds, showing the sheer amount of pressure he was under to maintain his course of activity. Pikachu was getting tired, but wait. He could feel it now. The magnetic energy had finally started flowing through his body, even though it was minuscule. Yes, he could definitely feel it. Pleasant little electric shocks generated on his body as the energy dilated and concentrated in quick succession. Yes. He could see it now, the little yellow sphere, the holy sphere where all of his magnetic potential was present. Pikachu reached out with his tiny hands, an expression of glee on his face, as he reached the sphere, just reached it, almost there. Hey Pikachu! Poof! The sphere exploded as Pikachu's concentration was rudely broken by his very own trainer. Hey Pikachu, I see that you are training pretty hard. Ash said, oblivious to the twitching ears of his best friend. Hi, Ketchum. Pikachu let a massive thunder shock, charring Ash in the process. Seeing the painfully twitching Ash on the ground, Pikachu nodded in satisfaction. His idiot trainer deserved it for breaking his concentration when he was so close. A few painful minutes later, Ash finally came to his bearings. After a few minutes of bickering with Pikachu, which resulted in another thunder shock, Ash finally gave it up as a lost cause and proceeded to releasing his new Pokémon, who still didn't know the identity of. Pikachu and Ash watched with extreme curiosity as a flash emerged from the Pokeball, gradually taking shape. The Pokémon had tufts of regal-looking fur on various parts of his body, which itself was covered in orange-colored fur. The Pokémon stood a little bit higher than Pikachu, and was indeed one that every Kanto native could identify without fail. Grow. Wow. It's a Growlithe. Ash said. An expression of amazement found its way on his face as he looked at the fire-type Pokémon. Growlithes were well known for their rarity in being found in the wild, mostly bred in captivity for use in the police force. Unlike its fellow mighty canine, Houndoom and Mytiana, Arcanines were as rare as legendaries in the wild, and could be classified as pseudo-legendaries if not for their easy evolutions from Growlithes, which could be done in a cheap manner with the help of a fire stone. Even so, Arcanines were mostly under trainers, and wild ones who made it / were very rare. The one Drew and May tried to catch in Hoenn was one of those rare occurrences. Ash scanned Growlithe with his extreme dex, with Dexter taking a few seconds to properly analyze and scan the Pokémon. All done, sir. National Pokédex entry number 58, Growlithe. Extremely loyal, it will fearlessly bark at any opponent to protect its own trainer from harm. This Growlithe has the ability, Flash Fire. This Growlithe knows the attacks, Crunch, Ember, Fire Fang, Flamethrower, Quick Attack, Double Team, Odor Sleuth, and Flame Wheel. Not bad for starters. Quick Attack and Double Team always come in handy, and I think Flame Wheel and Flamethrower have been drilled into him from his police training. Ash also noted that the Growlithe wasn't fully grown, so he must have been born not more than 3 to 4 months prior. I have made Growlithe even more comfortable now. He is still a small Pokémon, I can't train him as hard as the others. I think it would be best if I pair him up with Scraggy. But first. Hey, buddy. Ash smiled as he knelt down to the dog Pokémon's level, who was looking at Ash with a look of curiosity. My name is Ash Ketchum, and I'm from the town of Pallet. He then pointed a finger towards Pikachu, and this is my buddy Pikachu. Now that you are a member of my team, I hope we can become the best of friends. Ash said as Pikachu gave an enthusiastic thumbs up in support. Growlithe yipped happily as his tail wagged even faster. The dog Pokémon then liked Ash's face, causing the teen to laugh a bit. Within a matter of minutes, all expected awkwardness had disappeared from the area as Ash and Pikachu decided to play a little bit, so as to make the obviously young Pokémon more comfortable, as well as trusting in their presence. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound filled the area, causing the two Pokémon to tense up, and look around for whatever was making the noise. Ash's sheepish chuckle caught their ears. Both the Pokémon sweat dropped as Ash was holding on to his stomach. I think I've gotten a bit hungry, guys. Ash grinned as the two Pokémon sighed. But even they were quite hungry, so the trio started walking towards the camp Ash had set up. But a strange sight greeted them. Just as the trio neared the camp, they were stupefied to see that the camp was shaking violently, almost as if something was dancing inside it. Also, Ash noted with dread filling his bones that multiple packets of packed food were strewn about. This could only have meant one thing. Oh no! Pikachu, someone is stealing our food. Ash shouted worry as Pikachu immediately launched a quick thunder shock to sniff out whoever it was inside. Growlithe also took a battle-ready position, growling threateningly. The camp was engulfed in a mini explosion as Pikachu's exceptionally strong thunderbolt reached the rubber structure. This was mainly due to the hardcore training Pikachu had continuously undergone since the end of the Unova League. Unfortunately, this also meant that whatever food that might even have been salvageable was ruined. After all, most things don't tend to survive being shocked by a lightning bolt. This was also a fact that Ash noted with dismay. What the hell, Pikachu? Your thundershock just destroyed whatever food was left. Ash admonished his sheepish-looking Pokémon. That's it. Ash thought with anger. Whoever caused this, has to pay. No one messes with Ash Ketchum's food. The trio hadn't had to wait long as a small figure bundled out of the structure, apparently unharmed. The small figure was snickering to himself as he had his greedy little fists immersed into the packet he was holding. The Pokémon regarded the glaring trio with a cocky smirk. You! How dare you steal our food? Ash yelled angrily, causing the Pokémon to grin even wider. Now that the little monster was completely out in the open, Ash was able to recognize the Pokémon, even if barely. The blue-colored bipedal Pokémon had large round snout, circular ears, and the most exemplary feature was perhaps the three thick gray ridges which covered its head, giving it a nigh impenetrable armor. The Pokémon also had two teeth protruding upwards, giving its mischievous look a nice touch. Another defining feature was probably the digitless arms, or more like little digits, which looked like stumps. It's a Bagon. Ash said as he scanned the Pokémon with Dexter. National Pokédex entry number 371, Bagon. Bagon harbors a never-ending dream of one day soaring high among the clouds. As if trying to dispel its frustration over its inability to fly, it hurls itself over high cliffs, and in the process slams its hard head against huge rocks and shatters them into pebbles. Although it is small, this Pokémon is very powerful because its body is a bundle of muscles. It launches headbutts with its iron-like skull. That's a long but entry. Ash said as he looked at the longer-than-usual description on Dexter's screen. Professor Rowan got a little over-enthusiastic while submitting this, sir. Dexter explained curtly. Nodding at the explanation, Ash turned back his attention to Bagon, who was currently engaged in a glaring contest with Growlithe. Pikachu simply looked amused at the attempts of the young Pokémon to draw him into it. Growlithe. Growlithe barked angrily at Bagon, who mockingly raised the bag he had in his hands, taking a chips out and eating it with a relish one can only get from eating things which belong to others. Ash was about to let the Pokémon go, since he knew that nothing good could come out from fighting him, but it was then that Ash truly noticed it, the thing which caused him to finally lose his cool. The packet of chips that Bagon was holding wasn't an ordinary packet. No, it was a Lay's. But even more importantly, it was a baked flavor. How dare you? Ash's voice was a mere whisper, yet was clear to all three of the Pokémon. How dare you steal baked Lay's? Ash roared out at the Pokémon, causing it to momentarily draw back in fear, but the cocky smirk was back in place as he mockingly took another bite. Gur. That's it, Growlithe, get ready for your first battle, buddy. Ash yelled to Growlithe, who smirked as he jumped in front of the Bagon, happy to be given the chance from his new master. Bag Bagon. Bagon didn't look worried in the least as he took a fighting stance. You won't be mocking us for long. Growlithe, use Ember. Growlithe yipped as Ash's command reached his sensitive ears. Growlithe immediately launched the Ember attack. Little fireballs flew towards Bagon, who simply launched his very own Ember attack. While the two attacks in themselves were quite weak, colliding them with each other still resulted in a mini inferno, which disintegrated many of the plastic bags strewn around. Ash had to shield his eyes a bit due to the sudden flash fire, but much to his astonishment, when he opened his eyes, Bagon was gone. Growlithe, stay on alert, Bagon has hidden somewhere. Ash said to his Pokémon, who used its advanced senses to try and locate Bagon. But it was for naught since the ground beneath Growlithe exploded violently, and Bagon emerged with a quick headbutt to effectiveness. Grow! Growlithe howled in pain as Bagon's iron-hard skull smashed into his sternum. Ash watched in fascination as Bagon didn't waste another second in immediately digging its way back into the ground. It's very fast under the ground, Growlithe, try to stay calm and jump UDMN. Ash cursed as Growlithe, being young as he was, wasn't able to jump in time as another aching headbutt smashed into him. Before it could happen a third time, Ash quickly ordered, Growlithe, quickly use a Odor Sleuth, and map Bagon's position. Once it emerges, use a flamethrower attack. Luckily Growlithe had only suffered 2 headbutts by now, and was able to use the Odor Sleuth properly. Growlithe's nose glowed in a golden shroud, immediately after which Growlithe launched a small ball of light towards the ground. What Odor Sleuth did was to show a map of the battlefield to the Pokémon who had used the attack. It increased the sense and perception of the Pokémon to a huge degree and thus made it able to recognize the pattern of attack its opponent was using. It was also extremely useful for negating attacks using illusions. What it did for Growlithe was making the ground glow a bit in the places from which Bagon was traveling. While Ash wasn't able to see anything special, for Growlithe it was like chasing after the taillights of a car. The unsuspecting Bagon emerged, happily in the position of another headbutt, only for a huge blast of seemingly never-ending flames to hit it dead on. Despite its resistance to fire-type attacks, Bagon still cringed in pain as the fire singed and burned through its skin, causing irritating and mildly painful burns to the Dragon-type Pokémon. Growlithe's eyes were narrowed in concentration as it maintained the flamethrower attack on Bagon. While Growlithe knew a couple of high-powered attacks, it was not completely proficient in them. A Ditto might be able to copy any attack, but it can't use them to their full potential. Which was exactly the case with rookie Pokémon. Ash knew this, and thus immediately ordered End it, and then use Quick Attack. Growlithe immediately rushed forward while a white light surrounded its body. The Pokémon turned to a mere blur as it rammed into Bagon. But much to Ash's horror, it wasn't just Bagon crying out in pain. It's Bagon's skull. The raven-haired Orange League winner exclaimed as Bagon's main layer of defense became clearer to him. While most of Bagon's body was normal as other Pokémon, its skull and upper back were supremely protected by its unnatural armor. Growlithe snarled as it nursed its slightly wounded head, where a small bruise had formed. Meanwhile, Bagon itself was growling as it had not come out completely unscathed. While a mature Bagon could shrug off most fire-type attacks, Ash had understood by now that this Bagon was relatively younger. A bit of Bagon's body was burned and the quick attack also had a bit of effect. Lithe. The newfound rivals glared at each other as they tried to anticipate their adversaries' next moves. Naturally, Growlithe was at an advantage there as he had a trainer to make decisions for him. Don't let him rest Growlithe. Use Double Team, followed by Quick Attack. The air around Growlithe shimmered as multiple copies of Growlithe appeared around it, greatly confusing Bagon. The multiple Growlithes grinned as they began running around Bagon, causing the dragon to lose its opponent in the activity. Suddenly, one of the Growlithe glowed, and not a second later Bagon was cried out in pain as it was hit in its weak spot. Growlithe didn't give up at that though, continuing his attacks he continuously exchanged his position and seeing the opportunity, hit Bagon hard. That's it, keep it up buddy. Ash cheered his Pokémon, happy that a prospective victory was so easily in his hands. But Bagon had gotten sufficiently annoyed by that time. Its rage at its peak, Bagon let loose a tremendous amount of energy, which resulted in a greenish mist attack being launched from its mouth. Ash watched in horror as the attack disintegrated the multiple Growlithes and like a raging demon, it hit the real Growlithe head-on. Growlithe cried on in pain as it was engulfed in an explosion. Dragon Breath. Growlithe, are you alright? Ash asked in concern as Growlithe weakly stood up, snarling all the while. Bagon itself was panting quite hard, using a powerful attack like Dragon Breath and being hit by multiple quick attacks had taken quite a toll on the small Pokémon. But Bagon still was in a much better shape, and started rushing forward with its hands tucked behind. Ash was a bit confused since Bagons weren't exactly known for speed, but like a raging bull Bagon continued its way forward. Ash's confusion was cleared as Bagon's skull armor was engulfed in a fiery aura. Growlithe whimpered in pain as the super-strong Zen headbutt hit him. Bagon smirked in glee as Growlithe was launched behind. Rolling through the ground like a rag doll, Growlithe's prone body finally came to still a few feet back, where it shuddered as the pain began registering. "Oh no! Growlithe!" Ash yelled out in worry as he chastised himself for launching his Pokémon into battle without proper training. Bagon was a bit above in skill level, Ash had to admit that. Bagon, using the last vestiges of its energy, launched an ember attack towards the prone body of Growlithe. Growlithe! Ash was extremely worried now. While a normal ember would just tickle a fire type like Growlithe, in its damaged state even ember could prove disastrous. Growlithe was whimpering as the pain in his body was nigh unbearable. He didn't think that he could battle any further, he was completely spent. But hearing his trainer's concern-filled scream, something in Growlithe flared up. For the first time ever, he felt his body react so aggressively. Growlithe was a bit confused by the sudden course of motions, but let them continue nevertheless. His body glowed like the sun as the ember attack finally reached it. But rather than injure it, Growlithe absorbed the little fireballs. Growlithe howled as energy filled its entire body. Bagon drew back in shock as the sudden energy of its adversary was completely out of the blue. But Ash clenched his fists in excitement, flash fire. "Alright, Growlithe, you activated your ability." Growlithe merely let out another feral howl and returned to his trainer's excitement. Understanding his Pokémon's emotions, Ash immediately commanded, "Growlithe, finish it with Flame Wheel." The last howl Growlithe let out was on a level high above the previous ones. Growlithe's entire body was covered in flames a split second later, he was on fire both literally and figuratively. Immediately afterwards, Growlithe was no longer visible as his body began spinning insanely. The flame wheel grew in size as it spinned its way towards a scared and shocked Bagon. Growlithe! Bagon! Both Pokémon screamed out for completely different reasons as the spinning wheel of fire met the little dragon type. A huge explosion occurred as Bagon's entire body was engulfed in fire. It tried defending itself with its skull, but the grinding motion of the flame wheel was just too much for the dragon type as it was violently launched away. Landing painfully a few meters away, Bagon was groaning in pain, and surely didn't look like he would move any time soon. Ash recognized what to do at that exact moment. Go Pokeball! Unclipping an empty Pokeball from his belt, Ash hurled the Pokeball towards Bagon, who made a weak motion with his left hand, but the Pokeball hit it nevertheless. Bagon disappeared into the Pokeball in a flash of red light. The Pokeball wobbled uncertainly for a while as Ash, Growlithe and Pikachu, who had been silent during the entire battle, watched in anticipation. Finally, after the fourth wobble, the Pokeball dinged, indicating that the capture was indeed complete. "Alright, I caught a Bagon." Growlithe growl. Ash and Growlithe jumped up in happiness as their victory finally became official. "You were awesome, Growlithe." Ash patted Growlithe's head, whose tail shook in happiness. Ash however returned Growlithe not long after, since rest was essential to him after such a long battle. Not to mention that he activated his ability, probably for the first time, so that would have been even more tiring for the little dog Pokémon. But even after all this, one thing was still confounding Ash, the motion which Bagon made just before its capture. Did it really flip me off? Kanto. Two figures stood before a large arena. Loud blazing sounds were coming out, people cheering, music, announcements and the like. The surrounding area was completely crowded with people, flashy banners were put up everywhere, and multiple shops were set up. It was a full festive atmosphere, children laughed on their father's shoulders, people took pictures with their Pokémon, multiple stalls were set up and a cheesy magic show was going on. The duo raked in the sights, having already taken advantage of the catering present. If a person were to observe the two, one would see a very odd sight of a yellow-colored electric mouse happily perched on top of a hat-bearing boy. The two figures were indeed none other than Ash Ketchum and his trusty Pikachu. "Looks like things are going on full stream here, isn't that right, Pikachu?" Ash asked, a grin on his face as he surveyed his surroundings. Having been to many such festivals and special occasions with his parents, and as a trainer during his journey, Ash relished in the positive atmosphere present. Chew Pikachu. Pikachu's eyes sparkled as he pumped a fist in the air. A bit of red stain on the corner of his mouth was no less the reason. Ash had allowed Pikachu to partake a full snack of a ketchup bottle after all the particularly hard training they had done during the 1 month they spent on Mount Silver. Pikachu also kept happy memories of events like these. As a wild Pokémon, such places were a major food source for him. Ash could honestly say that going to the secluded area was one of the best decisions of his life. The hardcore training he had done with his Pokémon had paid its dividends as his team looked much more balanced now. The power discrepancy wasn't nearly as much as it had been before. Not to mention the experience of sleeping under the clear night sky, bereft of the pollution present in the cities, was a particularly novel experience. It was one of the things that Ash liked the best about his hometown, Pallet. Being cut off from the major cities, and having a population of not more than 700 people, Pallet Town had a very peaceful vibe attached to it. However, such things weren't on Ash's mind today, as he looked at the 2 figures emblazoned present on the 2 tickets he had bought for today's events. Our buddy has sure gone a long way, Pikachu. From the parking lots and backdrops to one of the largest arenas in the nation. Ash said as he once again looked at the large stadium before him. You know, I don't think he would even want to come with us now. Pikachu immediately shook his head and said in his own language to Ash that such a thing was not possible. That pacified Ash a little. Clutching the tickets in hand, Ash and Pikachu entered into the Madison Square Garden, the most prestigious arena in all of Kanto. The structure was capable of holding a total of 20,000 people. The number, while a bit less than what stadiums like Lily of the Valley could hold, was due to the recent rulings preventing stand-up areas. The arena had been a part of Kanto since the very beginning of the first Pokémon League, and was also the place where the first Kanto regional champion was crowned. The garden also hosted other events. But the most prestigious of them all was wrestling. The pro wrestling events were a big hit, but the actual nitty-gritty action of MMA and Pokémon wrestling were prominent in their own rights. And the last event was the main reason why the fabulous duo of Ash and Pikachu made their way inside. Today was the final match of the Pokémon Wrestling League. The PWL operated on a much smaller basis than the official Pokémon League, but its followership was still large and most importantly, loyal. The PWL had a rule that banned the use of elemental attacks, since it would draw away from the physical aspects of actual Pokémon wrestling. And thus, the fights usually consisted of heavy-duty punching and kicking, and even high-flying maneuvers from lighter-weight Pokémon. DMN. The crowd, sure, is thick, Pikachu. Ash said to his Pokémon as they squeezed their way through the massive throngs of the people. Pikachu was in a similar squished state as multiple taller men surrounded his trainer in a battle to get inside. The battle today pitted the champions Blaziken against a Pokémon both Ash and Pikachu knew very well. People of all nationalities had come to see a match of such prestige. Get out of my way. Hey! Where the hell is my ticket? Julia, hold my hand. Outta my way nah. I'm a waste you motherfuckers if you keep pushing me around. Get outta my way amigos. Needless to say, it wasn't a pretty sight, and certainly not a place for someone to be with kids. Finally getting to their front row seats, courtesy of a large amount of money shelled from Ash's $1 million bank account, Ash breathed a sigh of relief as he sat down. Whoosh! I never imagined that so many people were interested in this kind of shows, Pikachu. Ash said to his Pokémon, who nodded a bit shakily. It had taken all of Pikachu's self-control to not thundershock all of those people into next week. What with all the pushing around? A lot of people had also brought handmade signs from their houses to support their favorite wrestlers. The arena had a full house tonight, and thus the atmosphere was electric for Ash and Pikachu, who were attending an event like this for the first time. Ash felt himself lucky to be able to buy a ticket solely for the final match. It did cost him a pretty penny, but the reason he was here was more than worth it. Remembering the second ticket in hand, Ash took out a Pokeball from his belt. "Infernape, come on out," Ash said as he tapped the button on the Pokeball. The fire monkey arrived without any of its usual grandeur, and politely took the seat beside Ash. The reason being that Ash had already informed Infernape of the events that were to come, and had thus given him appropriate instructions about how to act. For example, keeping control of his flame body attribute. It would be a disaster if Infernape somehow lost control of his ability. Several people around gasped and a few yelped as the powerful fire type appeared in a bright flash. Ash was a bit confused with the situation since it wasn't uncommon for a fighting-type Pokémon to take their place in the stands to observe and learn from battles. The ticket seller had told him so. And besides, he had already demonstrated to the organizers that Infernape was more than able to keep his body under control. And for extra measure, he had brought Blastoise's Pokeball with him too. "Is there a problem?" Ash asked a nearby sitting boy, about his own age, who was looking over Infernape with awe and a bit of fear from all angles. "DMN, sure there is. What Pokemon is this?" the boy asked as several more people nodded in agreement. "Yeah man, this sure ain't from Kanto or Johto. Could this be an evolution of Primeape?" Ash stifled a chuckle at that. This reminds of the time when people mistook a Seviper as an evolution of Arbok. "You're right, this is Infernape, and he is from Sinnoh. The fully evolved started from that region actually," Ash said as Infernape nervously waved back to the people, many of whom were clicking pictures of him. The following 10 minutes were spent as the people kept on harassing Ash and Infernape for details and more details about Pokemon from Sinnoh and whether Ash had more of them. Some even suggested a trade. Finally, security had to come and take the situation under control, although even they were looking at the Pokemon with appraising looks. "I just can't wait for the match to start." Ash's feet tapped in excitement as the announcer made his way to the center of the ring. "Ladies and gentlemen, give your hands to our one and only, Michael Bufter." The legendary announcer, a short man with grayed hair, was wearing an official-looking suit and had a face full of confidence. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble." The announcer said his trademark phrase, a smile tugging on his lips. Getting serious once more, he continued. "We of the PWL, welcome you to Monday Night Nitro." The crowd popped loudly at that, Ash and Pikachu clapping along. "Tonight's main event is for the Pokemon Wrestling League World Championship, and it is for one fall," the announcer continued. The crowd cheered even more wildly at that, many of them standing up to wave their signs in the air. Accompanied by CM Drunk, coming from LaRousse City, weighing in at 150 pounds, the self-proclaimed best there is, the best there was and the best there ever will be, the PWL champion of the world, Blaziken. The roof went of the arena as the sound of bottle smashing filled the arena. Heavy metal tunes followed as the champion entered to a large amount of pyro, accompanied by his trainer, CM Drunk. The Blaziken wore a big gold-colored belt on his torso, a proof of his current reign over the heavyweight division. Ash was stunned by the sheer muscle mass that the Blaziken packed, it was simply out of the world. The crowd went wild, cheering Blaziken's name with excitement. But there was one thing that confused Ash even greater, that guy's name is CM Drunk. Ash's loud proclamation caused a person sitting next to him to scoff. "Of course not, kid. That's just his gimmick name. What has the PWL come to, they let just anyone with a ticket enter now." The last part was grumbled out as Ash turned away, face flushed in embarrassment. It wasn't his fault that it was his first visit to a wrestling arena. Ignoring the mutterings of noob and stupid battlers, an embarrassed Ash, Infernape and Pikachu turned their attentions back to the arena, where Blaziken was waving to the crowd with a smile on his face, with CM Drunk smirking alongside him. Seeing as the cheering stopped somewhat, the announcer took back his place. "This guy has fought his way through from the bottom of the rung, and quite impressively too." Accompanied by his handler Anthony, weighing in at 120 pounds, please welcome, the number one contender for the PWL Championship, Reunite Primeape. Another heavy metal song, this one more lyric heavy, filled the arena as the crowd clapped for the entering number 1 contender. But none more so than Ash and Pikachu. Yeah. Go Primeape. We believe in you, buddy. Ash screamed in the loudest voice he could muster, standing up in his front row seat, waving to the entering Primeape. Pikachu Pi Pika. Pikachu and Infernape were in a similar state as they waved banners and wore headbands with Primeape's likenesses on them, which they apparently conjured out of nowhere. Oh well, Pokemon magic. The pig monkey Pokemon squinted his eyes as he watched the two overenthusiastic fans in the arena. Anthony noticed his Pokemon's confusion as he looked in the same direction. A split second later, a disbelieving look took hold of Anthony's face as he finally recognized the person cheering wildly for the number 1 contender. Holy shit! Anthony's voice, a mere whisper, was clearly audible to Primeape, who was in a similarly stunned state. That's. Primeape nodded dumbly. Without event he need to say anything, the duo's pace quickened by a large degree as they made their way to the ring, near which Ash and Pikachu were sitting. Yo, Primeape! Ash yelled as many people scowled at him for such attention-grabbing antics. As if the Infernape's not enough. Many of them thought grouchily. As the music stopped, the people waited for the match to start, but much to everyone's confusion, Primeape and Anthony sprinted their way towards the barricade, which separated the fans from the wrestlers and Pokemon. Hey Primeape, it's been a long while, Ash grinned towards Primeape, with Pikachu joining in. Infernape gave a polite salute. The duo was completely oblivious to the utter rage that was present on Primeape's face, as they continued grinning towards him. What's this? Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that our number 1 contenders are conversing with a fan. And wait, this fan is none other than Mr. Ash Ketchum, the winner of this year's Unova League. Guys, it seems that Primeape has some pretty big fans. The voice boomed out of the stereo as the crowd gasped. Soon, many people began cheering for Ash, who happily waved a hand towards them. And Anthony, how are you? I hope you have been taking care of Primeape while I was gone. Ash said with a happy demeanor as he turned towards the trainer, who was smiling nervously, recognizing the angry shroud that had taken hold of Primeape at the moment. He was more than familiar with that look. Ash, this sure is a pleasant surprise. Anthony said to Ash, while shaking his hand. Although it might not be as pleasant for you in a matter of moments. The wrestling trainer thought as he turned to look at Primeape, whose eyes had turned completely white with rage by now. I think you should, meet with Primeape now, he's been waiting a long time, you know. Anthony said with false cheer as he turned Ash and Pikachu in the direction of Primeape. I've missed you too, buddy, come and give your trainer a hug. Ash would probably never know just what demon had took hold of his body at that exact moment. Surely he could not have had spoken words of such utter stupidity himself. Come to think of it, Jengar's Pokeball had vibrated slightly. Primeape smirked. Oh, I'll give you a hug all right. He thought as he moved menacingly towards his trainer, who had finally begun sensing the impending doom. Primeape? What are you doing? Ash asked nervously as Pikachu hid a bit behind his cap. Chew. Buddy? Mape. Oh Lord. X. Many miles away. Oak Laboratory. Professor Oak sighed as he comfortably sat in his massage chair, taking happiness in a rare moment of relaxation. Indeed, even turning 64 hadn't caused his workload to lessen a bit. As a matter of fact, his position as an experienced scientist caused him much harassment from young aspiring researchers, most of whom called him regularly to report the existence of a new species, which eventually turned out to be a shiny Pokémon. Or a piece of garbage. Not to mention most of the trainers who worked under his guidance called him regularly asking for updates on their Pokémon, or even to rotate their teams. The Kanto police still submitted to him regular reports on major criminal activities by syndicates like Team Rocket. His reputation as a champion-level trainer hadn't diminished in the least, although he knew better than that. Not to mention the daily hugs he got from Ash's Mook. He loved the adorable Pokémon, he really did. But Mook's hugs were almost like being flattened by steel drums, with an acidic coating to boot. Needless to say, 64-year-old Samuel Oak had started hating the familiar ringing of the telephone, and also took a moment of his life to curse the inventor every day. Ring ring phone call. Phone call. Ring ring. Cursing under his breath, a grumpy Professor Oak took his place before the screen. Picking up the phone, he said into the receiver, "Hello, this is Samuel Oak speaking." However, much to his surprise, happily, it wasn't some young upstart who had called him. Rather, it was his old student, Spencer Hale. Spencer. Wow, what a surprise. What can I do for you, son? Oak asked as he smiled at the man he considered a pseudo-son. Hey Professor. Been a long time, hasn't it? How are Ash and Delia? Spencer asked, momentarily ignoring Oak's question. It sure has, Spencer, and both of them are fine. In fact, Ash is out on his latest journey, training for the Champions League. And how is Molly, by the way, still causing you problems? Ah, yes, the Champions League. And Molly is fine, she actually goes to a pretty high-end school now, said she didn't want to toil in the dirt all day with Pokémon. But back to the matter at hand, Professor, the reason I have called you today is for a thing of utmost importance, something that I guarantee will shake the foundations of your world. Spencer said with utmost seriousness, making Samuel Oak look up in surprise. Surprise me? Oak said, mirth evident in his voice, my boy, I have seen and heard enough my long life for anything to truly surprise me anymore. He conveniently chose to forget the memory of Ash revealing his legendary encounters. Literally, legendary. Spencer had a serious look on his face as he spoke. Professor, what if I told you that Pokémon could reach a level above their final evolutions? What if there was a level comparable to what the gods themselves could reach? Professor Oak looked stunned. My boy. Do you understand what you are saying? A level above the final evolutions? Gods were obviously a reference to the legendary Pokémon, and while I don't disagree that Pokémon could get that powerful, how on earth can they reach an evolution past what they can get now? Samuel didn't show it, but he was especially worried now. Did his student dabble into the dark side of Pokémon research? The side which tortured these empathic beings without any regard for their safety, only in the name of science. Spencer, having been a student of Oak's for many years, immediately noticed the small look of concern present on his mentor's face. Worry not, Professor, what I am researching is neither something dark, nor going against the law of nature. What I am doing is researching on the strange stones which have been found all over the world, the stones which make some of the Pokémon react strangely to them. It's research which has been spearheaded by me. You can very well imagine what might happen if organizations like Team Rocket or the other seemingly disbanded groups get this information. And besides, my research is being funded by none other than the champion of Kanto. Oak breathed a sigh of relief at that. If Lance is involved, then I am 100% sure what you are doing is nothing illegal, Spencer. I hope you can forgive me, my boy, but I can't help but worry when matters as delicate as this come up. Oak then looked up with a smile. So, what is it that you wish to show me, Spencer? XXX. Madre Sun Square Garden. I think I deserve flat. A thoroughly swelled up and partly purple-colored Ash said to an equally banged-up-looking Pikachu. Pikachu weakly nodded, trying to nurse the injuries over one of his swollen eyes. You really should have not waited this long, Ash. Anthony muttered as he dabbed antiseptic-coated cotton over one of Ash's many bruises. After Ash's blatant disregard for the time he had left Primeape, the pig monkey had not waited a moment in exacting sweet vengeance upon Ash. And indeed, after learning the reason for Primeape's anger, both the security and Infernape held back. The raven-haired boy deserved some flack for leaving one of his team members for so long. Although the punishment might have gone a bit overboard. After that, Primeape had promptly broken down into waterfall tears, hugging Ash and Pikachu. Ash somehow babbled to Primeape that it was alright, and that he should give his best in the match. And indeed, Primeape took up his position before Stone Blaziken, who had an amused smile on his face from the events unfolding before him. Shaking his head, Stone schooled his emotions and gave a respectful bow to his worthy opponent. Primeape did the same, for it was the champion he was facing. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Ketchum and Primeape have settled their differences, and the match is ready to start. The crowd cheered, the altercation seconds ago forgotten, back to Michael. The match begins, now. The two barely noticeable blurs reached each other in a matter of seconds. Their fists met with the sound of a cannon going off. Both the Pokémon engaged each other in close combat battle. Primeape's fists shot towards Stone's face, only for the Pokémon to move his head a few inches sideward to escape injury-free. Primeape's eyes widened at the sheer speed Blaziken showed in the particular area of his body. Taking advantage of his opponent's shocked state, Blaziken launched a lightning-fast knee onto Primeape's body, only for the monkey to catch it in his hands. Giving no time to think, Blaziken's other leg rose, hitting Primeape with a deafening crack on the side of his body. A perfect enzwajiri. Primeape, unprepared for the attack, was launched off his feet, but took control and landed on his feet a few feet back. Both the Pokémon stared at the other for a few seconds, their brains running at light speeds for strategies. Primeape cleared his mind, and a moment later, his gloved fist glowed in a white fiery aura. Focus Punch. Using its training-enhanced strength, the pig monkey jumped over a great height, immediately extending his fists towards a wary Blaziken. Just as Primeape reached Blaziken's level, the Pokémon moved backwards with amazing speed, Primeape missing by a mere inch. But much to Blaziken's confusion, Primeape's descent didn't falter or slow down for him to take advantage, as he had thought the scenario to be. Rather, Primeape's focus punch met the ground with a sound resembling a grenade going off. The ground exploded under Primeape, and by extension, Blaziken, encasing the two Pokémon in a momentary dust cloud. Blaziken blinked as a sudden sky uppercut hit its jaws. Spit and blood flew from Blaziken's mouth as his body jerked forward. Only for Primeape to use a spinning kick on his adversary's torso to launch him into the building. The dual attack had its effect as Blaziken nursed its ribs, a couple cracked up from the attacks coming in lightning-quick fashion. The crowd was in awe as the champion took 2 consecutive hits even before making any of his own on the number 1 contender. Wow! Primeape's awesome! Ash muttered as Pikachu and Infernape watched on with wide eyes. Infernape gulped as his own inadequacy became so much clearer, he was nothing compared to the two in front of him when considering hand-to-hand combat. Primeape smirked at his opponent as he raised his gloved fist in a taunting manner, as if saying, "Come and get me." Blaziken, while letting anger take hold of his body for a moment, smirked as he focused his mind. Primeape was 1,000 years too early to use such antics, and expect them to work on him. Primeape's eyes widened as Blaziken's body suddenly shimmered away from view. Blinking, the pig monkey extended his senses to locate the direction towards which its opponent had vanished. The hairs on his neck stood up as Primeape attempted to dodge, but had no effect as a lightning-quick punch hit his furry body. Storm Throw. As the attack hit, a loud crack sound was created, following which, Primeape cried out in pain as he was launched off his feet and sent tumbling towards the arena wall, which he met in a loud crash. "Oh no! Primeape!" Ash yelled in worry. Infernape merely watched on coolly, the previous amazement forgotten, taking mental notes on the fighting styles of the two Pokémon. Blah! Blaziken didn't even give a moment of rest to his fallen opponent as he vanished in an agility. However, instead of appearing anywhere near Primeape, he appeared a few feet above the tumbling monkey. Giving a war cry, Blaziken lifted one of his hands a chopping fashion, the said hand glowed with visible energy as the air around it shimmered due to the concentration of aura around it. Primeape, sensing the immediate danger, immediately lifted both of his hands in a similar chopping fashion. Cross chop met karate chop in a fabulous show of energy. A loud bang was created as the two Pokémon were engulfed in a bright light. The crowd covered their eyes as the power attacks met each other. With no Pokémon willing to give the other an advantage, the agility-powered-up Karate Chop met the weakened Primeape's power move Cross Chop. As the smoke and light cleared, the crowd gasped as the situation became clearer to them. Having already been close to the wall, Primeape was painfully embedded in the concrete structure. Only a couple of twitches gave any indication that Primeape was awake. A fair distance away, Blaziken stood breathing harshly, sporting two ugly purple bruises on his torso, showing that Primeape had indeed managed to do damage. The referee assessed the situation as he began speaking. The number 1 contender is taken out, the winner of this bout is Dash. The referee was cut off. A low, guttural growl filled the arena. The crowd watched in amazement as Primeape pulled itself out of the hole it was stuck into. A fiery aura covered Primeape as he emerged, beating its gloves and steam coming out from its snout. The Pokémon looked enraged, as was made clear when it let out a screech of absolute power and anger, making wind gales from the sheer ferocity behind it. Primeape. Ken. Blaziken had to shield his face as the sheer power of Primeape begun making itself into a layer above the pig monkey. However, the Pokémon took one look at his trainer, who just motioned 2 fingers in a strange motion. Nodding in acceptance, Blaziken immediately closed his eyes for a moment and loosened his body. Just as he opened them, Blaziken's usual eyes were glowing a pinkish aura, and the muscles on his body bulged considerably, giving the appearance of a Mach-Hoke to the lean and thin Pokémon. However, most of the crowd was far too busy observing Primeape to notice the sudden changes in Blaziken. Primeape looked like the combination of an enraged Tauros and Bouffalant. The pig monkey's breaths were accompanied by the coming of wasps of steam from its snout. The Pokémon's body temperature reached unnatural heights, feeding into its anger. That is. Ash muttered, a look of awe on his face. The match between Rage Primeape and the champion Stone Blaziken begins now. And by that, the two competitors sprang into blurs. The speed at which the two shot off towards each anger point. Primeape's ability. Anthony said with a smirk. Primeape screeched as he launched himself at high-level speeds towards Blaziken. Immediately launching a Mach Punch, Primeape's anger soared even more as Blaziken blocked it using a Force Palm. The two attacks met with a loud thumping sound, however no damage was done to either of the Pokémon. Luckily, the Force Palm's paralyzing effect was nullified by Primeape's Mach Punch. Primeape, angrier than ever, used this moment to twist his hand into grabbing Blaziken's own in a vice grip, allowing him to prevent Blaziken from retreating. Primeape ducked with lightning-quick motion to launch a low kick which swept under Blaziken's jumping legs. Primeape, giving no notion of an organized attack, used this moment to hit Blaziken with a good old-fashioned headbutt right in the stomach region, making the fire-type buckle up in pain. Primeape used his other hand to immediately launch a one-handed close combat on Blaziken, who was launched a bit above due to the intensity behind the attack. Blaziken experienced searing pain on his body from the fast punches. Blaziken, knowing that the time to act was either now or never, took advantage of his opponent's lowered body to jump on top of him. Taking a somersault in the air, Blaziken displayed considerable strength as he yanked Primeape's body up. The joined hands were separated as a result of the sudden JRK, allowing Blaziken to wrap his hands and legs around Primeape's inverted body. Blaziken gave a war cry as they descended onto the ground at speeds capable of turning a normal human into mush. The two Pokémon, 10 feet above in the air, smashed into the ground with a loud boom. A pile driver. The scene which unfolded next made everyone cringe, and almost made Ash jump into the area to help his Pokémon. Primeape's head was engulfed into the ground, or at least a part of it. His whole body was covered in bruises and even singed in a couple of places due to close contact with the fire-type Blaziken. The said fire-type was standing a few ways back, out of breath and looking close to fainting. Oh no! Primeape! Ash cried out as he looked towards his Pokémon helplessly. However, the level of concern was unneeded as the fiery aura once again took hold of Primeape, making him get up from the ground with a shudder, shaking all over as his body hurt all over. However, Ash and Anthony were more than surprised by the fact that Blaziken's body didn't have nearly as much damage as it should have from Primeape's attacks. Ash was watching with a critical gaze, as was Anthony. How is this possible? Even if Primeape's attacks were low-powered one, with his ability he should have beaten Blaziken by now. So how? Anthony was similarly confused. Just how was the Blaziken still standing up? Anthony looked at Blaziken, and his eyes widened a moment later. So that's how? He exclaimed, making Ash and a couple of people sitting nearby look at him. Huh? What, Anthony? Ash asked. Blaziken, he has used bulk up. That's why he was able to smash Primeape and not entirely keel over from his attacks. A look of understanding came to Ash's face. So that's how? He looked back to the wrestling area where Primeape and Blaziken glared at each other. I hope you can win, buddy, give your best. The pig monkey heaved for breath as he stood up. Looking towards his equally exhausted opponent in the eye, Primeape and Blaziken shared a moment of understanding, one which could only be achieved between two beings beating the utter shit out of each other. An understanding that whatever attacks they were about to perform next would likely be their last, and define just who would take their place in history. Primeape's entire body tensed and all of his muscles, tendons, and ligaments went into overdrive as energy flew through his being. Primeape charged forward towards Blaziken, fists raised to do heavy damage. Anger point intensified Primeape's focus, rather than distorting it, making him see just the eye of the fish. Everything else was just blank to him. Anger point and final gambit. Blaziken. Blaziken's flames intensified as his own body energy overflowed. The bulk up did its job in merely making it sure that Blaziken's own body didn't give up from the overflow of energy. A primal look took hold of Blaziken's face as CM Drunk cheered it on, saying that the time had come to use their finish. Blaziken's muscles bulged beyond belief as he shook with the sheer desire to smash and destroy. Thrash and superpower. Primeape. Blaziken. XXX. A day later. Johto. This indeed is quite extensive, Spencer. I can see that you have done a mighty great job on it. But I still don't understand just what is it that you wish for me to understand from these historical pictures. A slightly exasperated Oak asked as he looked the stacks of pictures and files that Spencer had laid out in front of him as they sat in his office. Spencer had been extremely vague to Oak, saying that the matter was of such secrecy and importance, and the only way he could show it to Oak was if he could somehow meet him in his office in Johto, which was the base of operations. A quick alternating ride on his Charizard and Dragonite, and Professor Samuel Oak was once again in Johto after the events involving Unknown and NTI, also, Molly, Spencer's daughter. So, Spencer, what is it exactly that you wish to show me today? Have you made progress on your studies on the Unknown? Oak asked curiously. That did seem to be the most viable reason. While I would have liked to say that I did, unfortunately my studies on the Unknown have been as good as the namesake. But what I am here to show you today is something much more amazing, something extraordinary. Well then, tell me, my boy. I have been waiting all the while now. Oak said with a chuckle. Spencer rose a hand. Very well, Professor, I will explain it to you now. He said as he rose up from his seat to switch on the projector. The lights dimmed automatically as the multiple monoliths and ancient pictures were shown on the screen. Professor, while conducting my research on the various archaeological sites, I and my team stumbled across many ancient pictures, drawn by extinct civilizations. Now this, he clicked a button on the remote. Is a picture of a Charizard, but tell me, can you see some difference on it? Oak hummed as he studied the picture. I can definitely see that it is a Charizard. But then, there are multiple spikes present on various parts of its body. And its tail seems to be a bit different too. Not to mention its jagged style of wings. Can it be some ancient version of the Charizard we see today? Spencer had a smile on his face as he nodded, yes. Indeed you are right, Professor, this Charizard drawn here is different from the others. Now this is another figure of a Pokémon we both can agree is once again Charizard, but can you see that the drawing has been forcibly done using black and blue colors, and that all the figures show two columns of flame on both sides of Charizard's mouth. Yes, I can indeed see that. But is it not possible that these drawings are flukes? After all, humans and Pokémon didn't share such a close or peaceful relationship back then. No. These are no flukes. Such paintings have been found all over the world. Inca, Maya, Indus Valley, and even the samurai have murals and paintings showing these Pokémon in the position where we keep the Pokémon like Moltres, Lugia, and even Mew. No sir, these are absolutely no flukes. I see. I must say that this is a very fascinating discovery, Spencer. My word, Charizard having an extra evolution. Not just Charizard, Professor, look at these. Spencer said as he pushed the next button. Oak watched with wide eyes as an alternate-looking Tyranitar, Gengar, Garchomp, Alakazam, Lucario, the three Hoenn and Kanto starters, Gravevoir, and many more flashed before his eyes. He almost fell off his seat as a picture clearly showed a Tyranitar changing into a much more fearsome version of it. The morphed Tyranitar had an armor which looked much more spiky and magnificent than its usual one, as well as standing a good few feet above its previous version. The new Tyranitar was surrounded by a heavenly light, as if showing its entry into the realm of gods. People and Pokémon alike bowed down to him as he looked towards the sky. Another painting showed a horrifying scene. From what Oak could gather, it was a scene from the Roman era. A Gengar was shown entering into its evolved phase, losing its legs and gaining much bulk. The new Gengar was shown having a much more sinister look to it. Unlike the Tyranitar, who was shown as a figure entering into heavenly light, Gengar instead was shown to represent the darkness. A scene from hell was shown, as Gengar was followed by people wearing druid clothes. It was a very creepy picture to say the least. One of the oldest wall paintings, which Spencer said belonged to the ancient cave dwellers, showed a modified Aerodactyl, carrying away people and slaying Pokémon like Gyarados. The Aerodactyl's wings were similar to the modified Charizard's. It also looked much fearsome than its usual appearance. A Gyarados was also shown. Much larger than its counterparts, the evolved Gyarados' back wing was enlarged to enormous proportions, while its body lost its streamlined shape. It looked like some of the kaiju of the legend and science fiction movies. It was utterly terrifying. Satisfied, Professor? Spencer asked, a wry grin present on his face. Oak looked completely shaken up. His face was pale and beads of sweat ran down his face. The things he had seen in that video were just too much for it to be some kind of a hoax. So many civilizations, so many generations, and so far apart places. How could he refute such things? Also, as a scientist, he had a mind more open than the everyday Joe. My boy. This is just fascinating. Oak's voice came out as a hoarse whisper. In all my days of research, I didn't think I could do anything better than publishing reports about Dragonite, but this is absolutely amazing. This could shake up the world of Pokémon, and I just don't understand why haven't reports about such things come up sooner. I can't tell you that, Professor, but I have something even better for you to know. Oak looked up at Spencer, the excitement in his eyes as visible as could be. What is it, Spencer? There actually is a reported sighting of a Pokémon which has mega-evolved. Hale said, almost giving Oak a heart attack. Where? Oak asked as he shook Spencer's shoulders. In the ruins of Armeticus, surely you have heard about that place. In fact, the lead scientist working there even captured it on screen. Spencer said excitedly. Holy! That's not the end of it, Professor. See this video. Professor Oak sat in stunned silence as the video played before him. The contents were just that interesting. The whole thing was done in the style of an amateur documentary, and the screen had a yellowish tint to it, showing that it was indeed done way back in 1978, when video cameras were still a thing of imagination for many people. The scene opened when the face of a man of about Spencer's age appeared on the screen. He had black hair, along with a face that had a color similar to Ash's friend Iris. The man wore khaki-colored clothes that many adventurers preferred to wear, complete with a hat. And as Oak noticed, a few pokeballs of the older variety were attached to his belt, along with a couple of knives and folded parchments. The man's face was caked with dirt and sweat, obviously showing his time living in the wild. Much activity was shown in the background, where many people wearing similar clothing were present, along with a lot of grouped-up people wearing simple clothes, obviously villagers from the looks of it. September, 1978. Dullapur Lagoon, Ruins of Armeticus. Project, Danav. My name is Kumar Mahant. This is day 341 of my expedition in the ruins of Armeticus. I am making this video log exactly at 9:48 p.m., September 25th. I and my team have been looking for what surely could be the biggest discovery that man has made in the last 10 years. We have been in the wilderness, looking for the signs of a Pokémon the locals have described to have a regal appearance, and having a majorly blue color. The Pokémon has been successfully identified as Memtopra Lucaris, or in common words, a Lucario. The scene cut to show a prior video, where hundreds of villagers squatted in an area, while the researchers moved around showing various pictures depicting the various Pokémon. Many villagers spoke up in their native language to identify Lucario. Danav was the word they used to describe the Pokémon. It was pretty clear that they greatly feared the anomaly. You might wonder, what's so special about Lucario? It's been here and known about since the days of Sir Aaron. Well, my fellow scientists, what if I tell you that the Lucario we are talking about here is neither a shiny nor normal in any way? We have reason to believe that this particular Lucario has ascended the limits present on its body, and completely changed its DNA structure. Its coloration is not all that different, as the locals described, but its body is much more robust and having attachments not usually present in the Pokémon of its species. We asked the best painters of the villages to draw the image of what they observed in the bare glimpses they got of it. Take a look here. Kumar held out a few intricately drawn pictures of a Pokémon vaguely resembling Lucario, but it was clearly not the Aura Pokémon, at least not the one everyone knew. As you can see friends, the Lucario seen here has much longer cream-colored fur. The reason for this seems unsure as of now. The Pokémon has slimmer thighs, showing that its physical capabilities requiring the use of legs have increased significantly. The Pokémon was said to have been extremely fast, darting across a mountain in the span of mere seconds. We can also see that the spikes on the back of its paws are increased in number, probably to help in close-quarter combat. Also, as has been recently proven by Mr. Kagawa Rocket, the appendages present on its head are actually for sensing the energy called as aura, and in this specimen, the aura-sensing appendages are longer, showing heightened senses. Oak bit back a snarl at the name. Kagawa Rocket. The man who created Team Rocket and conducted sadistic experiments on innocent Pokémon for God knows how long. The man contributed immensely to the Pokémon world, including the discovery of many previously unknown evolutions. But the price paid for those discoveries was far too high to justify them. Nevertheless, Oak put back his concentration on the video, where Kumar had just finished explaining more of the details he had observed in the pictures. And so my friends, we can conclude, hypothetically, of course, that the black markings on its body are indication of increase in aura capabilities in the Pokémon. Keep in mind that the picture is in no way the 100% description of what the Pokémon is actually like, but it gives us a pretty good idea. The people seemed very fearful of the Pokémon, and I can guarantee you that such fear cannot be created artificially. Kumar then showed two printed photographs, both of them showing monoliths that Oak had already seen from Spencer's video. To support these drawings, I have with much effort, managed to get exclusive pictures from places all around the world where ancient civilizations were known to thrive. Many of them show the pictures of a Pokémon like Lucario, and with much resemblance to the one the natives have drawn. I can conclude that the Pokémon indeed exists, and might even be the missing link that joins Lucario to other aura-sensing Pokémon, including some of the prehistoric ones we have yet to discover. This of course raises the question about how an individual has been able to survive in the wild for so long, and even if it is a Lucario who was broken free of the restraints of its species and entered into the level his forefathers were known and feared for. The video abruptly ended there, causing Oak to blink his eyes in confusion over why the amazing piece had been stopped. He looked at Spencer with a questioning eye. Spencer looked at Oak sadly. That was the whole video we have, Professor, the rest has been lost to time. This particular part was the only one salvageable enough, and that too took our best technicians a full month to do. Oak sighed. No need to apologize, Spencer. This was one of the most informative pieces I have ever watched, and I must say I am honored that you chose me to see it. But I must ask, just how many videos were there? Spencer smiled bitterly. Over 50 of them. I know, he said as Oak's mouth fell open, the amount of data we could have gathered would have been mind-blowing. But as far as we have come into our own, I doubt we will need it. Although first-hand experience from such a guy would have been very interesting to say the least. I have one more query, just why can't we talk to the guy himself? And why did he not publish his findings? Oak asked in curiosity. Spencer's face twisted, as if he was internally debating about something. A few seconds later, he seemingly came to a decision. Professor, what I am about to show you is one of the biggest findings me and my team have made, and it will also answer your question about what happened to Mr. Mehant. Samuel Oak watched in trepidation as Spencer put another disc into the player. Pushing a few buttons later, the video was playing. Oak drew back in shock as the sounds of screaming and yelling filled the screen. The video camera looked to be lying on the ground, sideways. Torrential rainfall appeared to be taking place in the background, where multiple Pokémon were attacking at a blur-shaped target. Multiple attacks were launched to no effect. Blue glowing spheres ripped many a trees apart and shattered many boulders. A magmortar was blasted apart towards one of the mountainous rocks, slumping into unconsciousness. A Kingdra was buried underneath a large amount of rocks, and a Raichu was mercilessly defeated with what seemed to be a close combat. Samuel Oak watched wide-eyed as the scene of destruction took place before him. Gah! Retreat, retreat! Take your Pokémon and go to the nearest camp. Sheet! Magmortar is down. Captain, it's time to abandon the mission, he's too strong. Somebody come and help my Kingdra, he's stuck under the rocks. Help! Oh Sheet, he coming this way. Run! Charizard, go and get help. Sheet! 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 And so on. Screams and roars littered as Oak finally recognized the man known as Kumar Mehant facing down an enemy whose shape wasn't exactly clear amid all the rain. Mehant had a Sceptile out, but the forest Pokémon looked completely out of energy. Just what are you? The man had managed to speak out, as he stared into the red eyes of his enemy. Low growling came as response. A split second later, 2 glowing spheres were launched from the shadowy figure and Mehant and Sceptile were knocked into unconsciousness. Oak watched with an utterly shocked gaze as the Pokémon finally emerged from the shadows. Unfortunately, much of the screen was covered in a mixture of dirt, grime and water. The Pokémon seemingly noticed the video camera, and casually made his way towards it. The stunned professor watched with wide eyes as the legs of the Pokémon came into view. It proved to him without a doubt that the Pokémon they were seeing. Spencer paused the video for a second, causing Oak to look at his student. As you just saw, Professor, Mr. Kumar and his Sceptile were hit by an aura sphere attack. While Sceptile made a full recovery, Mr. Kumar did not. He currently resides in the Santa Maria Hospital, undergoing mental evaluations. The aura sphere affected his psyche to a horrible degree. The wavelengths generated were just too much for a mere human to bear. He said sadly. Oak looked a bit sullen at that, but felt the need to ask, but Spencer, what I don't understand is just why did the Pokémon attack the group? Are the Pokémon reaching this stage violent by nature? Or do they lose control of their mental faculties? Worry had seeped into Professor Oak's mind. He was no fool, and had understood by now that Spencer and his team had hoped to replicate these evolutions, eventually to a commercial level. But if it was so dangerous that the Pokémon went insane, it wasn't worth it. Fortunately, Spencer's answer erased his worries. The reason the Pokémon attacked was quite simple, Professor. While the villagers feared the Pokémon for its mere existence, it had never been known to be violent or cruel, kept to him or herself mostly. No, what Mr. Mahant and his group did was resort to battle for capturing the Pokémon. And naturally, that caused the Pokémon to lash out. And with its abnormal strength, none of its opponents stood a chance. Not to mention that these were the Pokémon of archaeologists and mountaineers, and even researchers, and not professional trainers, so they weren't that well trained. Both the men turned their attention back to the screen, where the Pokémon was partially visible. The Pokémon looked completely spotless, at least the bottom part, not a common sight for one facing a Magmortar, Kingdra, Charizard and Sceptile at once. Oak didn't dare blink as the Pokémon lifted the video camera curiously. The Lucario, as Oak surely recognized it now, tilted its head in wonder as he twice tapped the screen. The professor watched with a studious eye as the Lucario's facial features were now finally visible. It was almost exactly as the artists had drawn it. Just a lot more refined. Suddenly, Lucario's aura sensors whirred, causing him to take one last look at the camera before crushing it. The two scientists sat in silence for a long time, both of them unsure of what to say to their respective student teacher. "Well?" Spencer said after a bated silence. I don't know what to say, Spencer. This is just too amazing. I can't believe what I have witnessed today. Another level of evolution, just how much do we have yet to discover?" Spencer smirked. "I told you, Professor, didn't I? That this will shake up your world. Now, what if I tell you something even more amazing?" Oak bristled. "My boy. Just what could you tell me more? Do we have a Pokémon who could reach the next level?" Spencer chuckled. "No, nothing that good yet, Professor." Smiling at the rare childish grumble from his aged teacher, he continued, "Me and my team have been working on ways to introduce these changes, which we have chosen to dub Mega Evolutions, to our Pokémon. After 5 years of consecutive searches, we have found that hundreds of thousands of the stones capable of inducing the Mega Evolutions are present in our country alone. Along with that, we have also found smaller, shinier stones that are almost always attached with these rocks in some manner. Me and my scientists have been working on a way to introduce this to the Pokémon world soon, say in about 6 months to a year. But now that we have you, Professor Oak, the target date might just be 4 months later." Spencer said to Samuel Oak, who was almost salivating at the prospect by now. "That is, of course, if you accept Ash." Spencer wasn't even able to finish as Professor Oak was already halfway through to one of the doors. "To the laboratory. XXX. Pokémon Center, Kanto. You've really grown, Ash. Not a runt anymore, I see. And you've even packed some muscle, impressive," Anthony said in a jovial tone as he patted Ash on the back, causing him to wheeze for breath. Thanks, Anthony," Ash said nervously as he edged a few inches away, lest he be a victim to another of Anthony's friendly pats. "Ha! Oh, and by the way, how are Brock and Misty? I can see that they are not here with you today," Anthony asked curiously. "Actually, I am traveling alone for some time, so that I can train for the Champions League. As for Brock and Misty, well, they are the respective gym leaders of Pewter and Cerulean City," Ash explained as a smile came to his face thinking of his oldest friends. Anthony looked surprised. "Gym leaders? Good for them. Although I never pegged Misty to be a gym leader type of girl. She seemed to be more of an adventurer to me. Honestly, she is like that. But her sisters aren't really competent gym leaders, and so Misty had to take in the reins or otherwise the gym would have been shut down for its weakness," Ash said a bit sadly. While he didn't blame nor dislike Misty's sisters or for choosing their paths in life, part of him did blame them for separating him and Misty after they had traveled for so long. She was one of his best friends at the time. Luck, Lily, May, Max, Dawn, Iris, and Scylla filled that gap. Not to mention his various friends-cum-rivals he had met throughout his journey. Anthony, sensing Ash's slight sad look, decided to change the topic anyways. "What about you, Ash? I heard that you won the Unova League. Gotta say that Garchomp of yours is pretty amazing. Seriously, Anthony hadn't even known that a Pokémon like Garchomp existed. Not surprising since Garchomp was a super rare pseudo-legendary and dragon type. Not to mention found fleetingly in some of Sinnoh's caves. Ash grinned at the praise. Garchomp is pretty amazing. He is one of my strongest Pokémon. And I just remembered, how's Rebecca, Anthony? You haven't left her alone once again, have you? Ash asked with a slight scowl as he gazed at the older man, who was chuckling nervously with a guilty look. Ahaha. No, of course not, Ash. That's all in the past now. As a matter of fact, she travels with me and Primeape to many of our tournaments. Shame you weren't able to meet her. She left the town a few days ago to visit a relative of her mother's. Anthony said to Ash, who looked a bit disappointed at not getting to meet the brunette he had made friends with so long ago, but nodded nevertheless. A weak growl came from behind the duo, who was surprised to see that Primeape was up and about, sitting with a disappointed look on his face. He had his eyes pointed downwards, almost as if he was afraid of seeing either of his trainers in the eye. The two, along with Pikachu, spent a couple of hours trying to cheer up Primeape. Ash also explained to the two about the upcoming Champions League, and how he wanted to take Primeape with him and make him a member of his team once again. Primeape looked shocked, and Anthony said that since Primeape did belong to Ash and it was ultimately his decision to make. You did awesome, buddy, and even if you didn't win, I will say this now that I am very proud of you. I will be honored if you accompany me on my journey. Ash said as he faced the Rage Monkey Pokémon. Primeape looked deeply conflicted. On one hand, he wanted to wander around the world with his trainer, whom he liked a lot, while on the other hand, he didn't want to abandon Anthony, the guy who had been his teacher for so long now. Go with him, Rage. A gruff voice came from his left, causing Primeape to look towards the guy who had spoken, only to come face to face with Anthony. The muscled man smiled. While I would like it if you stayed for more time with me, I know what you really want, Primeape. I am your teacher after all. I think that you will indeed reach your full potential if you travel with a splendid trainer like Ash for a time, and once you return, we both can work towards getting the World Heavyweight Championship for ourselves, deal? Anthony smiled as he held out a fist. Anthony. Ash muttered, an odd look on his face as he looked at the selfless man. Primeape had tears welling on the corner of his eyes as he fist bumped his teacher. However, the emotions were just too much for the Pokémon, who hugged the man, tears flowing freely from his eyes. Anthony chuckled as he patted Primeape's back. Now Rage, you don't want to ruin your reputation before your trainer now, do you? Ash simply smiled as he too wiped a lone tear that came to his eye due to the emotional goodbye between Primeape and Anthony. Truly, few bonds were stronger than the ones between a master and his student. Even if they resulted in thousands of crappy kung fu movies. XXX. Make. Pokédex Chronicles, Part 1. Number 132, Ditto. Red-blue, capable of copying an enemy's genetic code to instantly transform itself into a duplicate of the enemy. Diamond, it has the ability to reconstitute its entire cellular structure to transform into whatever it sees. Heart gold, it can transform into anything. When it sleeps, it changes into a stone to avoid being attacked. X, it has the ability to reconstitute its entire cellular structure to transform into whatever it sees. Ditto is everything. Not only can it transform into any Pokémon, it can transform into anything it wants, organic and non-organic things alike. Any Pokémon on this list? Ditto can become them. It can become whatever kind of Pokémon they're weak against. Read the Pokédex descriptions carefully. It can modify its cellular structure to transform into whatever it sees, and since it can transform into a rock, we can be pretty sure that anything does mean everything. It can become, theoretically, anything that exists. The moon, the earth, Arceus, etc. An organized army of Dittos could take over the planet if they wanted. Sure, many other Pokémon have the brute strength necessary to do so. But the difference is that Dittos could do it without anyone ever noticing. Even the people talking about conspiracies won't be able to do anything. Blood tests. Sure, go on ahead, Dittos modify their cellular structure. The only way to catch them is to make them laugh, and even that might be debatable. It could replace your family and your friends without you realizing it. Eventually, a Ditto could replace you. They could replace us all. Unless that they already have. Sinnoh. Waves collided with loud splashing sounds on the beach, leaving behind foamy residues that disappeared almost immediately afterwards. The sky was bathed in red as the sun prepared to go down, with the beautiful stars already being visible a little. The beach itself was quite beautiful and well maintained, with a lot of people strolling about aimlessly, merely enjoying the sights. The street lights had come alive, along with their shop counterparts. People went about in casual beach clothes and flip-flops, visiting the food and gift shops after spending an exhausting and fun-filled day at the beach. Pokémon of various species dilly-dallied about on the area around, preparing for sleep that was sure to come. A dozen Krabbies followed their Kingler mother underground, a single Crawdaunt brooded over a rock while multiple Corphish stood unblinking near their leader. Starly and Staravia nestled into multiple trees, with the flock leader Staraptor hidden expertly into the canopies. Murkrow and Honchkrow similarly occupied other trees, with Pidgeys and Pidgeottos squeezing them in between. Multiple plants were lined on the sandy floor, causing many people to do a double take. One would notice after a second glance that these were in fact Odishas, a Pokémon native to Kanto but not uncommon everywhere else. The scene of the beach was almost serene, a one which many artists would love to draw up. But in all this, a particular area of the beach was anything but peaceful. Two huge forms collided on the sandy surface, both of them glaring at each other with a look of competitiveness, and while a bit out of breath, comparatively free of harm. The first one, a Pokémon with a long scaly body and a large hood with an almost hypnotic design, an Arbok, looked as if it had been violently hit by tsunamic waves one too many times, and wheezed like its lungs were turned into water balloons, while the other, a Pokémon with an outer shell that covered its entire body bar heads, hands and legs, with two distinctive cannons present on either side of its head, a Blastoise, looked as if it was about to pass out at any moment. Much of its visible body was covered with welts, burns, and dark patches which were obviously caused by poisoning. Just one more attack Blastoise, finish Arbok with Hydro Pump. A blue-haired teenage girl shouted as she waved her hand about. Blastoise immediately followed her trainer's orders, and with a distinctive click, the cannons readied themselves for the two concentrated jets of water that emerged from within the water-type Kanto starter. Blastoise grunted as she had to put much more effort in conjuring the water and then forcing it out with as much force as she was able to muster, DM and the poison. Nevertheless, in a matter of seconds, the two jets sped towards Arbok, who wobbled wearily as he waited for his own trainer's orders. Ash smirked as he heard his Blueonette friends move, too bad Dawn, this is Arbok's playground. Arbok, dig into the ground, emerge and then attack Blastoise with a Thunder Fang, aim for the leg. Ash only hoped that Arbok heard the last two commands he gave, since he dug into the ground immediately after hearing the order, lest he be taken out by the hydro pump. The attack itself hit the place where Arbok was with a loud splash and bang, and with a crater that large, Ash knew that this could have been match over for them. Dawn, who had just begun smiling at her apparent victory, gasped in disbelief as the Cobra Pokémon blasted from behind Blastoise, sending a lot of sand in the air, and wrapped itself around the shell Pokémon with blinding quickness. Dawn was just about to order Blastoise to use Withdraw when Arbok's fangs whirred with electricity. Blastoise cried out in extreme pain as Arbok dug his fangs into her leg. The electricity traveled its way onto the water Pokémon's body from her leg to the interior body which she hid in her shell. While a normal Thunder Fang wouldn't have been so effective, with Blastoise's water typing the attack just became much more dangerous. Not to mention she wasn't able to use Withdraw. An agonizing screech of pain emerged from Blastoise as she collapsed onto the ground, with Arbok gradually reducing the electric flux as uncoiling himself from Blastoise's body. Kalava Lava. Kalava raised his hands to indicate Ash's victory, who whooped in joy. Dawn merely sighed in defeat as she returned her Pokémon to her Pokeball for temporary rest. Arbok looked mightily pleased with himself as he coughed out a large amount of water that he had ingested mistakenly. Great job, Arbok. We might have to work on making your attacks more versatile, but that isn't something that can't be achieved. And I must say, the Thunder Fong was almost as good as what would be expected from an electric type, isn't that right, Pikachu? Ash said as he jerked his thumb towards the little yellow Pokémon perched on his shoulder. Pikachu grinned as he gave a thumbs up to Arbok, who looked a little bit embarrassed at the praise, but nodded his head gratefully. And you were great too, Dawn. Ash said as he faced his friend. Last time I had seen, Blastoise was still a Wartortle, so May couldn't have evolved her much earlier. And even though he isn't your own Pokémon, you did a really great job. Ash said with a smile. Dawn rubbed the back of her sheepishly. Well, I do have Piplup. So it isn't like I don't have experience with water-type Pokémon, but your Arbok was simply a level higher, Ash. I can see that you have trained very hard. Dawn and May had exchanged their Pachirisu and Blastoise respectively for the month of July. It was only by coincidence that Ash came to Sinnoh during that time. Dawn didn't say it out loud, but she was pretty embarrassed by her loss to Ash's Arbok, which she considered the inferior Pokémon to a fully evolved Kanto starter like Blastoise. Who could blame her for thinking so after seeing Jessie's Seviper being so soundly thrashed for years? Don't sell yourself short, Dawn. Ash stated seriously, seeing Dawn's sad expression. You are a great coordinator, and I have no doubt that you could be a great trainer too. If Blastoise was your own Pokémon, and you had much more time to devise strategies with him, I don't think Arbok would have won by that margin. It would have been a much closer match. Every word was spoken with nothing but honesty from Ash, who didn't like any of his friends thinking any low. Dawn huffed as she sat on the sandy surface, facing the sea. But I and Kalava also lost against your own Kalava, Ash. What does that say about my abilities? She said with a bit of frustration. I don't think I have a chance to even get to round 2 in the Champions League. She stated glumly. While Dawn wasn't one to downplay her own abilities, with the nature and competitiveness of the Champions League, it wasn't hard to see where her attitude was coming from. As Dawn sat on the sandy floor, her already short skirt rode up a few inches. While it would have many a teenage boy blush and stare creepily, we must not forget that it was Ash Ketchum we are dealing with here. The boy who thought boobies were a kind of food only adults could get when he was Ash sat besides Dawn, and surprising her, gently took hold of her hands, not even looking towards Dawn's slightly exposed thighs. You might not, Dawn, but that isn't the thing which is important, you know. You're a great coordinator, and you reached the finals on the year you started training. Do you know just how awesome that was, Dawn? I made it to the top 16, and even that was due to pure luck. Ash said in one spontaneous breath. Taking a slight contemplative posture next, he added. Quite frankly, I think I succeeded. Dawn blushed a bit at the praise, but made no movement to say anything. She did allow herself to laugh a little at Ash's comment. Pikachu nodded in the background at the luck part. Arbok simply coiled on the sandy floor to look around passively. The Cobra Pokémon was a rather quiet and lone wolf type of Pokémon, so a quiet area like a beach was heaven to him. You, on the other hand, showed a performance that proved your own talent. Togekiss isn't even your Pokémon, and you managed to handle and make bonds with it within your rookie year. That is amazing, Dawn. Charizard used to disobey me when he first evolved because I wasn't competent enough, and while you also had that problem with Mamoswine, you managed to clear it up within a few months. Dawn smiled slightly at the support from Ash. She didn't say it out loud that whatever she had learnt and achieved during their Sinnoh journey was due to Ash and Brock's guidance and support. What I am saying is, Dawn. Ash took a deep breath, is that a single victory or loss doesn't exactly determine your true abilities. I lost to Paul so many times, but I then defeated him at the moment it was the most important. This caused Dawn to smile. Paul's defeat to Ash was a definite marked moment in her life. One she had been rooting for much time due to the harsh way Paul treated his Pokémon. Just train hard and believe in your Pokémon Dawn, just like you have done till now. And even if you lose, no need to worry, 'cause I'll always be there to cheer you up. Ash said with a laugh while Dawn lightly punched him for stealing her catchphrase. Still, it didn't miss Dawn's attention how Ash said the word always with much conviction. The thought made her feel happy, although she knew that the emotion wasn't exclusive for her. Once someone made Ash Ketchum their friend, they could always count on him to be to hell and back if needed. Thanks for saying that, Ash. Dawn smiled as she turned to look at Ash, who was looking like he always did, confident and handsome, Dawn thought to herself. Looking into Ash's brown eyes, which always looked like they were brimming with barely contained emotion, she took a second to see her friend in a light she hadn't exactly seen in before. While she and Ash had seen each other in bathing suits a few times before, both of them had childish bodies with none of the adult features. Now, however, Dawn herself had filled out quite a lot from before. Particularly her chest area. Her height had also grown a lot, and she was just a little bit shorter than her mother. For his part, Ash's changes were the most radical ones. While before he was equal in height to Dawn, now he was noticeably taller than her. Also, much of his baby fat had been lost, resulting into a face that looked much more like a seasoned traveler than a child. However, it still retained some of the features that distinguished him from a true adult. While before Ash's body had none of the extra muscle, now with his regular Dexter-enhanced training he had began putting on some muscle too. Of course he didn't get a six-pack immediately, but for what it was worth, he was pretty well built for a boy his age who didn't make exercise as a priority. Dawn was feeling a strange warmness in her cheeks as she stared at Ash, who was smiling back at her in an innocent manner. Finally taking note of his hand over hers, which was warm, Dawn felt her cheeks heat up even more than before. So much so that Ash's smile was replaced by a look of confusion. "Dawn, are you all right?" Ash asked in concern, startling Dawn, who was looking at his face with a flushed look for quite some time. What? Ash's concern grew even more at this answer. "I asked whether you are all right, Dawn. Your face is all red and you're breathing a bit faster. Also, just now you didn't hear what I said even though I was sitting a few inches from you. So, are you all right?" Dawn smiled nervously. "Why, yeah. Of course I am fine, Ash, no need to worry." However, just as Dawn said that, it became clear to her that her choice of words wasn't exactly correct, nor relaxing, to Ash. "You know, that's when I worry the most," Ash said with a slightly chiding look. "I serious here, Dawn, are you sure you don't have fever or something?" Ash said as he put his hand on Dawn's temple, nearly causing her to black out from the contact. Dawn was blushing so brightly that it was almost as if she had colored her face with sparkling red paint. Luckily for her, a certain someone decided to make his presence known at that exact moment. "Wow. I think a couple of my teeth rotted from the sweetness displayed." A monotone voice came from behind Dawn and Ash, who turned around to see just who it was who interrupted him. Both of them were surprised to see the face of Ash's foremost rival, Paul. "What are you doing here?" Ash asked incredulously as he stood up, taking care to pull Dawn up since he was still holding her hands. "Hn. I was just passing by here after training with my Pokémon when I caught sight of you two, thought I'd come down and meet the Unova League winner," Paul said with a smirk. Ash looked surprised at that. Really? The old Paul would have preferred doing a moonwalk in a pink tutu rather than come down to willingly meet him. "Really?" Paul repeated dryly, "and I can see that Barry and Kenny's information was correct as well," Paul said as he pointedly looked at Ash and Dawn's connected hands. Dawn blushed brightly at that and hurriedly removed her hand from Ash's, who looked a bit confused at the sudden action. "What information?" Ash asked innocently. Paul smirked. "Why, of course, the information that you and Dawn are okay, that's it." Paul wasn't able to continue as Dawn grabbed his hand and dragged him off away from Ash. "Hey!" Paul shouted in outrage as the Blueonette took him a few feet away. "What's the big idea, Paul?" Dawn asked angrily as she crossed her arms, glaring at Paul, who was looking a bit confused. What's troublesome?" Why the heck did you drag me here? Paul muttered as he rubbed his sore hand. God, that girl had a hard grip. What we're going to say just now? That you and Ash are an item? What else? Paul asked in confusion. Dawn grit her teeth in anger. Me and Ash are not an item. Have Kenny and Barry gone completely bonkers? Do you know how embarrassing it would have been if you had said it in front of Ash? Hn. As if I care. Anyway, if it makes you shut up, I will not say so again. Happy? Paul asked sarcastically. Very. Dawn said through clenched teeth. She decided, Kenny and Barry would have to pay. The duo then made their way back to Ash and Pikachu. Arbok had been recalled by then by Ash to recover in his Pokeball. Hey guys. Ash waved to the duo, indicating them to come near. Dawn smiled and moved forward quickly, while Paul grumbled and moved normally. So. What were you two talking about? Ash asked curiously as Pikachu looked on. Dawn waved him off. Nothing special, Ash, I just had to ask Paul about something. Paul grunted in confirmation. Paul decided to get to the topic that he had first intended to talk about when he spotted Ash. So Ash, I believe you must be here training for the Champions League. Ash perked up at the topic. Not quite, Paul. While I am here for training, I am also here to take part in the Sinnoh Battle Frontier. He said, as Paul's eyes widened. Sinnoh Battle Frontier? Aren't all gyms closed down? Paul asked in a bit of confusion. No, the gyms are closed, but the Kanto and Sinnoh Battle Frontiers have remained open since they don't get too many challengers anyway. Ash explained to Paul, who immediately decided to visit Kanto. Brandon was waiting. What about you, Paul? Did you take part in any of the leagues this year? Sinnoh. Lost in the finals. Paul said quietly, not wanting to revisit the painful memory. Ash cringed at that. To lose in the finals must have been hard. But I see that you had a pretty easy victory in the Unova League, Ash. Paul commented. Easy? Yes, of course. None of your challengers were half as qualified as you, except for that guy you faced in the finals. Virgil, yes, him. The fat boy was just mediocre, and the guy you faced in the semi-finals was a pure idiot. He could have defeated you if he had 6 Pokémon. Consider yourself lucky. Paul said. Ash bristled angrily at the derisive comments towards his friends, but calmed down a bit since he knew that it was just Paul's way of speaking, blunt and to the point. Dawn, however, saw a moment of little revenge. Why, Paul, you seem to know an awful lot about Ash's matches, even though you had your own at those times. Dawn said slyly. Paul, however, didn't rise up to the bait. Much to Dawn's depression, the answer is quite simple, Dane. I like to scout my opposition, and since the Pokemon League website has full videos uploaded, I took advantage of that. Paul said, ignoring Dawn's remark that her name wasn't Dane. Hold on. Ash interjected, you mean to say that the website has full battle videos of every trainer? Even the Elite Four? Yes, even the Elite Four. But only of the official battles they have with an audience. The Elite Four Challenge Takers matches are still behind closed door and without coverage. Dawn explained. The trio mulled over the information they had shared for a little while, before Ash spoke up. Say, Paul, have you any Pokeballs on hand? Paul grinned. I thought you'd never ask. Dawn sighed with a smile. Here they go again. Torterra. Crocodile. Let's go. Triple X. Where are you, Master? Who? Who is this? I am waiting, Master. Who are you? My aura calls your Ash. How do you know my name? Find me, Ash, find me. Who are you? How can you talk to me? Answer me. Find me, or I will find you. Where do I find you? The time is ticking, Master. Tell me. Tick-tock. Please. Tick-tock. Answer me. Tick-tock. Answer. Tick-tock 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 tick-tock. Ash woke up, gasping for breath, and clutching his chest. His heart was drumming against his chest with such speeds that it was almost as if he had run a marathon. A strange burning sensation took place in his stomach, causing the boy to wince as he rubbed the spot. What the hell was that? Ash thought to himself as he clutched his hair. This was the 5th time such a dream was coming to him. The raven-haired boy could make no heads nor tails of the blurry and vague scenes he could see in his dreams. Shots of a small figure, running from fire, a massive beast intent on destroying, and finally, happiness at having soused. But this time, another clue had been left to Ash during his dream. A concept with which Ash was more than familiar with, but was still a massive unknown. What did it mean that its aura was calling mine? I haven't even used those powers in like a long time. And how did it know about it in the first place? Aura, the power which flowed in every living being, in something he had used a couple of times in his life. The power which was supposedly lost to mankind with time. But somehow was accessible to him. Sir Aaron's Lucario had even compared his aura to his master's. Taking a gulp of water, and relishing the coolness of it against his burning body, Ash laid back down on the sleeping bag. The situation was very close to becoming a problem for him. Not only were these dreams extremely cryptic, and thus preventing him from actually finding the one who was calling him out, they also left him exhausted and sleepless. He had to do something. With that thought in mind, Ash closed his eyes, never noticing that they were shining a bright blue. XXX. A few days later. Here it is, Pikachu. Ash announced as they neared a huge structure. Pikachu looked up in a bit of awe at it. The first frontier facility of Sinnoh. The facility was a large regal-looking structure. The building itself was 2 stories high, but the width of it almost screamed the fact that a battlefield was built inside it. Around the facility was a large field, in which many Pokémon freely roamed and played around. Ash was impressed to see quite a few extremely strong fully evolved Pokémon like Rhyperior and Electivire battling it out in the open grounds. Hold it right there. A voice called out, causing Ash and Pikachu to turn around quickly. A woman was the source of the voice. She had purple hair, and was wearing red-rimmed sunglasses. The rest of her attire comprised of a red-colored overcoat and similarly colored cargo pants. Finishing the look were high-topped boots. The woman moved towards Ash with a stern look on her face, making him gulp a little. "What are you doing here, young man?" The woman asked Ash sternly. "I am here for the Battle Frontier Challenge." Ash explained. Pikachu nodded in support from his shoulder. The woman's expression immediately brightened at that. "Oh yeah. You must be the kid Scott was mentioning about." "Ash, is it?" Ash smiled. "That's my name. But how did Scott tell you about me? I haven't even talked to him in like, forever." Ash asked quizzically. True, the last time he met Scott was when he had won the Kanto Battle Frontier. The woman giggled. "The first winner of the Kanto Battle Frontier in so many days is big news, Ash. Scott told us to be prepared since you would soon be coming to conquer our frontier too. And as for how he informed us about your arrival, well, it's anybody's guess." She shrugged. Scott was a notoriously cryptic guy, quite irritating as well. Ash looked up in surprise. "Hold up. You said Scott warned us. Are you?" "Yep, yours truly, Hall Matron Argenta." The woman now identified as Argenta gave a mock bow as Ash looked at her excitedly. "Awesome. Let's have our battle right now." Ash's excitement didn't go unnoticed by Argenta, who chuckled before responding. "Sure, Ash, but first, I must list out to you the rules of our battle frontier," she stated seriously as she motioned Ash to follow her into the large building, where the battleground was located. Ash nodded quietly. "First of all, we do traditional 3-on-3 Pokémon battles, no changing Pokémon in the middle, and you cannot continue a Pokémon once it has won. That's the rule of my frontier hall. I vehemently disagree with the tactics that allow trainers to change their Pokémon when they get injured or are at a disadvantage. If I win during the first battle, then we both would have to change our Pokémon. If you win the second battle then we continue to the third, but once again after changing Pokémon. If I win once again in the third battle then you are allowed to use your second Pokémon once more. The third battle decides everything. She explained. Ash was a little taken aback at the orthodox rule of not being able to change Pokémon in between battles, but he soon took as another challenge to overcome. However, he still had a few questions. So what if I or you lose both the first two battles? Is the match over then? Good question. If a trainer loses both the first two battles, and wins in the third, yes, a third battle will take place, then that trainer will have the task of defeating both the opponent's other two Pokémon with just one. In short, it will become a 3-on-1 scenario for that trainer. Argenta said. Ash whistled at that. Those kind of odds were supremely tough to overcome, especially against someone in charge of a frontier facility. So it's basically game over once you lose two of your Pokémon, huh? Argenta grinned. That's right, kid. So I hope you have come prepared for the challenge. You're the first one to challenge the Sinnoh Battle Frontier this year, you know that? Humming at that information, Ash continued walking with Argenta towards what seemed to be an official battle area. As he carried 6 Pokeballs plus Pikachu with him, Ash mentally debated on the Pokémon he was to start out with, in case he had to choose first. The 16-year-old also scouted the various areas they passed, such as the training area where many young boys and girls were battling. From what Ash was able to observe, most of the Pokémon were low level and seemed to be new to the battling front. Say Argenta, do you also run a training area in here? Ash asked to the middle-aged woman walking alongside him, who gave with a side glance as she answered. Yes, we do. Too many kids go out into the open world with next to no experience and end up either hurting themselves, or their Pokémon. Ash and Pikachu's sweat dropped as they remembered their very first day. Most of them, the rookies I meet, don't even know how to forage for food or light a fire safely. Can you believe that? Argenta scoffed as she shook her head in disbelief. A proverbial raincloud had begun forming over the duo as they remembered that if not for Brock and Sillon, they wouldn't have survived as easily in the wild. And that's not all, sometimes their own Pokémon abandon them after getting fully evolved. They can't really be blamed, you know. Who would want to be under an incompetent trainer? A certain Pokeball on Ash's belt twitched. And thus Argenta continued listing the faults that debuting trainers often contained within themselves, unknown of the effect it was taking on her guest. And did you know that? Wait a minute. Argenta blinked as she looked to her side, only to find that Ash wasn't there. Ash? The hall matron looked around confusedly, finally landing her eyes on Ash and Pikachu, who were both sulking over on a nearby corner. I was so worthless. Ash whispered as he made a circle on the ground with his finger, with Pikachu slumped on his back. Dark shadows had fallen upon the duo's faces, amplifying the gloom and doom even more. Argenta's sweat dropped at seeing the dismayed expression on their faces. On a private note, she wondered whether the kid would even provide her a challenge. He certainly didn't seem to be the type. Most frontier challengers were in their mid-20s after all. But if he had won the Kanto Battle Frontier, even if barely, then he was worth testing out. XXX. Battlefield, Frontier Hall. I hope you are well prepared, Ash. The Sinnoh Frontier brains are a step above our Kanto counterparts, so you won't have it as easy here. Argenta said, a bit cockily, as she faced down her opponent, who stood at the other end of the rocky battlefield. Ash merely bit his teeth at that, not choosing to say anything. Whether the Sinnoh Frontier brains were better than the Kanto ones he would only be able to decide after having a battle, but he did know that the Kanto Frontier brains were some of the toughest trainers he had ever faced in his 6-year journey. Anyone at that level or above was nothing to scoff at. The referee raised both of his flags, one green and one red. This battle is one of 3 between Hall Matron Argenta and Ash Ketchum from Kanto. The 2 Pokémon will battle until the other faints. There will be no substitutions. Are the trainers ready? The referee asked professionally as he looked at the 2 trainers. Yup. Argenta nodded, a Pokeball already in her hand. You bet. Ash grinned as he enlarged a Pokeball. The referee nodded at their confirmations, before looking at his watch. Ready, dot. Begin. Empoleon, ready for battle. Shelgon, I choose you. Both the competitors released their powerful Pokémon, who appeared onto the battlefield with enthusiastic cries of their names glaring at each other. Argenta's chosen Pokémon was the fully evolved form of the Sinnoh water-type starter Piplup, Empoleon. Empoleon had a large, intimidating build. Its body was predominantly black in color, with the torso white and some parts blue. The most distinguishing feature was the presence of a crown-like structure on its head. Completing the regal look were multiple golden-colored parts on its back, and golden claws on its flippers. Ash's chosen Pokémon was none other than the middle finger-raising Bagon, only, it had evolved. Ash had found out that Bagon, despite his thinking otherwise, was in fact a Pokémon who was experienced and close to evolving to its second state. While Bagon had been a little disobedient, and much disrespectful, in the beginning, the dragon type had somewhat mellowed out during their training. But it was safe to say that it was still a work in progress for Ash. An Empoleon. Gotta be careful now, Shelgon, don't lose focus for even a second. Ash warned his Pokémon as he warily looked at Argenta's Empoleon. While it was true that he had a type advantage over his opponent, he wasn't about to make a mistake in underestimating his opponent. He didn't particularly have happy memories about facing the Pokémon. Barry's Empoleon had been super strong against Paul, not to mention the few times he had battled with the blonde-haired boy. And he didn't even want to think about his loss to Kenny. That had been beyond embarrassing. Shelgon took his trainer's words to his heart as his expression became even more focused. The opponent Empoleon maintained his stone-cold expression, something which always developed onto the Pokémon belonging to people like gym leaders, frontier brains, and even the Elite Four. This was mainly due to the sheer number of battles they had to face during their years spent as authority figures, and not all of them were even remotely exciting. But today was about to be another matter. Both the Pokémon were well trained and ready to face their opponents, it was sure to be a close battle. I'll let you have the first move, Ash. Argenta called out to her opponent, who smiled in gratitude. You heard her, Shelgon, charge forwards and use Crunch. Ash yelled to the shell-covered Pokémon, who grunted in affirmation as he started speeding forward at an adequate speed. Shelgon's jaws covered in a dark aura, and shone with malicious energy. Just as Shelgon reached the taller Pokémon, Argenta made her move. Empoleon, dodge it and then use Water Gun. Argenta called out to her Pokémon. Empoleon showed impressive speed as he dodged the attack effortlessly. With dust kicking up from the speedy movements of the two Pokémon, Empoleon launched a close-range water gun at the shell Pokémon. The torrent of water hit Shelgon on its back, but did nothing except making the Pokémon cringe a bit. Shelgon's defenses are too strong for such attacks, Argenta. Now Shelgon, jump and use Crunch. Ash ordered immediately as Shelgon jumped up using its powerful leg muscles. Empoleon ducked and weaved out of the way, but Shelgon kept on coming with Crunch attacks. The power of the attack became clear to Argenta as Shelgon easily smashed up a small boulder using its attack. You can't let it hit Empoleon, dodge and use Mist. Argenta said. Empoleon made a last dodge and retreated a few feet behind the ready to attack Shelgon. Not giving it time to do so, Empoleon opened its beak and released a thick fog which surrounded the whole battlefield, blocking the view from the two trainers. Now Empoleon, use Bubble Beam. Argenta said as she waved her hand around. Immediately afterwards multiple explosions came through the fog as the explosive bubbles hit Shelgon, and despite his thick and almost impenetrable armor, Shelgon was getting hurt. Shelgon, hang in there. Ash desperately called out to his Pokémon as he racked his brains for any strategy to overcome the sudden problem. Argenta smirked, I'm afraid it's game over for you now, Ash. Empoleon, use Hydro Pump and Bubble Beam continuously. Keep up the Mist. Ash grit his teeth as Shelgon's first pain-filled cry came from within the mist, showing that Empoleon had either used a very strong attack or it had started attacking Shelgon's weak spot, its underbelly. The mist itself burned Shelgon. The ice-type move being the kryptonite to his dragon type. While the fog would have simply provided oculatory problems to most Pokémon, and a minor freeze, to Shelgon it was like frostbite. I'm really disappointed. This is the guy who took down the Kanto battle frontier. Humph. I should have known better than to give importance to rumors. Argenta thought, a bit disappointed by the way the battle was going. But Ash had no ideas about letting it end this early, or in his loss. Shelgon, go underground. Ash wanted to hit himself on the back for not thinking of such an easy way out immediately. Shelgon, hearing his trainer's orders, immediately dodged an incoming wave of bubble and ferociously dug underground. Leaving a hole in his wake, Shelgon saved himself from the powerful water-type attacks. While Ash couldn't see Argenta, he sure hoped that the smug expression on her face would have damped a lot. Shelgon, track Empoleon and use Zen Headbutt. Ash said. DMN. Empoleon, stay on your toes, don't let Shelgon get you. Argenta ordered hurriedly as she knew that if the Zen Headbutt hit at full power, Empoleon would be highly injured. Empoleon, hearing his trainer's orders, kept his eyes glued around himself. Noticing a slight bulge in the ground, Empoleon jumped backwards, sure of his safety. But it was just then that a force comparable to a freight train hit Empoleon on the back with a sickening thud. The penguin Pokémon's leathery hide rippled and its eyes bulged as Shelgon drove its skull into Empoleon's back. Spit mixed with blood flew from the penguin's mouth as the X-shaped hammer on Shelgon's cranium bulged, covering over Empoleon's body, and then exploded as Empoleon was launched off his feet. Argenta gasped as Empoleon's pain-filled cry filled the air. The mist dissipated as Empoleon lost the concentration needed to maintain it. Ash grinned in relief as a minutely damaged Shelgon appeared confidently standing, while Empoleon had pain filled over its face as it struggled to get on even one knee. Empoleon's face had contorted with the extreme pain that was emerging from its back, and the sudden manner in which it had happened so. Just as Ash had thought, Shelgon had some severe ice burns on its exposed body, mostly being protected by the heavy armor on its back. Empoleon, are you all right? Argenta asked with concern to her Pokémon, who weakly, but resolutely, nodded back. Shelgon isn't really stronger than Empoleon, no. But Shelgon hit Empoleon on its back, and that's why he has the clear advantage now. Empoleon won't be able to move at full speed or use his full power due to the damage suffered to his spinal cord. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Argenta thought to herself in anger as Empoleon writhed in pain. Ash, however, didn't want to let his opponent rest too much. Shelgon, finish it, use Dragon Breath. Shelgon immediately charged up a glowing sphere in his mouth, the draconian energy flowing through his body. The sphere grew in size until Shelgon closed his jaws, seemingly dissipating the attack, but then opened his jaws once again to release the energy in a blinding flash towards his wincing opponent. A few small rocks beneath Shelgon shattered due to the sheer energy concentrated under the small Pokémon. Alright. That's it, Shelgon. Ash cheered his Pokémon as the Dragon Breath speedily reached Empoleon. Empoleon looked wide-eyed at the attack which was coming at him, showing no signs of stopping. Ash grinned, the raven-haired trainer was sure of his victory now. But Argenta wasn't a frontier brain for nothing. Empoleon cut it with Ice Beam. Just as Argenta's command left her mouth, Empoleon charged up a mini-sphere in its mouth. In a microsecond, the attack was launched towards the incoming Dragon Rage. Ash gaped as the attack cut, yes, literally cut through the Dragon Rage. The ice beam moved towards a shell-shocked Shelgon like electricity, leaving much of the ground it passed covered in icicles and ice shards. Just as the attack were mere feet in front of Shelgon, the shell Pokémon came to his senses, jumping back. However, he wasn't nearly as fast as to escape the multiple thunder-like shots that emerged hitherto from the ice beam. The attack nicked its face barely, leaving a frost bite, and encased its upper shell. Shelgon's lower body, already covered in freeze burns from the mist, miraculously escaped undamaged from the high-level attack. The greenish mist was cut in the middle, with the two parts missing Empoleon by inches and kicking up large amount of dust from the places where they hit, showing the sheer devastating power of the attack. Ash grimaced. This wasn't good. He knew of the sheer devastating power Ice-type moves had against Dragon types, and thus knew that Shelgon's advantage had just been dissipated. Easily. Momentary relief crossed Argenta's face as she looked at the grunting Shelgon. While Empoleon had suffered massive damage due to the surprise attack early on, the Ice-type moves had more than made up since Shelgon had massive damages. With its already slow speed, the Frost Bite just played into their advantage. And for even more powerful Dragon-type attacks, there was always Ice Beam. As you can see. Argenta drawled out as Empoleon stood up, panting and grimacing, "We aren't nearly taken out, Ash," she said with smirk. Ash merely looked on in concentration, thinking of ways to defeat Empoleon. While he had suspected Ice Beam, he had blearily hoped that he could finish the match before Empoleon even had a chance. Unfortunately for him, going for a flashy attack like Dragon Breath had given Empoleon ample time to counter with him own. "Empoleon, don't let Shelgon recover, use Ice Beam once again," Argenta commanded. Empoleon immediately started launching Ice Beam after Ice Beam towards a panicking Shelgon. Shell. Shelgon whimpered as it barely dodged another Ice Beam. "Don't worry, Shelgon, go underground, the Ice Beam can't hit you there," Ash said, hoping to use his previous strategy. Gone. Shelgon immediately used its digging skills to go underground, making the Ice-type attack meaningless. "Hiding now, Ash?" Argenta mocked lightly, casing Ash's lips to purse. True, he didn't want Shelgon to hide and use underhand strategies, but Empoleon was much more experienced and battle-worn. He even looked to be recovering from the spine-jarring attack from before. "Unfortunately for you, we won't let it happen a second time. Empoleon, flood the hole with Hydro Pump," Ash cursed. Empoleon hobbled over to the hole Shelgon had created, and with unholy glee launched a Hydro Pump attack inside it, flooding the hole with enough water to either drown or draw out Shelgon. Ash merely watched on with continuing distress as he watched Empoleon flood the hole. Sheet. At this rate Shelgon will be out and ripe for Empoleon's picking in no time. Since he is underground he can't even counter with any of his attacks, however. Ash's eyes widened for a second as he thought of a strategy. While he would have never used it in a normal circumstance, dire situations called for dire measures. "Shelgon, use the flow of the Hydro Pump and blast out of the ground," Ash yelled, hoping that Shelgon could hear him. What is this boy thinking? Argenta narrowed her eyes as she heard her opponent's call. Nevertheless, she knew that her plan was flawless and the Hydro Pump would do the job. Shelgon couldn't breathe underground, so amplifying this with a sheet load of water would either cause the Dragon type to be trapped underground and faint, or she could just take him out with an Ice Beam after he surfaces. Underneath the ground, Shelgon was sweating wildly as it tried to navigate its way through the ground, holding his breath and using all of his digging capabilities. But the goddamned water kept following him. Shelgon grunted as he had to cut across from a particularly large rock to keep to the softer mud. Splash. Giving a spare glance over its shell, Shelgon noticed the water rapidly cutting the distance with much speed. It was as if a dam had broken free, and Shelgon was a mere ant trying to escape from it. The water made a mini earthquake as it crashed into the walls of the underground caves the Dragon type was rapidly creating. Shelgon was exhausted and burning from the Ice Beam he had suffered before. Not to mention the constant digging and rushing forward. Just as the Dragon type was about to give in to sheer exhaustion, its sensitive ears caught his trainer's words, even if there was a layer of mud and water separating them. Mentally debating for a second, Shelgon gave a sigh as he changed the angle of his movement, which was now upwards. What the heck? Shelgon thought, I don't have a way out anyway, if the idiot thinks this could work. And with that thought in mind, just as Shelgon was about to burst through the ground, it reduced its speed, but didn't completely stop. The end result being that the water, which was still being supplied by a rather tired Empoleon, hit Shelgon on his behind, hard. Wincing a bit in pain, Shelgon took advantage of the huge gain in speed and momentum, and burst through the ground like an escadrille. Dust, rocks and muddy water exploded from the place as Shelgon reached 20 feet into the air, taking relish in the momentary feeling of what flying entailed. Things almost went on slow motion from there on. Argenta gaped openly, Empoleon stopped the hydro pump, and Ash grinned at having his idea prove faithful. Shelgon momentarily closed its eyes to feel the fresh air present above, before snapping them open just as the order came from his trainer. "Shelgon, remember our strategy. Flamethrower." Ash yelled to his Pokémon, who in a matter of seconds, took a huge breath, drew upon the energy present in his body, and let loose an absolute raging inferno towards Empoleon. The fire growled as it rapidly approached Empoleon, who hastily launched a hydro pump to counter the attack. Neither Pokémon gave in, Shelgon keeping the fire going, and Empoleon supplying even more water to his weaker than usual hydro pump. Even if Empoleon's attack is weaker, no chance in hell a simple flamethrower could overtake a hydro pump. Argenta thought to herself as she glared at the point where fire met water. Seeing Empoleon's attack pushing through, she momentarily grinned in victory, before Ash turned the world once more. "Shelgon, it's time to start spinning." Literally. Argenta and even the referee watched wide-eyed as Shelgon, all the while keeping up the flamethrower, slowly started rotating its body. The force generated from launching the flamethrower keeping it hovering in the air, Shelgon slowly increased its spinning momentum. The fire spun along with its master, and embers began circling the air around the two battlers. Just what the heck is this guy? Argenta thought in disbelief at the sheer number of unconventional strategies her opponents had come up with during their short match. Soon, Shelgon was nothing more than a spinning wheel as the flamethrower whirred around with him. The previously wall of fire turned into a spinning drill, cutting through the hydro pump and allowing water to pass around harmlessly. Huge amounts of steam kicked up from the collisions of the now equal attacks, with Shelgon keeping his spinning and Empoleon's eyes glowing with unholy power as air increased the volume of water sent tenfold. Ultimately, both Pokémon had to stop their attacks, for a very simple reason. They had to breathe. But not willing to give their opponents a single shred of advantage, both Pokémon roared as they sent huge volumes of their attacks one last time. A huge explosion comparable to that of a cannon blast took place as the water and fire fought against each other into the sky. The scene was beautiful as embers circled the sphere of water attempting to enclose the wild-natured fire. Ultimately, neither won, and in an amazing display of power, both the attacks exploded against each other, creating a huge wall of steam that blocked their opponent from their view. But this was the moment Ash was waiting for. "Shelgon, finish it." Ash screamed towards the sky, not giving any particular order, there was no need. Argenta, who was still shell-shocked from the display before, registered her opponent's words, and was about to order Empoleon to use Ice Beam on the surefire Dragon Breath or Dragon Rage, but instead her eyes widened even more as the situation finally dawned on her. The misty cloud separated, rather, it was cut through a glaring Shelgon descended towards Empoleon like a homing missile, his shell glowing brightly and in an X shape. "Sheet Empoleon, it's a Zen headbutt, dodge." Argenta yelled desperately to her Pokémon, who unfortunately was unable to follow her orders. With his mobility already crushed due to the spinal damage, using powerful moves like Ice Beam and Hydro Pump had taken a huge toll on the penguin Pokémon. Empoleon was only able to watch wide-eyed as Shelgon appeared 10 feet away from him, the Zen headbutt glowing with power. Argenta recognized her Pokémon's inability to move as one of impossibility, rather as a defiance of order, and thus resorted to desperate means. "Empoleon, use Mach Punch to stop it." Ash merely narrowed his gaze as he continued watching his Pokémon move, nothing could take victory from his hands now. Empoleon's fist glowed orange as he pet it back. 9 feet. Shelgon's eyes glowed as he neared. 8 feet. Pooh! Empoleon charged up even more power, golden threads of energy dancing around his fists now. 7 feet. Exclamation point. Shelgon's Zen headbutt pulsed and shone brightly once more, indicating that the Pokémon had increased the power behind the attack. 6 feet. Gush Shelgon. 5 feet. You can do it, Empoleon. 4 feet. Both Pokémon's attacks were now at full power, ready to strike. 3 feet. Both braced for impact. 2 feet. Their gazes met, and a smirk was exchanged. 1 feet. No time to back down now. 0 feet. Finally, the two attacks met. In a fantastic display of pyrotechnics, the two attacks whirred with energy as they tried to pulse their way through the other. Shelgon gave all of his body weight to the attack, increasing its power even more, with Empoleon giving a war cry to desperately push back. The stalemate remained for a total of 5 seconds, before the inevitable happened. The Zen headbutt, being a psychic-type attack, held an advantage over fighting-type attacks like Mach Punch. And so it did over here. While Empoleon gave his best, the Zen headbutt eventually tore its way through the penguin Pokémon's attack, and hit its body. Empoleon screeched out in agony as the Zen headbutt tore through his defenses and smashed into him. The pain must have been quite large, as Empoleon's cry indicated. The two Pokémon were encased in a bright shining ball of energy momentarily, before it exploded, sending Empoleon flying backwards, and then hitting the ground where it rolled around like a rag doll. It was unconscious even before it hit the earth. Shelgon barely stood his ground, his feet shaking from the intensity of the match, and his throat burning from keeping up the flamethrower for so long. Nevertheless, the Pokémon stood, unlike his adversary. The referee waited a few seconds to see whether Empoleon responded, before nodding and raising the flag belonging to Ash. Empoleon in unable to battle. The winner of this match in Shelgon. Victory goes to Ash Ketchum of Kanto. Trainers, please send out your last Pokémon. The referee announced in an authoritative voice, snapping the two trainers out of their frozen states. Ash stood in stunned silence for a while, before the situation finally dawned on him, courtesy of Pikachu. I won. He whispered, unable to believe that his Shelgon, which he had for such a short time, was able to defeat a Pokémon belonging to a frontier brain. But nevertheless, he grinned widely as he sprinted his way towards Shelgon, who Ash assumed sent a grin at him. Ash engulfed his Pokémon in a hug, with Pikachu joining in, and congratulated him earnestly. You were super duper great, Shelgon. I always knew you would win, buddy. Ash said as Pikachu patted Shelgon on the back. The dragon type merely harumphed, but nodded smugly anyway. Argenta stood shocked as she returned her Empoleon, immediately sending one of her aides with the Pokeball to the healing facility, unable to believe that she had actually been defeated in the first battle itself. This was simply unbelievable. No trainer had been able to defeat her in the opening match in at least 6 years. The referee coughed to gain the duo's attention. If the trainers are ready, you may send out your second Pokémon. Right. Ash nodded. He turned his head back towards Shelgon, who was now sitting on the ground, panting hard after the tough battle. You did great, Shelgon, now rest. He said with a smile, returning Shelgon to its Pokeball. The Pokémon merely snorted in response as it disappeared in a flash of red light. As Ash reached his podium, Argenta chose that as a moment to release her second Pokémon. Lickilicky, prepare for battle. Argenta said as she hurled the Pokeball towards the battlefield gracefully. Lickilicky. Lickilicky looked ready for battle as it cried out in its heavy voice. Lickilicky's mouth bulged and its tongue came out, slithering like an Eakin's. The Pokémon looked more like a blob rather than anything else, the white markings on its body adding to the candy-like shape. A Lickilicky. Ash murmured as he looked at the large rotund Pokémon which had arrived onto the battlefield. Lickilicky had a blob-like body, and a huge tongue to boot. Ash had some minimal experience with Jesse's Lickitung, and did face Conway's Lickilicky in the Sinnoh League, so he wasn't too worried. But then again, this is a Pokémon belonging to a frontier brain. Ash thought to himself as he enlarged the second Pokeball on his belt. Blastoise, I choose you. The Kanto water-type starter appeared in all his canonical glory, growling out his name as he glared across at his opponent behind his sunglasses. While Ash knew better than to underestimate his opponent, he was more confident in his victory while using one of his oldest, and strongest, Pokémon. Blastoise's power had increased tenfold after his evolutions, and he performed spectacularly during each of their training sessions. That's an interesting Blastoise you've got there, Ash. Argenta said, amused as she noticed Blastoise's glasses. Thanks. Ash nodded. Blastoise's and Crocodile's sunglasses were always a source of attention and amusement. Seeing as both the Pokémon were out and ready for battle, the referee raised both of his flags with a loud whoosh, gaining the two trainers' attention. The second battle between Hall Matron Argenta and Ash Ketchum of Palette begins, now. Lickilicky, use rollout. Argenta said, immediately starting the battle. Lickilicky blasted into action, jumping a few feet and rolling up his body into a sphere. The sphere threw up dust as it raced towards Blastoise, who stood calmly. Blastoise, hold it. Ash commanded, confident in his Pokémon's strength. Blastoise grinned as he allowed Lickilicky to approach, and just as it was a few feet away from him drew his knees back and threw his hands forward to stop the pink mass. Lickilicky tried to burn through Blastoise's hands with increasing the velocity, but it was for naught as Blastoise's thick hide protected hit from injury. Unlike May's Blastoise, who was still young, Ash's Blastoise was fully grown and thus in the top shape of his life. Now throw it off. Ash said as he moved his hand around. Blastoise effortlessly picked up the rolled-up blob and hurled it away from him, almost yawning at the ease. Argenta growled to herself as her Lickilicky was stopped easily, yet she knew what she had to follow up with. Lickilicky, use your tongue to land safely. She commanded. Blastoise had to have had crazy strength to hurl up a Pokémon of the weight of Lickilicky to such a height. Lickilicky immediately decurled itself, and using its long and thick tongue, landed safely on the ground, doing a pirouette to flip on its legs safely. The previous childish look on its face disappeared, to be replaced by a fierce glare towards Blastoise. Blastoise, use Water Pulse. Blastoise immediately launched 3 glowing rings of water towards Lickilicky, who dodged the attack by jumping backwards. Nevertheless, the water pulse left its mark on the battlefield, creating a mid-sized crater at the place where it hit. Lickilicky, use Earthquake. Argenta said, now thoroughly annoyed at the ease with which her Pokémon was being made to back off. Careful Blastoise, don't let any of the rocks hit you, use Water Pulse to destroy them if necessary. Ash said to his Pokémon, who nodded back just as Lickilicky stomped one of its feet onto the ground. A visible wave of energy was dissipated into the ground, just after which the earthquake moved towards Blastoise at an alarming pace. Multiple boulders were ripped and thrown at Blastoise or on its path, almost as if the earthquake was combined with a rock smash, and the ground shook violently. Ash had to hold on to the railings of his podium to keep standing, while Pikachu held on to his trainer's jacket for dear life. Blah! Blastoise snarled as he launched another water gun to smash a boulder that was about to hit its face. Jumping and hobbling around to keep his coordination, Blastoise had to repeat the action multiple times to save himself. Many boulders hit Blastoise on its back, luckily its shell protected it from any harm. The Pokémon's cannons clicked and flushed as Blastoise launched water gun after water gun at the boulders, who were now arriving at an alarming rate. BBBLAA Stoici. KKQEEP Your Balannnnce. Ash stammered as he shook violently on his podium, DMN. Argenta has turned the watch around with one attack. Feeling that the earthquake was now at an end, Argenta hastily commanded to her Pokémon, now determined to end the battle as quickly as she could. She didn't want to go too down against her opponent, even though her last Pokémon was more than capable of taking on all 3 of Ash's Pokémon himself. Lickilicky, bury Blastoise. Give Earthquake a little more power, then quickly use Rock Tomb. NNO. Blastoise, dodge. Ash cried out fruitlessly as Blastoise, who was still trying to maintain his balance all the while crushing the rocks, was surrounded by the slabs of rocks that jutted out of the ground. The earthquake finally stopped, but Lickilicky now had his fist engulfed into the ground, providing the energy necessary for using the rock tomb. Blastoise's eyes widened as the slabs quickly closed in on him, and with a resounding boom they finally engulfed the water type into the tomb created. Ash looked on in desperation as Blastoise tried to push back the rocks, but was unsuccessful and was buried under the huge rock slabs. Argenta grinned to herself as the attack succeeded. "Well, you gave a good fight, Ash, but it seems Lickilicky is just a bit better than Blastoise," she said to the raven-haired trainer, who was still dumbfounded at the quickness of the attack. Well, any way you see it, the victory provided a much-needed boost to Argenta's wounded pride. But it was then that another loud explosion occurred inside the rock tomb. Argenta and Ash stood equally shell-shocked as Blastoise emerged from the rock tomb, and with him came a lot of water which flowed around the water type and into the ground. The slabs making up the rock tomb were utterly destroyed by whatever water-type attack Blastoise had used inside it, and were scattered around the Pokémon. Ash smirked across to his opponent. "You will find, Argenta," he said as Blastoise cleaned his glasses coolly, "that it is not that easy to put away Ash Ketchum and his Pokémon. You will have to try harder than that." Blastoise grinned as he retook a battle-ready position, only a few scrapes on his arms and lower body. His shell had taken the brunt of damage, and while it would have to be regrown over the next few weeks, was painless due to the absence of receptors over there. So all in all, Blastoise was as good as new. "DMN it. Lickilicky, use Power Whip," Argenta said as she waved her hand around in an arc. Lickilicky opened his mouth to allow his tongue to emerge, which was glowing a bright purple by now, and launched it towards Blastoise at alarming speeds. Ash, who had already faced the attack while facing Conway's Lickilicky, already knew what to do. "Blastoise, use Rapid Spin to knock it back, follow it up with a spinning Hydro Pump," Ash commanded as Pikachu cheered Blastoise on. Blast! With quickness not known to its species, Blastoise withdrew into his shell just before Power Whip reached it. And just as the Power Whip touched Blastoise, he began spinning at insane speeds, tearing up the ground beneath him like a Beyblade, and knocked back the Power Whip with much force back to his opponent. Lickilicky snarled as his attack failed and was about to follow with another, but Blastoise immediately started with the second order. Using the method he had used as a Squirtle, Blastoise launched jets of water from 4 of the holes present in his body. The arm and the leg holes. Since Squirtless couldn't use Hydro Pump in the traditional manner, they used this method to use a spinning version of the attack. And that was what Blastoise did. However, since a Blastoise could launch a lot more water than a Squirtle, and with much more speed, Blastoise's attack created a mini whirlpool around it, much like how Dawn's Piplup used the attack. However, instead of being concentrated and in one place, the whirlpool exploded a few seconds after its creation, launching all around the arena and creating a condition similar to a thunderstorm. Only without lightning. And with jets of water having diameter of 4 meters. Lickilicky looked thoroughly displeased with the attack, and with Argenta's command rolled into himself and used the rollout attack to quickly move around, dodging the attack. Nevertheless, the attacks were way too uncoordinated and wild to predict, and Lickilicky was finally hit by few of the jets. And while not doing much damage, knocked it around a lot to create lacerations and bruises on its thick hide. "Oh no, Lickilicky, are you alright?" Argenta asked in concern as her Pokémon was forced to stand up due to a particularly strong jet launching him into a boulder. Lickilicky nodded blearily to indicate that it was okay. While the attacks had done some damage, they were not able to cause a match-ending injury. "Blastoise, use Surf," Ash said, continuing his relentless assault. A huge wall of water emerged from behind Blastoise, and with a wave of its stubby hands, moved towards Lickilicky with devastating power. "Lickilicky, cut the attack using Power Whip," Argenta commanded, knowing that allowing Surf to hit would probably not end up in her favor. "Say what?" Ash yelped as the pink-colored Pokémon used his glowing tongue to cut the attack into 2, allowing the water to splash around in the arena and converted the battlefield into a mini pool 2 feet deep. The scene was magnificent in its own right, a huge wave was just cut in half by a glowing purple tongue. Although Ash was a bit miffed at the ease with which the surf was cut, he discreetly smiled at the amount of water gathered due to the attack. Now all he had to do was to lure Lickilicky into the water-logged area, and a powerful attack should right about do it. Impressed with his own strategy, Ash decided to put it into motion. Blastoise rush up ahead, use Water Pulse. He yelled in a loud voice, and then added in a voice only his Pokémon could hear, make sure to lure Lickilicky towards the area where the water has gathered Blastoise. Toys. Blastoise grinned as he understood Ash's motive behind the order and ran forward. Making sure to angle himself in such a way that Lickilicky had to escape towards the mini pool, Blastoise launched 3 glowing rings of water towards Lickilicky from his cannons. Lickilicky dodge and follow up with Power Whip. Argenta commanded. Blastoise, use Rapid Spin to defend once more. Ash yelled. And so, the stalemate continued with Lickiliky's Power Whip was once again knocked back, and despite multiple efforts, Rapid Spin continued to prove an excellent defense. However, Argenta wasn't without her own bag of tricks. Lickilicky, use Disable. Argenta commanded with a smirk, making Ash curse his luck. Lickilicky hummed as his eyes glowed silver, and with a snap of its fingers, Blastoise suddenly stopped its rapid spin. The shell Pokémon looked around in confusion since he had not stopped the attack voluntarily. Now Lickilicky, follow up with Power Whip. No dodge. Ash yelled, but in vain, since the Power Whip hit Blastoise with a defining crack, making the Pokémon cry out in agony as its hide was turned purple at the place. Keep using Power Whip. Argenta said, happy that the match was finally going in her favor. Blastoise. Blastoise cried out in agony as it was continuously hit by the Power Whip, dealing massive damage to the water type. But Ash still had one more move left to counter the attack. We haven't had much training with this, but T9S is your only chance, Blastoise. Use Euro Ball. Argenta had to bite her cheek to prevent herself from cursing out loud. Why did the kid have the exact moves necessary to stop her Pokémon's most powerful attacks? Blastoise, taking advantage of a misplaced Power Whip, immediately jumped into the air and started rotating fiercely, its body glowing a light silver due to the steel-type energy behind the attack. The Power Whip fruitlessly hit it, and instead of just being knocked back, was instead launched back at such speeds that it almost hit Lickilicky itself, who disabled the attack at time. Still, with Lickiliky's tongue hanging out, it was clear to all that it had not escaped without damage. A part of its tongue had swollen red due to the collision with Blastoise's Euro Ball. Now Blastoise, use Euro Ball to hit Lickilicky. Lickilicky, counter with your own Euro Ball. The two large Pokémon collided into each other, both spinning fiercely, and created a loud sound resembling the going off of a cannon. The Pokémon hit multiple times and each time only managed to knock each other back. While Ash would have been happy to continue with the stalemate for a while, Argenta wasn't. And so, she decided to use the attack, which while not that well known, proved to be invaluable during battles against the Pokémon of the same type. Lickilicky, continue using Euro Ball and use me first. Argenta commanded. Oh no, Blastoise, stop the Euro Ball. Ash yelled desperately, but it was too late by then. Blastoise had already started its hovering charge towards Lickilicky, and was unable to stop. The pink Pokémon had glowed purple for just the briefest of moments, but that was enough since Lickiliky's Euro Ball somehow grew more powerful than Blastoise's, knocking the Pokémon back with a vengeance. Blastoise landed on the ground with a sickening thud, its head spinning from the after effects of its own attack as well as Lickiliky's sudden powered-up version. Blastoise was panting harshly as it laid on the ground, and looked unable to move or sit up. Time to finish it, Lickilicky, use Thundershock. Argenta yelled with firmness as she waved her hand around in an arc. Lickilicky closed its eyes for a few seconds and electricity began crackling around it. Raising from the ground, the pink-colored Pokémon was covered in a bright yellow sheet of electricity as it prepared to launch the massive electric attack. Ash just had the time to scream at Blastoise to use Withdraw when Lickilicky allowed the attack to explode from itself. The lightning cracked up the ground as it hit Blastoise's shell, with that Pokémon tucked up inside it. The whole arena shone up from the ferocious display of light, and also since the attack was so uncoordinated, being done by a non-electric type Pokémon. When the attack ended, Blastoise's shell was slightly charred and smoking in places, with the Pokémon emerging from within wincing and shuddering, thin traces of yellow light still tittering around on its body. Lickilicky was not that well of either. Despite its previous Euro Ball being as good as Blastoise's, the other Pokémon's superior body had caused his own attack to become slightly inferior. The pink mass was panting harshly after using so many power-wasting attacks in quick succession, and the Thundershock played a larger role in causing minor paralysis. Not to mention Lickilicky didn't have particularly high stamina, so even if it had suffered less damage it was crippling itself by using so many power-spending attacks. So all in all both the Pokémon were not looking good, with Lickilicky slightly well off. Blastoise, you have to get up buddy. Lickilicky ended using Euro Ball once again. Argenta commanded. You did good Ash, but it seems we are going to win this one. Blastoise you have to dodge. Ash yelled desperately, with Pikachu yelling with the same tone. Lee 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 lee. Lickilicky stood up on one knee and taking a huge leap, activated Euro Ball. Screaming with the motive of ending the tough match here and here, Lickilicky sped forward towards a prone Blastoise, who was watching weakly with one eye. Its glasses had already been knocked off sometime during the battle. Blastoise please get up. Pikachu pie. Blastoise felt something opening inside of him as the yells of his trainer and friend reached his ears. Generating will power even he didn't know he had, he grunted with exertion as he got up. Glaring at the approaching Euro Ball, Blastoise felt a sudden rush of extreme anger, the likes of which he hadn't felt since the day his first trainer had abandoned him. With the anger fueling the fully evolved Pokémon's body, Blastoise felt as if a dam had burst inside his energy core. With surprising ease, Blastoise launched a hydro pump from his twin cannons to hit the Euro Ball. Snarling as he felt the water from the environment rush to him, power him up, he increased the power of the attack with a loud battle cry. Ash watched with wide eyes as Blastoise was covered in a bright blue aura. This is just like the day Barry's Empoleon reacted during the match against Paul. This is Torrent. He thought in excitement. Blastoise, knock it back, full power hydro pump. Ash said as he pointed towards the pink-colored Pokémon. Blastoise was more than happy to follow up. Blast! Blastoise's cannons bulged as the water rushed through them like a massive tsunami. Only this tsunami was concentrated in two thick jets. The end result being that Lickilicky was knocked back towards the arena wall, missing it by just a few meters and coughing harshly due to the amount of water entered into his lungs. Lickilicky! Argenta cried out in concern as her Pokémon spit out massive globs of water from its nose and mouth. Alright. Blastoise, you activated your special ability. Ash cheered his Pokémon. Blastoise grinned as he examined his blue glowing body. He surely felt the power rushing through him, though it didn't look as if it was going to last for much long. Ash recognized that the moment to act was now. Flashing the attack Blastoise knew in his minds, a smirk came to his face as he recognized what to use. As well as Argenta's strategy of using the same attacks to counter over and over again, he was definitely going to exploit that. Now Blastoise, time to finish it. Use Surf. Unlike before, this time the attack was much more powerful. With Torrent providing a massive boost, and the water from the arena joining in, a massive tsunamic wave rose up from behind Blastoise, completely hiding Ash from view and almost touching the roof. With a wave of its hands, the surf was launched towards Lickilicky, who was looking up at the massive wave with fear in its eyes. Unnoticed to all but Ash, Blastoise slipped into the wave, disappearing from view. Argenta however, was unimpressed. This again? I admit that this one is much larger than before, but it isn't going to help you too much Ash. Lickilicky, use Power Whip to cut it. Ash's smirk grew larger under the shadow of his hat. That's what I want you think, Argenta. Lickilicky's tongue glowed purple once again, and albeit with much more crudeness and difficulty, the grass-type attack cut the surf attack, allowing it to splash harmlessly around it. But what followed next was unfathomable for Argenta and Lickilicky. Now Blastoise, Skull Bash. What? Blastoise. Blastoise emerged from the wave like a rocket, its skull glowing a bright silver, and hit Lickilicky right on its stomach. A sickening thud, resembling the sound created by the smacking of a liver hitting the floor, emerged as Lickilicky's eyes widened impossible, blood and saliva involuntarily spit from its mouth. Lickilicky's whole body contorted, shockwaves rose from its massive belly to its feet, and almost in slow motion, the Pokémon was launched backwards, with Blastoise's skull till embedded into its stomach. The two Pokémon hit the wall behind with a loud crack, the concrete structure becoming nothing more than a crater as the Lickilicky's massive body stuck into it. Before Argenta could even make heads or tails of the situation, Ash yelled out the last order of his own. Hydro Cannon. He wasn't going to take any chances. Lickilicky. Argenta's concerned scream going useless, Blastoise charged up a basketball-sized sphere in its mouth. Looking its opponent in the eyes remorselessly, Blastoise launched the Hydro Cannon at its opponent, who could do nothing more than to weakly attempt to raise its hands. The Hydro Cannon hit Lickilicky, and after a microsecond of silence, exploded in a fantastic display of water, crippling Lickilicky's defenses and ruining its thick fat. There was no question of who had won. Lickilicky slumped down the wall, its eyes resembling spirals, and body twitching in the after effects of the massive trauma. Silence reigned down the stadium for a few moments, before the referee calmly raised his left hand, raising a flag. Lickilicky is unable to battle. The winner of this battle is Blastoise. Ash immediately exploded into cheers, rushing forwards to hug his Pokémon, and nearly slipping on the water strewn about in the arena. Most of the water had already been drained, the cleaning systems doing their jobs. Argenta returned her Pokémon with a massive scowl on her face. Things were definitely not going to plans for the Hall Matron. Two of her strongest Pokémon had been defeated by a mere child. This was simply unacceptable. But she didn't really need to worry. Taking a massive breath, she calmed her nerves. That's right. Ash might have defeated two of my Pokémon, but only barely. But my last Pokémon. If I use him, then I will surely win. Sorry Brandon, but it seems like I need to use it much earlier than planned. The last Pokeball she held in her hands was unlike any of her previous Pokémon. While the others were personally caught and trained by her, this last Pokémon was originally the Pokémon of Kanto Frontier Brain Brandon, and given to her for safekeeping for a few months after much requests and official talks. Brandon had grudgingly given her the Pokémon temporarily, but with some agreements. The agreement was that she was allowed to train and use the Pokémon, but only as a last resort. Also, if the Pokémon expressed a desire to be freed or returned to Brandon, it was to be followed immediately. Luckily, neither of the two had happened by now, and the Pokémon was quite satisfied under her. So she was safe to use it in this match. Looking towards the celebrating trainer, her eyes steeled. Yes. This definitely was a last resort. Her original plan had been to use her own Electivire, but desperate times called for desperate measures, and she definitely didn't have any plans for losing to a 16-year-old kid. Not to mention if the kid used his Pikachu, it was basically game over for it. It won't even be a competition. Allowing Ash the time to properly congratulate his Pokémon, as well as return to the podium after recalling it, the referee finally coughed to gain the trainer's attention. This is the third, and final battle for the Hall Print between Hall Matron Argenta, and trainer Ash Ketchum from Kanto. As it stands now, Ash Ketchum is 2-0 up against the Frontier Brain. Trainers are allowed to send out their third and final Pokémon. The referee said, his voice ringing around the arena. Argenta, being the official challenged, had to send out her Pokémon first. You really pushed me to the limit today, Ash. She said honestly, to which Ash grinned, but the Pokémon I am about to use right now, I'm afraid that you truly stand no chance before it," she said with an apologetic look on her face. The smile wiped off from his face. Ash grit his teeth. "And what makes you say that, Argenta?" he asked calmly. "Simple, you barely won against 2 of my Pokémon. But this one is special. It's not like the earlier Pokémon. You might have stood a chance had your Pokémon defeated me without taking as much damage, but as it stands, your entire hope rests on your 3rd Pokémon. And as impressive as they might be, they won't be able to defeat my Pokémon in their injured state." Ash was positively angry now. "Special or not, my Pokémon can and will defeat your Pokémon. So, if you're trash talking over, I would like to start the battle." Ash growled out, enlarging the Pokeball in his hand. He hadn't originally chose to use him, but with Argenta's comments, he didn't want to take any chances. He didn't want to admit it to himself, but he was feeling the same chill he had felt before facing Tobias in the Sinnoh League. Argenta shook her head. "Foolish child. I admire your confidence, Ash, and rest assured, even if you lose, you would have done enough to get the Hall print dash." Ash interrupted her at that exact moment. "Hold up right there, I don't want your charity, the Hall print will be mine only if I win it clean," he said resolutely. And besides, Misty's taunting about how he had never won any of the badges in Kanto cleanly still haunted his dreams. Argenta smiled at that. "All right, Ash. If you wish so, then I agree." She was impressed by Ash's willpower, but she had decided that even if Ash did lose to her, then she would give him the print. And besides, he won't argue after seeing her 3rd Pokémon. Pikachu nudged Ash, who was goddamn set off by now, and making him choose to send out his Pokémon first. The official rules. "Garchomp, I choose you," Ash yelled as he released his most powerful dragon type. Garchomp emerged with a beastly roar, stomping his arrival onto the battlefield with a stomp and glaring across to Argenta. The pseudo-legendary was pumped up and ready for battle. Argenta calmly hurled her Pokeball towards the battlefield, and uttered the words which made Ash's blood run cold. The legendary bird birthing from electricity itself, "I choose you, Zapdos." The Thunderbird appeared onto the battlefield with a ferocious screech. Lightning crackled around it due to its mere existence, and its sheer aura made the air burn. Zapdos had a predominantly yellow body, with 2 tanuki-like rings around its eyes. The Pokémon's very body looked to be made of nothing but electricity, with the sole exception of its beak and anisodactyl feet ending in talons. The Pokémon blurred and whirred out of existence as it flapped its wings, showing that it was the manifestation of electricity itself. Sounds of a thunderstorm could be heard from outside the arena, indicating that the customary thunderclouds indicating Zapdo's arrival were already gathering. Pikachu looked with wide, revered eyes at the Pokémon which was considered a god among electric types along with Raikou and Thundurus. But rather than fear, the electric mouse rather felt the rush of excitement rush through its veins. The experience of defeating Pokémon like Registeel and Latios had hardened Pikachu from feeling fear against legendary opponents. Not that any Pokémon could scare him after he had met Arceus himself, but still, to meet a legendary belonging to his own type. It was certainly a great moment for Pikachu. Ash on the other hand, was looking at the legendary bird with shock in his very being. Memories rushed to the raven-haired trainer of his defeat against Tobias, multiple defeats against Brandon's legendaries. Ash gulped as he looked at the formidable form of the Kanto legendary. Garchomp himself was a good 6 feet 8 inches in height, but Zapdos was larger than his dragon by at least 2 feet, if not more. Garchomp, despite his own power, was indeed a bit apprehensive at the thought of facing a legendary Pokémon. But just as its draconic nature directed it to, Garchomp didn't even flinch as it faced the Thunderbird. It would be shameful to the extreme if he showed even a bit of fear for his opponent to exploit. And so, Garchomp stood tall and prideful before Zapdos, ready for battle. Argenta for her part was smirking at the responses of the trio in front of her. This indeed was the response she was expecting. While she had to admit that facing a Garchomp wouldn't be as easy as she had imagined, and that wasn't even adding up the type advantage. She had full belief in the legendary power of her Pokémon. "So, what do you say, Ash? Impressed?" she asked coyly. The hall matron's voice made her opponent blink and shook Ash out of his stupor. Smiling slightly as he processed Argenta's statement, he replied, "You can bet that Argenta." Shaking his head a bit, he continued, "But if you think that Garchomp and I are going to be scared at facing a legendary." Ash's face darkened as his hat cast a shadow over it. "You're wrong." Argenta nearly drew back at the sheer determination that shone on Ash's face as he looked back up. "Me and my Pokémon have faced impossible odds before, and we have overcome them. We might not win easily, but we certainly won't lose," Ash said as Garchomp grinned in support. The pseudo-legendary was in no mood to back down, and was certainly happy to know that his trainer had equal determination. "So then." Argenta's face shifted into a cocky smirk. A look which Ash promised to wipe out, no matter what. "Show me your determination." XXX. Omake, Pokédex Chronicles, Matang. It floats midair using magnetism. Its body is so tough, even a crash with a jet plane won't leave a scratch. Fired. If a jet plane won't leave a scratch after crashing into you, that's coming very close to saying you're completely invincible. But what's more disturbing about this is that the entry indicates that jet planes hitting Metang and exploding is something that isn't uncommon. And given that magnetism is a big part of its existence, it's probably drawing those jet planes into it just because it can. Given jet planes typically fly at speeds of over 500 miles per hour, weigh around 400,000 pounds, and have a fuel capacity of around 50,000 gallons, Matang's walking away without so much as a scratch is pretty horrifyingly powerful. So, maybe throw out something other than a big butterfly when fighting this thing. It happened in a flash. A mere second after Argenta's statement, Garchomp rushed forward with a glowing fin, a sonic boom occurring from the mere speed with which it had took off towards the legendary bird. A snarl coming from its throat, Garchomp hurled its shark-like fin forward, intending to do massive damage with the first step of the dual chop. But Zapdos proved far too fast to be taken out by such a straightforward attack. Just as Garchomp's fin was about to touch the bird, it was covered in an impressive burst of electricity. With an emphatic screech, the bird appeared 10 feet above the spot where it previously was, escaping from the attack harmlessly. The appearance was so fast that it almost looked like teleportation. Stray electric sparks showered below Zapdos, further amplifying its status as a master of its element. It didn't even flap its wings. Black and gold eyes narrowed as Garchomp analyzed the sheer speed which Zapdos possessed. The mock Pokémon was no slouch in the air, but Zapdos's speed was almost like teleportation, or that's how it seemed. "Impressive," Ash muttered under his breath. Truly, Zapdos had impressive reflexes and speed. The fact that it was able to dodge a sudden attack from a pseudo-legendary was something worth worrying about. It seems Brandon does actually train his Pokémon. I don't think Zapdos could have been this fast in the wild. Like I said, Zapdos is an opponent unlike all the others you have faced till now, Ash. And since you have made your move, we shall start our own. Zapdos, use Drill Peck. Argenta yelled with confidence. Dodge Garchomp. Zapdos' sharp beak glowed for a second, immediately after which it swooped down towards Garchomp, its beak moving like the bullets from a machine gun. But Garchomp was fast enough to dodge, the result being that Zapdos merely hit air. One of the drills hit the ground, showering the area with dust and debris, showing the amount of damage a simple attack like Drill Peck could do while performed by a legendary. Dual Chop, again. Garchomp sped forward in the dust, its fins glowing white. Dodge Zapdos, and then use Thunder. Zapdos once again dodged the attack with surprising agility, snapping its eyes towards the pseudo-legendary. Zapdos let loose an absolute massive thunder attack. The ground where the pseudo-legendary stood exploded, and the air itself burned as the electricity was released from Zapdos. Massive charge flew from the Thunderbird, much of it dissipating around the room. Ash felt his hair raise from the sheer amount of electricity present in the air. Pikachu's cheeks sparkled as the electricity touched it. But in all this, Garchomp was unharmed. As the dust cloud created around it cleared, Argenta was shocked to see that Garchomp didn't have a single scratch on its hide, rather it seemed to be enjoying the static going through its body. Garchomp's a ground type, Argenta. Or have you forgotten that? Ash asked in a mocking manner as he gave a thumbs up to his opponent. Don't think that I chose Garchomp just because he is a pseudo-legendary. His ground typing will protect it from most, if not all, electric attacks. Argenta's lips drew into a thin line as she understood the situation. Her advantage wasn't as much as she had thought, not nearly so. No matter. Zapdos is a legendary. She thought to herself, there is no way she could lose. And if normal electric attacks didn't work, she would just have to use the most powerful ones. Zapdos, use Thunderbolt. As the static in the room grew to dangerously high levels, Ash realized that taking the attack head-on wouldn't probably be a good idea. Garchomp, charge forward, Dragon Rush. In the time that it took for Zapdos to let loose the godly Thunderbolt, Garchomp's body was covered by what appeared to be fire. Yet, it was not burning. Instead, a sound of a thunderclap occurred as Garchomp blasted forward from its place. At the exact same moment, a thunderbolt hit that area of the arena. The ground exploded like a cannonball, and in a move that made Ash's eyes grow large in disbelief, the single line of electricity that comprised of the thunderbolt tore through the ground with a buzz-saw-like sound. Tearing its way through mud and rock, the thunderbolt followed Garchomp with ferocity, with Zapdos providing the never-ending source of electricity. Garchomp's eyes bled red as it increased its speed even further. Pure draconian energy flew through its veins as the Pokémon neared Zapdos, who was still releasing thunderbolt after thunderbolt, none of them reaching the pseudo-legend. The arena was almost cut in half as Garchomp finally reached the legendary, its fins and jaws ready to do massive damage. But Zapdos, already covered in electricity, used its flash technique to disappear in a thin arc of electricity. Ash screamed for Garchomp to dodge, but it was too late. Finish this, Zapdos, use a full-power thunderbolt below you. Argenta's smirk returned to her face as she commanded what she wanted to be the last order of the match. In a scene that Ash would remember for all his life, the legendary bird released a lightning bolt which appeared to have been conjured by Thor himself. Like a nuclear explosion, Garchomp was completely engulfed in the thunderbolt. Seeing its adversary continue to hold out, Zapdos gave a primal screech as it increased heat power to the maximum. The ground under Garchomp was torn apart, rocks were turned into dust and mud was burned into clay. The power of electricity was so much that it even spread to the entire arena, leaving both the trainers and the referee with their hair standing. Finally, Garchomp gave the first indication of pain as the power attack broke through its barriers. Grinding its jaws in pain, Garchomp curled up into a ball in mid-air as it tried to protect its skin from charring further. After another 5 seconds of this, Zapdos finally stopped the attack. The legendary bird was extremely tired from the attack, as was clear from its heavy breathing and the fact that one of its eyes was closed. Garchomp dropped to the ground with a loud thump, its body lying prone in the crater with only shallow breathing indication of it still being in the living world. No doubt, had it been some other Pokémon, it would have been instantly knocked out. Or worse. A huge mushroom cloud had kicked up due to the explosion, with the dust and soot dissipating after reaching the top of the building. As the smoke dissipated, Ash's eyes fell on the sickening scene in front of him. Smell of burning flesh reached the nose of all the individuals in the room, as Garchomp's slightly burned skin showed its presence to all. Ash choked on his breath as his eyes fell on Garchomp's body. Garchomp. Ash cursed under his breath for his own foolishness. If only he had been more careful. What had he been thinking, taking on a legendary like Zapdos head-on, without any strategy? I hope it's clearer to you, just how outmatched you are, Ash. Argenta said, her nose high in the air, I gave you a chance to quit right now, and save your Pokémon from further humiliation. Ash Ketchum hadn't gotten angry very often. In fact, the only time he had last been so angry was when he had seen Victini being so thoroughly tortured for a madman's impossible dream. But now, Ash had believed Argenta's words to be nothing other than friendly banter between two rivals, but now he had full belief that Argenta was just as overconfident in Zapdos's seemingly endless power as it seemed. He had enough experience with overconfident people. And he liked nothing more than to defeat them. But first, Garchomp, please get up, buddy. I know you can defeat Zapdos. Prove yourself to be better, Garchomp. Pikachu Pie. Hearing its trainer's cries, Garchomp blearily opened one of its eyes. Hearing Argenta's derogative statements had ignited a fire inside of Garchomp which he had never felt before. Such insults were abusing to not only himself, but the whole of dragon kind. So, with much pain and effort, Garchomp stood back up. The cheers of its trainers caused it to straighten its spine and give a beastly roar that was accentuated by the searing burns on its body. In reality, its injuries were not nearly as much as it seemed. The attack, while causing a lot of damage, wasn't enough to put him out of commission. Not nearly so. While the Thunderbolt was indeed very powerful, his ground typing had indeed kicked in to protect it from maximum damage. Seeing Garchomp stand back up, Argenta's lips curled up in anger. Things were definitely not going to plan for the Hall Matron. Garchomp, put some distance between yourself and Zapdos. In a matter for few jumps, Garchomp now stood, panting, 50 feet away from Zapdos. We won't let you defeat us, Argenta. Ash spoke in a quiet voice. I will prove my Pokémon to be as good as, no, better than legendaries. Argenta chuckled at hearing Ash's words. The boy was really naive. How could one possibly think that their Pokémon can be better than legendaries? Dream on, kid. And then, Argenta unleashed her final attack. Zapdos, use Steel Wing, the Hall Matron commanded. Like a bullet from a gun, Zapdos flew forward with high speeds towards Garchomp. As it neared the dragon, it charged up the attack it was about to unleash. Zapdos shot forward with a glowing wing, leaving trails of electricity as it moved. Steel Wing didn't actually turn its wings into steel, but rather stretched the muscles to such an extent that they resembled steel. And thus resulted in an all-round powerful attack. Thankfully, Ash and Garchomp weren't defenseless. Garchomp, use Dual Chop. Garchomp's fins glowed a bright silver as they readied for the clash with Zapdos's Steel Wing. Kicking itself into the air, Garchomp met with Zapdos equally, with both Pokémon glaring at each other. A minor gunshot echoed as the two powerful Pokémon clashed in mid-air. Both shuddered as neither gained an advantage. Garchomp had a slightly upper edge due to it not needing wings to fly, while Zapdos was completely dependent on one wing by now. Yet, Argenta knew that if it came to a matter of power, Zapdos would eventually win out. She had total confidence in the legendary's abilities. And this was the opportunity Ash Ketchum was looking for. Garchomp, bite Zapdos. Argenta's eyes widened, what the dash? Crunch. A sickening voice emerged as Garchomp clamped its jaws around the glowing steel wing of Zapdos. The Thunderbird cried out in pain as its appendage was crunched between one of the most powerful jaws present in any Pokémon. No. Zapdos, escape. Argenta's yells fell on deaf ears as Zapdos thrashed about fruitlessly. With its wings trapped by the dual power of Dual Chop and Garchomp's jaws, Zapdos had no place to escape. Getting the tad bit desperate now, Argenta ordered Zapdos, fry it with Thundershock, dot. With a screech that left Ash very impressed, Zapdos launched a thunderbolt of epic proportions on itself. With Garchomp so firmly attached to it, that was the only way. Yet, Garchomp's type advantage came into play once more, with it only taking minimal damage from the thunderbolt that would have destroyed a minor mountain. Not to mention, the dragon's body was on an adrenaline rush right now, small injuries didn't even tickle him. Argenta, in her overconfidence, hadn't realized how horribly mismatched she was. Brandon hadn't cared for training Zapdos's other attacks. He had no need for it. Zapdos was merely another showcase for the frontier brain and not even one he would have kept permanently. Brandon's multitude of legendaries were free to do what they pleased, and training was certainly not one of those things. Although Argenta had taken care of Zapdos, she hadn't cared for training it as much as her other Pokémon. And while it could have taken out most Pokémon, facing a well-trained pseudo-legendary with a type disadvantage was certainly not one of those things. Argenta had put her belief on a Pokémon that wasn't even hers, while not using her own Pokémon which she had trained with for so much time. And Ash knew how to take advantage of this. With an emphatic movement of his hands, Ash yelled, "Now Garchomp, use Fire Blast." With the searing heat that had begun gathering on its wing, Zapdos thrashed about even more violently, with the Pokémon sending thunderbolts wildly around the arena, creating many a mini craters in the ground. But it was all useless as Garchomp continued gathering the fire-type energy between its jaws. Argenta, who had been taken off guard by the command, knew that she was in serious danger of losing right now, as unbelievable as the concept was. So, with mild desperation creeping into her voice, she commanded. "Zapdos, throw it off using Drill Peck. Endure, Garchomp. This is our only chance." With both commands in the air, Garchomp scrunched its eyes shut for the pain that was about to come, while still gathering the energy for the massively energy-consuming attack. And boy, did the pain come. Like a machine gun, Zapdos rained hell upon Garchomp. Its drill-like beak hit Garchomp's exposed body, creating minor puncture wounds all over it. Like an AK-47, the drill peck continued hitting Garchomp with the sound of a nail gun going off. Still, Garchomp endured the pain of what appeared to him like 1,000 ice needles falling upon its body, and finally gathering the right amount of energy, its eyes snapped open. Black and gold met ashen brown, and with a subtle nod, Garchomp understood what it had to do. Weakly turning its head to meet Zapdos's panicked eyes, it gave a savage smirk. And then, the world burned for Zapdos. Fire Blast was an attack which was usually released in the form of a huge fireball, with the fire contained into a condensed shape for maximum damage. But with no space for the fireball to be released, and its jaws on Zapdos's wings, the Fire Blast exploded prematurely, leading to untold amount of damage on Zapdos's wings. The fire burned through the legendary, and spread onto the ground, turning it red. The sound of 1,000 cannons going off were what could only describe the final explosion which ripped Zapdos from Garchomp's grip and towards a patch of grass. With searing pain in its wings, Zapdos wasn't even able to screech in pain as the horrible scene of its blackened wing was exposed to the world. Still awake and in minor pain, thanks to the third-degree burns, Zapdos was still very far from being knocked out. Yet, it knew that the match was as good as over. While its electric reserves were still more than enough, and most of its body uninjured, Zapdos had lost a major part of its fighting style. Not able to fly, Zapdos was ripe for the taking. Argenta had been reduced to a shaking mess as the amount of damage on her Pokémon became clear to her. Her head hanging in shame, she cursed her overconfidence that led to her embarrassing loss. Even devastating for Zapdos. Ash decided to end the match, once and for all. Garchomp, no holding back, outrage. Garchomp's eyes bled red as its entire being raised into the air due to the sheer amount of draconic energy present in its body. A light golden color came into existence around Garchomp, like an outline to show just how devastating the attack was about to be. Garchomp shot towards Zapdos with a deafening roar, with the legendary weakly raising one of its earrings to protect itself. Not even feeling a shred to pity, the dragon unleashed hell on Zapdos. XXX. Somewhere in Hoenn. One more time Venusaur, Leaf Storm. With a loud screeching sound, a large amount of leaves were launched towards a tall pine tree. The leaves were spinning at high velocities, with green shimmering energy defining the tornado-like shape they had taken up. Moving with pinpoint precision towards the tree, the leaf storm attack engulfed the tree in a massive hurricane. Thousands of cuts appeared on the tree as it was violently attacked by the magical leaves. Yet, even after 30 seconds, the tree still remained standing, with the attacking appendages disappearing soon after. Bummer. Maple groaned out in disappointment as she slumped against her large grass-type Pokémon. Venusaur looked equally disgruntled as she looked towards the ground with sadness. "Hey, you almost had it this time, May." A kind voice cut across the clearing as May looked up towards its source. Norman Maple appeared with a smile on his face, but he was not alone. Following Norman was a large, odd-looking Pokémon. With its long white mane covering most of its face, only 2 yellow-colored eyes poked out from within them. The bipedal Pokémon had a long nose resembling the legend of Pinocchio. However, the oddest feature was perhaps the absence of proper hands, with leaves taking their spot. "But you and Shifty can do it perfectly, Dad." May groaned. This was her and Venusaur's 20th time today of trying the attack, yet she wasn't able to perfect it to her dad's level. It was extremely frustrating. Norman patted May's head consolingly, even though it was a bit weird since May wasn't too much shorter than him now. Now May, we have discussed it before. Me and Shiftry have years and years of experience on you, we have had much more time to perfect the attack. You are doing admirably well for your first day. May and Venusaur perked up a bit at that, and as if to reassure Norman's words, Shiftry flashed the two a smile and thumbs up. Despite it being a peaceful gesture, coming from a dark type like Shiftry it still ended up being creepy. Yet, despite the Pokémon's frightening visage, May didn't feel uncomfortable in the slightest. This was a Pokémon she had been seeing since her childhood after all. "I know that, Dad. It's just that almost everyone I know is going to compete in this tournament. I don't want to get embarrassed in front of them." Seriously, the scale of the competition was going to be epic, in every sense of the word. People ranging from her rivals, friends, Ash and even her dad were competing. Norman smiled at his daughter's words. Just 3 years ago, she didn't even have an interest in either battles or the Pokémon world as a whole. "May, have I ever told you about my participation in the Champions League?" Norman said suddenly. May looked up at her father with a questioning gaze. Now that I think about it, hadn't you left home for a year when I was 5? Her father grinned. "That's the one, May. After training and traveling for 10 long years, I had finally been given entry into the Champions League. The one which is happening next year is nothing compared to the difficulty we trainers had to face to gain entry in the older days." Only a hint of bitterness was in his voice. May nodded at that. Even in the letter it was fleetingly mentioned that this year's championship AAS going to be unique. In the old days, it was necessary for a trainer to have traveled at least 3 regions, to have won the badges of all 3 and have gotten till the semi-finals in at least one, and minimum of quarter-finals in the other 2. Oh, and they must have at least 20 different varieties of Pokémon. May tilted her head in confusion, "But Dad, that doesn't sound very hard." Ash did the same in his first 4 years of being a Pokémon trainer. And getting gym badges didn't seem as hard to her. After all, she had seen Ash win most of the badges and frontier symbols in the second, if not first, try. Norman barked in laughter. "Kid, you have no idea what are you talking about. When I was traveling, things weren't so easy as they are for you and your friends. The regions weren't as stable as they are now. Inter-regional traveling was very hard to do due to the multitudes of restriction placed on the act." The brunette tilted her head in confusion. "But why? Criminal organizations ran rampant during those times. Case in point, Team Rocket." May cut off her father with a giggle. "Team Rocket? How can they even have been dangerous, Dad? They haven't even been able to steal Ash's Pikachu." However, her giggling was cut short as her father fixed her with a stern glare. "The Team Rocket you face now is a pathetic joke in front of the criminals of the past, May. Team Rocket had actual control over the 5 regions back then. Kagawa Rocket, the previous leader, conducted some of the most brutal operations ever seen by the world. No trainer was safe from being mobbed, and that was the reason most never even got the chance to compete in their first Champions League. The government did aft, but in a completely wrong manner. They imposed restrictions on inter-regional travel, so as to cut off contact between the various branches of Team Rocket. It failed miserably since Team Rocket had developed much advanced technology for such tasks even before they were introduced to the wider public. Many young trainers were forcefully recruited into doing the bidding of the organizations. But perhaps the most important factor was the presence of Team Rocket spies and moles within the army and bureaucrats. Why, there was a time when they were close to overthrowing the government. Only the timely intervention of the 5 champions stopped the organization. Lance from Johto, Alder from Unova, Stephen Stone of Hoenn, Cynthia from Sinnoh and someone named. Well, I don't really remember the name of the Kanto champion. Anyways, they were the ones who joined the most powerful trainers of our generation to eradicate the threat of Team Rocket. They were partly successful, since Team Rocket has been reduced to a mere husk of its previous glory. I hardly doubt they will ever return to being what they were before. As Norman finished, he looked down at his daughter, only to see her looking at him with a slightly shocked look. Wow, Dad. I mean, I can't even imagine being in your shoes. The most Team Rocket does nowadays is come in a ridiculous mecha to try to steal our Pokémon. But what you told just now. It's really unbelievable. Norman nodded, yup. Still, times are much better than before, and I don't think I would ever wish otherwise. His face brightening considerably, he smiled down at his daughter, so. Ash is taking part too, huh? Been a while since I met him, how's he doing? May grinned at her father, he is training for the Champions League, of course. Ash has become much more serious in his training, Dad. Many of his Pokémon had evolved, and he also returned many of his past Pokémon. I mean, I know Ash was great when we traveled together, but he has improved so much now. She said brightly, drawing a chuckle from Norman. Ha! Ash is a determined boy all right. Your brother admires him like no one else, you know that. May knew it all right. Ash was Max's #1 inspiration after the time they had split after Ash's Battle Frontier. Norman was depressed in a comically extreme manner about that, but eventually he recovered. Somehow. It's not without reason, Dad. Ash helped me and Max out a lot during our journeys. Well, Brock was there too, but you get my point. He's the one who basically made me like Pokémon. I wouldn't even have been a coordinator had Ash not helped me out in the beginning. We shared so many adventures together, even seeing Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza. Norman was still in disbelief over that. Those 3 were the Pokémon who only the luckiest of lucky people got the chance to see the shadow of. Heck, he himself had completed his journey and settled down with Caroline, having only seen a shadow of Rayquaza early in his journey. But what May and Max described to him and Caroline was simply incredible. Not only had they seen Groudon in the person, but they had been accompanied while doing so by none other than Lance. And then, his daughter had helped defeat Team Magma, a threat which was close to destroying their entire planet. Now that he thought about it, should he be angry or grateful to Ash? On one hand, traveling with Ash had led his 2 scions into some of the greatest dangers imaginable, while on the other hand, the boy had acted remarkably well to keep both of them safe too, as well as turned his daughter into a competent trainer. And last, but not the least, his daughter obviously looked to have a liking to that boy. Screw that, the last one immediately qualified for the anger part. May, oblivious to her father's thoughts, continued, and then there was the time when he saved my life, Dad. He put me, Manaphy and Pikachu into the pod and then went inside the ocean to fix the temple dash. May was stopped from continuing as Norman immediately looked at her with a stunned look. Wait, hold on, what's this about nearly getting killed? May's face turned pale as she realized that she had given away the secret that she and Max had decided to never reveal to their parents. Chuckling nervously, she looked back at her father, who was looking deathly serious right now. Yeah, that about that. XXX. Time skip 1 week. A large yellow-colored building stood out on the top of a mountain. The building, or rather the arena, was a dome-shaped structure, with a strange absence of windows or doors. This soon became clearer to Ash as the building's air conditioning hit him and Pikachu straight in the face. The duo had come to the isolated place in search for the second of 3 prints needed for winning the Sinnoh battle frontier. Having won against Argenta, Ash had immediately set off to find the second frontier facility. However, the facility looked to be located on top of a mountain, and one which challengers had to get to without the help of any vehicles. Needless to say, it was a tough climb for Ash Ketchum, but one which he was somewhat ready for given his personal bodybuilding training over the last few months. Ash had actually developed a few muscles and gained a few inches in height after starting his training. This was a sudden growth spurt that was even more amplified by the presence of Primeape in his party. The pig monkey was a crazy Pokémon in every sense of the word. Not only was it prone to anger, but it even forced, other Pokémon to train as hard as him. Physically, that is. Only Primeape and Empoleon seemed to like this system, with the Sinnoh and Unova starters tackling training with even more vigor now. Others, like Servine, were less than impressed by being forced to pick up boulders, while doing push-ups. And so, it was no surprise that after a few weeks of torture-filled training, Snorlax had finally snapped, and a brutal battle had ensued between him and Primeape. Not even Tyranitar, who was the only one in his party that was strong enough at the time, was enough to stop them successfully. In order to stop the madness, Ash had to promise Snorlax that he would give him super food pills and that his physical training would be reduced. Needless to say, the fight stopped after that. In order to stop any such mutinous behavior in the future, Ash and Gary developed a more advanced training program modified for each of his Pokémon. With Dexter's educated input, the program was a success and his Pokémon looked happier in training. Coming back to the dome-shaped arena, Ash was slightly surprised by the number of people present in the building. Seeing as there were no means of transportation for reaching the structure, it was even more vexing for Ash, who quickly glanced back at his supercomputer friend. "Are you sure this is the right place, Dex?" Dexter blinked in the affirmative. "Indeed, sir. My GPS system is updated and correct, there is no way this isn't the frontier facility of Factory Head Thornton." "Better hope you're right, Dexter. 'Cause if you ain't, and we have scaled a wrong mountain." Ash trailed off dangerously. Sensing of Pikachu's little electric sparks touch its expensive body, Dexter vibrated in fear. Of course not, sir. I swear on my AMOLED screen it's the correct place," Dexter said a bit fearfully. Dexter had already been hit by a weak thunder spark by Pikachu. It wasn't looking to repeat the experience. "Thank you very much." The main reason for Ash's skepticism was the large crowd present in the entrance area, with the people either talking in groups, or taking refreshment drinks from one of the many machines present attached to the wall. Deciding to get some answers, Ash turned to one of the people standing to his left. "Excuse me? Can you tell me whether this is the frontier facility for facing Frontier Brain Thornton?" he asked in a polite voice with a smile. However, immediately after he asked the question, the person next to him froze. As did the other people surrounding them. Whispers reached Ash's ears. "He's here to face Thornton. Does he even know what he is getting into? Poor kid. He's in for a beating. I hope Thornton doesn't even accept the challenge. Facing little boys is beneath him." "Humph. Even if he does, I don't think the kid will survive for long." With a twitching face, Ash exploded. "Hey, no one asked your opinion, jabronis. And now that you have told me that this is indeed the frontier facility, can you call Thornton?" One of the girls scoffed. "Why should we? You don't even stand a chance, kid." Ash's teeth clenched. "Well, we would have to see about that, wouldn't we?" Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he once again asked, "Look, can you just call Thornton? He is the one who will be battling me, so I would rather like to talk to him." A man looked at him as if he were stupid. "Look, kid. Thornton is training for the Champions League. He doesn't have the time for entertaining any and all competitors coming here, you know." The crowd nodded as one as they seemingly agreed with the man's statement. Ash looked in disbelief at the group. "What the heck are you all talking about? I am here to win my second frontier symbol. I am an official challenger to the Sinnoh battle frontier, it is Thornton's job to accept my challenge." Before the group could reply in a similar ret-dead manner, a sudden cough caught everyone's attention. Turning towards the sound, a man appeared from a sliding steel door. The crowd gasped at the appearance of the man, who came to tower over Ash with a haughty look on his face. "So, little kid, you are the one who defeated Argenta, eh? Don't look so tough to me. Well, anyways, you are right, it is my duty to accept your challenge to my frontier facility, and so shall I do. Get ready to face the might of Factory Head Thornton."